Yo, 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 we back, boys. Interesting.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
Speed 00
_ is now following.
Amongst amateur avians, aspects against assertion attempt alteration after aorta arbitrarily anchored against angst as Aspen avenge awful astards. Exceptional aspects accede aware are altered, abstract illusions ascend afar. Bouncing blight beckons believers beneath bastions both. Becoming bound, but behold bounty bursts, beloved blessings. Best biddings burden before bastard billowing bundles bent between bubbling bones. Bespoke be blessed, benefactor being bled by beheaded brutes. Child charming chase, chill compound, cast curious conversation, creating camper can cadence, casually crushing creeks. Call Casper criminal, cease 'cause contempt contains crude capability. Calvin chose care, causing catastrophe. Cement center croaked, creating cool crosses, culminating cash. Cruise capital, condemner, careless, could caution count. Cryptic conclusions cast course, ceaseless correspondence. Continue coercing ceremonial city chambers, challenging civil construction. And then the pearly gates open to him and let him inside. And it's like the worst horror imagined kind of idea. The looming desires pressed against me as if solid. To them I would only say, "Begone, foul beasts, we have but one choice here." The darkness drove deep into my soul, my form erupting from the light. Alright guys, that's gonna do it for me, but thank you very much for watching, and as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Yo, 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 we back at it. Welcome, welcome. So, we've got a basic story plot set up. So, we're gonna try and do like a speed run. Plot: man trapped in quicksand, desert plain unknown. Hunter wandering far from home finds himself in new territory, steps into the baking dunes as he surveys the area for prey. Too late, he realizes he's stuck in sinking in a strange new land. He's walking for days to find food. Scarcity has pushed his village to the brink of starvation. He finds the end of the Great Plains and enters the wild desert, seeking an oasis in this dismal embrace.
YouTube algorithm isn't promoting our episodes within the community.
Isn't promoting our episodes inside the community. That's fucked up. And I've been wondering the same thing, because I haven't been seeing his videos, and I haven't been seeing Lawai's videos either. Or do we just say fuck them and kill them? Like, they used to be attacking us, why do we care about them now? And it's like just the opposing views of that placed over this idea of the beastmen that are under Fafner's control, that are like part of the beastman army, are like China's government. Alright guys, thanks very much for watching. As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! The true creation of the governmental structure of the crystalline tree, and it's like now, you know, there's like an entire new economy based around adventurers bringing new types of materials into the tree. Tolkien is like the perfect example for like Lord of the Rings, where it's like you can be a casual reader and just read the story, and then if you're like really, really into it, you can look deeper into the lore. Each chapter have its own purpose as to like what am I trying to tell the reader and explain during this chapter. You don't have conjugation between verbs, and you don't have tenses. In order for the monarch to state that he is the military, he has to back the decisions of the politics. Yeah, but I'm just thinking for myself, like as far as logistics go, the only thing I can think of that I don't have like specifics is like the size of the dragons. But they're so far outside of a scope see the contrast from another character's perspective, essentially, or an outside perspective, because you've only seen it from like Husai's eyes. Characters like misremembering things, speaking wrong, straight up lying. That is like one of my biggest problems with the idea of putting it down on paper, is that once it's like down on paper, it kind of solidifies it. An interesting, interactive, almost experience. Welcome, welcome. We are back. So, today, or I guess yesterday, I didn't notice. We would have done this yesterday had I noticed yesterday that the ASL was out. So, without further ado, let's watch the ASL, motherfuckers. I was watching on Artosis Cast the first time he actually reached out to Soup and got the replays for the qualifiers. So he actually casted the qualifiers, so I've been following the qualifiers, so I know who's all in it and everything. I know what all the groups and everything are. But we're just going to go into this fucking raw. Hey man, you caught me on the ass end of my break, so I'll just say hi and leave. Alright, Unnatural Disaster, no worries, brew. The beginning intro to this is going to be probably a bit long, because usually we have the... Whoops. We have the... have like the interview and the initiation and everything, because it's day one, so everything will kind of be like, you know, introductions for the start, and then we'll have the interview with the players. So we probably won't be into the games for about 20 minutes, but we'll just kind of talk over it and shit, because this doesn't really matter that much, but, you know, it's the first day, it's the opening ceremony, you know, gotta love it.
The ASL is back.
Hell
once
yes!
Again,
And it's
for its 19th
rebranded
season.
to
Hello,
ASL
everyone.
again. Fuck this SSL bullshit. We are ASL season
Countless players
fucking
are working
19.
their hearts out to reach the top.
Hell
and
yeah.
this stage of dreams returns as ASL for the opening day. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you here today, and to commemorate this occasion, to celebrate this occasion, the CEO of Soup, Kevin So, joins us today. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Hell yeah, brother. Bring the CEO up here.
Mr. President. Wow. Mr. President. Microphone. What other way to kick this ASL off than with the CEO himself? Yes, hi. It's been a while since I came to the ASL, right? Look, I brought this thing with me. Why do you think I brought it? Giveaway. But first, we are coming back as the ASL.
Yes.
I want to start with an apology as we return to the ASL name. Look, ASL is ASL, and there was no need for a change. We were short-sighted. And so we are back as ASL.
Hell
We
yeah,
are back
brother.
as the 19th season.
19
It's been 10
seasons.
years, starting with the National Star League in 2015. And back then, I thought, let's make it to 44 seasons.
Fuck yeah.
We have made it to the 19th now, right?
We're almost halfway there,
We made it
boys.
to the 19th season thanks to your love and support. And we will continue. So, I'm just up here. I didn't want to just talk, so I brought merch to give away. But I can't just give it out like that, right? Right. So, let's do a StarCraft related quiz.
Ooh, fancy.
Let's go one by one here at the studio, and 6 people online who answer the quickest in the chat to this first question. And whoever raises their hand first. Now, the first question is for 6 months of Quick View Plus. First question. Up until season 18, name the company and product for the biggest sponsor of ASL. That guy, all the way
Hot
in the back.
Six.
Shout it out, please. Hot 6? No.
What?
Oh, this guy. No, what?
It's Hot
Wait, wait, wait.
6. Hot 6 has
Over
been
here.
sponsoring them for
He
like
was quicker.
12 years.
크게 크게.
Louder, louder. Lotte Hot 6.
롯데 칠성 핫식스 정답입니다.
Lotte Chilsong Hot 6. That's the correct answer.
Okay, it is Hot 6, but it's a specific type of Hot 6. I don't speak
Congratulations.
Korean. I don't know
So,
anything about Hot
6
6.
people
That's
in
like their
chat will
Monster
receive
energy
20
drink.
plus, and I'll give you a gift card for balloons here.
All I know is that,
Wow.
yeah, Hot 6, man.
Once again,
It's like, well, I guess it's more like Red Bull, actually. It's more like Red Bull than Monster.
And 6 people in chat. This is the first season of ASL without a sponsor. Right.
Shit,
You
no
guys-
sponsors.
you guys
Let's
need
go
to buy
fucking
their
wild,
product,
boys. That
man.
means we
Then
can go
get
all out, right?
sponsors and continue running the tournaments, right? Right. Now, the second quiz. The second question. I'll give you soup t-shirts. 2 people in chat and 1 person here. Things get difficult from the second question. Let's go
Oh,
back
shit.
to 2011. When the scene was in chaos because of StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. That was the time I was the owner of a team. I wanted to bring over a female player for the first time, and
Wait,
the coach
Scarlet?
was in agreement with me.
Scarlet?
When I was the owner, who was the coach and who was the female player?
I
Two
have
names,
no, I
two
have no
people.
fucking idea who
There,
coach
there.
is.
Wrong. Wrong. The name of the coach and the name of the female player I wanted to get for our team. It was a female player. Coach and female player.
No
The
fucking
name of
idea,
the
because
coach
Scarlet
remade
plays
Fox
StarCraft
at the
2,
time, and the
but she's the
player
only
he
female
wanted to buy,
StarCraft
but
player I
couldn't
know.
do so.
채팅창에 정답 나왔어.
The chat has got the right answer. Fox. We made Fox. Who was the coach of Fox then? The chat. Oh wait, over there. Wow.
서지수 선수 정답입니다.
Coach Kim Yang-jung and player Tosco. That is the correct answer. Wow, amazing.
Damn.
You're getting a
Toss
suit
girl.
t-shirt, and our managers will pick the winners in chat
선택해서 배달을 해주실 겁니다. 마지막
and deliver
They
them
almost had
to
a
those
female
people.
player? What the
And
fuck?
lastly, the
I didn't know
ASL
that.
uniform. One person here. It's limited edition. And one
This would
person
be
in
a
chat
reason
too.
I would go to Korea.
This one is a little difficult.
I would love to go to an ASL.
When I was
That'd
the
be
owner of
so
We Made Fox,
fucking awesome.
법적으로 부모 대신 법적으로
I was the legal guardian, legally, for 2 players.
법적
He was their dad?
Over there.
Shit.
Wow. How did you know?
박성균 선수 고1
When Mind was in 1st grade high school,
Mind?
and TY was in 2nd grade middle
TY
school, I was
and
the legal
Mind?
guardian. Congratulations.
Holy
He got
shit.
it right straight away. What a true
He's
StarCraft
wearing
fan.
a mini fucking
Wow,
jersey.
congratulations once more.
Of fucking course. Oh my
I did not
god.
expect the people here to get the questions right so quickly. I was surprised too.
He's like, I tried to make them
One more
challenging
thing.
because they weren't even
Been a while
StarCraft
since I
related.
came down
They weren't
here.
game related.
So,
they were
I
culture
got everyone
related.
burgers from the
ASL
area.
culture.
저기
Oh.
온것 같은데
Oh, I think they're here.
Oh man, I gotta get
Yeah,
some
I
of those
think they're
sign
here.
things so I can hold up
So
signs.
please enjoy the burgers.
Oh my god,
love, and
yes,
cheer
that's
for
such a
ASL,
good
please.
idea.
And thank you. Mr. President.
I'm
will you
doing that
join
for
me
tomorrow's
in kicking
stream.
Things off? Oh, okay.
Or well,
okay.
not tomorrow, but the next ASL,
Okay,
which
let
would
me
be
close
probably
by
on
saying how
Friday.
grateful we are.
Friday will probably be when the ASL
Let's
Day
get
2
past
drops.
season 44 and go all the way past season 100. Of course.
100.
Burgers are here.
Hell
Burgers
yeah.
are here.
Well,
You
actually,
gotta pay.
there's
All right,
there's
I gotta pay.
결제를
Thank you, Mr. President. He bought Loteria burgers for everyone in the audience tonight.
holy shit.
Wow. Thank you one more time. Wow, he's even signing the bill on stage. Wow.
He's like, I am personally paying for this. This is how you do shit in Korea, man.
Oof,
I
okay,
fucking love
payment went
Korea.
through. Okay. Thank you once more. And now it's time. Let's kick ASL season 19 off together here.
19.
I will start.
19.
ASL season 19. The opening match starts now.
fucking go, boys. Fucking Rocho! Didn't mean to hit the goon, but, you know, we can roach out and then have a little bit of the goon. How about that? Some roaching out and some gooning. Sounds like a good time. Let's see if this works, because it was working yesterday. Yes! So we can, like, go insane with this. Attack everything, Zerg wins!
With a spring breeze, the ASL returns. Welcome to the opening match of Season 19. With a three-peat in the preceding season, Sulky ushered in a new era.
That's weird. I don't know why it's not
History
working.
awaits you this season.
Well, shit happens.
Let's have a word with our players ahead of this opening day. Hello, hi guys. Let's start with Tier 1 player Mini.
Ooh, player
This is
interview.
your 17th appearance in a row already. You're making quite a mark. But during the qualifiers this season, you expressed your dissatisfaction. It seems this time the qualifiers went differently for you. How was it? I do make it through, but I always seem to be having a
Oh, I
tough
fucked
time.
this one up.
The same
Is that
goes
why?
for the round
No,
of
I
24.
don't think that works.
Well, you have a hard time and still advance, and that's what makes your games ever so good. There is a lot to be expected this season as well.
This season is going to be insane.
This round 24,
It's probably going to be the
familiar
last
with.
season
You go way
before
back,
Flash
which
comes
makes me
back
think when
too.
this group was
So
decided,
Sulky's got one more
you
chance
must
to
have
win,
smiled to yourself.
unless he can prove
Was
that
that
he
the
can
case?
beat
Were you smiling?
Flash.
Honestly, I just thought that it would have been difficult to get a group that's better than this. Oh, that was
Look
the
at
meaning of the
Calm's
smile. It's good.
face. He's like,
Right,
I'm
but
so
by hard work,
fucked.
I've never made it out of the round of 24 in first place. After season 5, I always made it through in second place. So today is scary regardless. Good but scary, scary but good. You seem conflicted. Oh, if I lose, I'll get made fun of. It's a little scary. Shuttle and Calm are suddenly looking glum. We'll get to them in a second. Let's first turn to Scan. You're
Woot,
following up last
Scan!
season with another appearance. This is your third time, which makes me think you've probably gotten your nerves under control now.
Bro, I thought we were
Step by
watching
step,
K-pop
now waking up 3
LMAO.
I am a little less nervous each time. And today
We
I'm not
are
as shaky,
watching the
as well.
ASL Season 19 for
However,
StarCraft Brood War.
You still do not have a victory in the tournament under your belt.
This is day
It's a record
one.
that makes having expectations
Welcome
rather
to the
difficult,
stream,
but
Eggy
looking
Mail.
at Group A, there has been talk that perhaps this is a chance for you to
I
score
need to
that
get
first
signs
win.
though, so I can hold up random
I
signs
wonder
like
what your
those,
take on
the
that
Soup
is.
TV signs, and then I can go like this
The
and then show
opening
them to
game
the
against Mini
camera.
will be tough,
and have, like, a
however
bunch
you
of
look
different
at it.
ones
But
to
the
show
two
off.
remaining players next to me.
Gotta have one with
Oh, you said
snow.
remaining. Curious choice.
Oh
of
yeah,
words.
hell
Okay.
yeah! I played
The other
StarCraft, dude.
two,
StarCraft
let's
is fucking
say.
huge.
Anyhow, I'm fine with
Actually,
it.
there's an
In comparison to the other groups.
announcement that
Now, Group
Artosis
A,
was saying he
two-player
was
show.
going to
Let's
make
talk pie.
during this opening
Doing away
ASL.
with
So
the
after the
defeat
interview, I'm
in
guessing
the
he's going to do
qualifiers
that
last season,
as like their big
you
opening
succeeded in
thing.
making your return to the tournament proper. I hear you are motivated more than anyone else this season. Right. Let's start with your condition. How are you feeling? I think this is the season where I've practiced the most ever since season 1. For real? I practiced off stream as well. You know, I used to tell the fans I practiced in secret before when in reality I hadn't. But this time I did it for real. You're not faking this time? I practiced diligently and I focused on fundamentals on ladder. Shuttle says with confidence this is the most he has practiced since his championship run. I heard you said you were filled with content, content looking at this group. If this was a best of 3, it would be tough, but you expressed that in a best of 1, you could even take on Mini.
He's like, yeah,
Are
right,
you
bro.
still
No,
of
anyone can
the
lose to
same
anyone
mind
in
now
a best of
that
1.
you can take him?
You could do the
there is
craziest
variables in a
fucking
best
shit
of
in a
1,
best of
so
1. And
I
just
have a
completely
chance of
fucking
beating
4-pool
Mini.
them.
But in the same vein, I can lose to these two punks, Scan and Calm. That's correct, right? So actually, I'm not a big fan of best of 1. With these two hillbillies, yeah, I'm a little uneasy.
Scan and
These two
Calm.
punks, as
Feels
you said,
so
was a
bad
bit
to
of
be in a
wordplay,
group with
but
Mini.
I wonder what you'll show today.
Like,
Now,
there's
this guy
already
we
been a
haven't seen
huge
in a while. It's
upset
Calm.
in
Hello.
the
Yes, hello.
in the qualifiers. Like,
You're back in the
Harangi didn't
tournament
get
for the
in.
first time in 3
Scan,
seasons.
I
How are you feeling
believe,
ahead of the
kicked
games here on the
Harangi
offline
out.
stage? If it's
And
just 3 seasons, then it's quicker than before. Not bad. Wow.
who else didn't make it in? JYJ
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
make it
I
in.
warmed up and it's not bad.
And
Not bad. Yeah, not bad. So I should do well today, I think.
there
You
was
must have
one
warmed up sufficiently
other.
during the qualifiers too. Right. On day 2, you beat Terra
I
2-1
can't
in the round
remember.
of 4. And then Harangi in the finals with a 2-1.
Oh, it was Calm who
Yeah, I
beat
wanted
him.
to warm up, so I made it 3 maps in
Ain't
both on purpose.
Harangi that
It was an
gorilla?
uphill battle. You ended up winning, and seeing how you've sufficiently warmed up, you must be going
No,
into
that's
today,
Harambe.
filled with a sufficient amount of
Harangi
confidence.
is actually
That's right, I always aim
Tiger.
to play the most in the
in
qualifiers, warm up,
Korean.
get going. I have a best of 1 left against Shuttle.
Which
What
is a
sight,
badass
like.
fucking name.
A player like that, yeah, I will get the victory. When it's my time, it's my time.
Fair, oh,
but at least
fair.
I'll take this one guy down.
Yeah, true. I mean, they are
If you have to go,
slightly,
you have to go.
slightly
If I have
close.
to, I will, but I'm taking him with me.
Oh man.
This match is a hot
15
topic, and
years
we'll
ago.
jump into a more detailed discussion about Group A, but this deep history between the two is something to behold. If we talk about Mini and Scan, this is your second time meeting in the round of 24 already. Right. And in the previous season, you, Mini, took Scan down with Reaver play.
Scan's like, oh, don't remind me, bro. This shit was brutal.
What do you think, Mini? Is today going to be as easy of a game for you? You know, I'm not very familiar with Scan's playstyle. It's still scary, despite me beating him last season. I still can't really feel it. Scan, as soon as I mentioned the Reaver harass, you shut your eyes tight. It looks like you're reliving a nightmare. Surely this time you have to show a different side than last time. A player like Mini knows how to use Reavers extremely well. I was flabbergasted when we played. Stuff like that usually doesn't faze me, but actually having to play against it on stage, I was missing all the stuff I should have been looking at. It was hectic. Even someone as experienced as Calm or Shuttle couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Mini's Reavers. Let's
The
talk
translator
to those
is
two.
really good. Yeah, man.
The match between Shuttle and Calm, both adamant they can't lose. They will.
This
not
guy's been
lose
doing
this
this for like
they both
20
say.
years.
Now, Calm,
He's like
you said you will rip that mold
I don't know who he is, because
of Shuttle's
Artosis
face.
and Tasteless
He will
never
take it
talk
off
about
and
him.
everything else
But
with it.
he's always been the voice of like all
Shuttle.
the interviews
Do
and
you
everything
think
like
you
that.
can go tit for tat with him? I don't know what his problem
But they all
is. I
used to be
showed
employed by
him.
ASL, but then they
He's got
decided that
murdering guys,
ASL
like,
English
you're
wasn't
dead.
really
I
worth it, so
genuinely thought he wants to
Artosis
get rid of me.
and Tasteless kind of
It
took it
feels like
upon
he's got
themselves
something prepared.
to
He could be
carry
right.
on
I
the
shouldn't be
ASL
scared.
in
It's
English.
a best of one after all. I am worried, but Calm and we've known each other for a long time. And
But
the fans,
Tasteless still lives in Korea,
we go
but
back and forth.
Artosis moved to
Winning,
Canada
losing,
because
but
his
the
wife
loser
is
always
Canadian.
has to face backlash. It's not a joke. For real, if I lose to Calm, I'll be the butt of everyone's jokes. The obscenities people will throw
Hold
at
up
me.
your signs! Hold up your signs! Cover your
The
faces!
worst kinds of obscenities. I mean, losing on a big stage like this, an official match, I won't be able to live a normal life. So above all, it seems I have to win today. I've talked to you for so long, and I've never seen your hands tremble so in an interview. Oh, they are trembling. This is the most
RCMP.
you've ever been stressed, it seems. And that's because Calm,
True!
the last time he made it in.
Oh, you want to
he
see something
sold,
funny?
he reigned,
Check
he
this
won-
out.
He won his group and advanced. Calm.
I was
If you
wondering.
were to show the same force today as you did last time,
Disabled
you
emo.
could beat Shuttle as you make your way into the
We
round.
do not
16.
allow
It might be worth
obscene or
looking for.
inappropriate emo.
Right. But first, honestly,
So better
I'm
TV,
not
we
in the
can't
greatest
use
mood
those
today.
ones,
Why
sadly.
is that?
I thought that was
Look at my
dumb.
younger brother. I mean, if he's going
But
to
hey,
sit
Kick
there
don't
and
give a
take his
fuck.
hat off, it's just,
And apparently
he isn't
neither does
button it.
Twitch,
You want
because
you want me to just
I
sit there and
have
say
I
nothing?
have this as
He
an
needs
official
disciplining. Yes, he
official
does.
emote.
I'll discipline him through the game. A golden lesson in life from Calm? Yes. Very curious to see what comes of it. To be honest, I am interested to see what Mini has to say about this match between Shuttle and Calm. What do you think these two guys' match will be like? You've got front row seats to this match after a long time. Who will win? In my opinion, the first map is a 2-player map, and a 2-player map will be won by Shuttle. Oh? So Calm's disciplinary action will not work on Shuttle? But if they meet in the final match, I would expect Calm to take it, because it's a 4-player map. Mind games work well on 4-player maps, not so much on 2-player maps. Calm's
Because you
brain
can
will
instantly
find
scout
purchase.
your enemy on the
I think
2-player
so.
map.
If he manages to pull it off
Isn't
against
it like
Shuttle on a 2-player
A
map,
final
hats
scout,
off to
like
him.
close spawn on a
Shuttle
4-player
can't
map
hide
and
his
4
smile.
pools.
Everyone here is probably
Calm's
eager to
like,
find
"Yo."
out what will come out of this. Let's hear our players' final resolutions. Mini, it's been so long since I took first place in a group. Whatever comes, I will advance in first place today. Looking forward to it. Scan, I've not been able to win on stage yet, so today I'll try to get one victory. Can't wait. Shuttle, I just got a call from someone. Terra called me. He told me to do well. He cheered me on. He gave me time off of our academy team, Sinai, to practice, and I'll pay him back with a good result today. Thanks, everyone. Fighting. Got it. Finally, Calm.
ASL fighting!
I beat some streamers and advanced. I'll show you those guys when weak opponents. Looking forward to it. Thanks for the interview. Show us good games.
Hell yeah, let's get into
And
it.
that does it for our opening interview with the 4 players ahead of the opening day of the round of 24 upon this return of the ASL for its 19th season. Which 2 will make it through to the round of 16? Let's kick things off and find out.
What's up, everybody? ASL is finally back. And yes, it's back to calling it ASL.
Fuck it.
SSL was
Fuck
a phase.
SSL.
SSL was like Jinko jeans or the bowl haircut.
Yes.
It was an experimental phase, but we're going back to, thank God, the original name of the tournament, the ASL.
GG.
Well, hopefully it's not one of those phases that's going to cycle back in 20 years, and when we're getting ready to do ASL number 50 or something, they're like, you know what? The SSL idea was actually really good. Let's go for that again.
No, I'm a little nostalgic for that whole year of SSL. Obviously, they rebranded to SSL because Africa TV has rebranded to Soup.
Soup.
But,
Branding in
whenever
Korea.
you change
What a
names like
disaster.
this to tournaments, not everybody's up to date.
It doesn't
on
matter how
these
bad
names,
your name
big
is, just
changes,
don't
not
change your fucking
everybody-
name.
I mean, a lot of people, as an example, would come by my Twitch stream and be like, so what happened to ASL? There's this new SSL tournament, and I think, oh, yeah, this is what happened. So,
Yeah.
anyways,
Yeah.
guys.
That's what I thought. I thought it was a brand new tournament. I was like, dude,
guess,
sweet. And I was like, oh, this is the
on
ASL.
season
What the fuck?
19. And thank God, man, it's been a little bit of a slow time for StarCraft in general.
Yeah.
StarCraft 2 in kind of a weird spot. We're still waiting to see what the schedule will be for this year, if there will be a schedule for this year. But StarCraft 1 in Korea going strong as always.
Yeah, and it's going really, really well. Everyone is in super good shape. And in fact, this is like, if you just take out the fact that Flash isn't in this season, this is
Yep.
like overall, I think, the highest skill level. Like, I think every single player in this tournament right now is insanely good. It doesn't feel like anyone is here by mistake.
Yeah. I want to talk about that for a second. We thought Flash was going to be playing. It looks like he's got issues with his wrist. From what I understand from my research, he might be having a metal plate removed. He had some things inserted years ago, and sounds like it kind of flared up. So, you know, we're wishing him the best. I'm sure he will eventually be back.
Flash
full-time.
has
He was
like
streaming,
scars
but
all
obviously,
over his arms from
when you get an injury
surgeries
like
from
this,
playing
the
the
last thing you
game.
want to do is exacerbate it any further. By the way, we had the schedule on screen here. If you're going to come to Korea and watch ASL, it's Mondays and Tuesdays. Keep in mind there is a 1-week break between the round of 24 and the round of 16.
Yeah, and of course we'll have that group nomination done for you guys as well. That's always a lot of fun. This season's map pool, Eclipse comes back. Dominator, Radeon, and Deja Vu all come back, with Dominator and Deja Vu having a few changes.
Death Valley.
And then we have Death Valley, Metropolis, and Polestar added in. Polestar is a pretty standard map. Metropolis is a little bit crazy, and Death Valley is just insane. It is such a crazy map.
Yeah, it's a wild map. It's going to be very fun to see what kind of strategies are used here. But overall, I think the map lineup's really good. I think we have a lot of maps that are basically solid and have some of the key foundations of what a good StarCraft map is, with 1 or 2 spicy ideas in there.
Spicy.
You know, this is our lineup of the round of 24 players. Obviously, we have 4 players awaiting in
Queen,
that next round, the
let's
round of 16.
go.
And it is like a who's who. There are a couple players
Soul
that are
Key is
missing.
still
Shine
seeded into
didn't
the round
make
of
it
8.
in. That was
so
kind of a big surprise.
that's
he's
why
in
he's
great
not
shape
on the
right now.
Zerg team.
And
tier.
JYJ didn't make it in either, which I was pretty surprised about. But definitely got outplayed.
Never
by
seen
Tyson
Tolbo,
in those
never seen
qualifiers.
S-Key,
So
never
these
seen
are our
Tyson in
groups.
ASL
Did any
before.
stand out to you,
But
Tasteless?
everyone else I've seen in ASL.
You know, it's going to be really fun to do Group E and kind of see what happens. I think S-Key is an interesting player. I'm very curious, you know, how he does. If you've been following StarCraft for a long time, you know, there's players that have been around forever,
Yup.
like Bisu, who basically never went away. There's players that, you know,
Bisu,
Jaehong
Light,
that went to
Queen,
StarCraft 2 and
Hero.
then came back. Players, if you didn't follow the early days of StarCraft 1, like Royal, you might not have known about at all. But it's crazy when we get even fresher faces than that.
Yeah, and we really do have a lot of those fresh faces. In fact, one of them here in Scan, a good buddy of mine, he has qualified here once again. I'm really excited to see him play tonight. This is a great group. Mini and Shuttle, obviously kind of the favorites here. Mini, you know, I mean, Mini's so unbelievably good, but sometimes he makes questionable choices in best of ones. And then, you know, Calm can cause some upsets. I do want to throw that out there. Like, Calm is kind of one of these guys like Shuttle that kind of gets made fun of, but honestly is ASL level. So
Yeah, you're made fun of because you're the top 25th in the world, not the top 24th in the world at the game.
Yeah, look, you're totally right about Mini occasionally making odd build order choices in best of ones. I think he is better off in a bracket with as many games as possible. I think he's shown quite a range. Shuttle, I'm not sure if he's going to make it today. I've been poking my head in his streams in the evenings over here in Korea, and he looks good, but he just kind of looks like a weaker version of a lot of the other Protosses that we're used to casting, you know?
Yeah, sure. Can't really deny it too much, but he is really good. Like, he's in every single season. He makes upsets sometimes. But we're going to get into our first match here. Mini, of course, should be one of the favorites of the tournament. Like, this guy is someone you expect to get minimum round of 8 every season. And, of course, you can see, like, his resume is insane. Champion, 3 runner-ups, and a round of 4 on top of that as well. That is
In 17.
4 of the 18 finals we've had, he's been there. That is a crazy amount.
And he has approached the game very differently in a lot of the matchups. I mean, he was doing a lot of 2-base carrier PvT, if you guys remember, versus Rush. He did a lot of, like, mass DT play.
Or
PvT,
Scan.
like early game DT.
He's a nub like
where you
me,
might
so I
have,
gotta
like,
believe in the
fastest
underdog.
DTs possible, or make like 4 or even 6 DTs, which people really weren't doing. And even now, it seems like people don't really do that much. So, you know, he's approached the game from a different angle. I think he's probably one of the harder players to prep versus. So, certainly Mini's favored to go on here. Scan, a guy. I know
Get those lurkers out. Get those lurkers out, Scan.
I text him for help in the game. He's a very friendly guy.
Yeah.
Great English.
I'm pretty sure Scan's a Terran.
It's going to be a tough one for Scan, but I do feel like Scan has really gotten very comfortable in this atmosphere. And I think his play is looking
It's like
strong.
mysterious
So
lurkers come out of everywhere in a
it's his third
TVP.
ASL, so I think he's ready to maybe have a chance to move up here to this round of 16. The first game here, or the first couple games here, will be on Eclipse. This is a best of 1. Eclipse can be a little bit hard for Terran, but Scan is a smart player. He's very steady, and I think if he plays a nice defensive style, he's going to have a chance here against Mini.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more opportunities for the Protoss early game, just because it's a 2-player spawn map. And I
See
think
his
it's
hand
hard
there,
for Terran to
man?
get a third base on this
That's
map,
how hard they
you know,
fucking
depending
play
on how
this
you
game,
it.
bro.
But I'm curious how Scan's going to approach it. Again, Mini has occasionally made choices that maybe were a little bit too risky, especially versus players that he's probably better at. I mean, he's a real corner cutter. But, you know, he's coming back into this ASL, hungry to win this. Like you were saying earlier, 3 runners-up and 1 championship, as well as a round of 4 is insane. But it goes to show you he could have possibly had 4 championships. Right?
That's
in a completely
it's
different
so
way.
true.
You have to imagine he knows that. And whatever wrinkles he has in his play, he's probably ironed out. Guys, we're ready to get into this. ASL Season 19, Group A, Game 1 starts now.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's been so long, boys! Bring it back!
Okay, we've got Scan here in the top right as the blue Terran, and Mini here in the bottom left as the red Protoss. Guys, we're so happy to be back.
Yeah.
We missed you.
We missed
I
you!
always feel great after we finish a season of ASL, and as a student of the game still, I'm always happy to get on the ladder and like try to test out all the stuff I learned. But man, you know, after a while, I really want to start casting again. I really want to see the new meta in the most competitive format. Scan sign here in the audience. So we're so happy to be back. Consider supporting us on Patreon. It's patreon.com/ASL English. You guys are keeping us with the ability to keep doing this. So consider signing up for a year. We love you guys. You are the best.
Yeah, and a big thanks to everyone who has signed up over the years here for the Patreon. Thank you very much, guys. So, man, I am like really pumped right now. You know, I was a little bit unhappy to see Eclipse added back to the map pool. This is a map that we have. It's like our 2-player fighting spirit. Like Eclipse has been around for so long, and when it finally rotated, I'm like, okay, finally. And then we had Minstrel, which I actually thought was a really fun, cool map. But you know, with Eclipse being back, this is kind of the map where we really figured out how to play on 2-player maps from basically every single side. You know, this is really the modern day 2-player map that people think about.
Protoss.
So I think one of the reasons why people got exhausted from this map is that it was in the map pool on ladder for like 2.5 years or something, maybe even longer. So I think people just got, you know, you get map fatigue after a while, right? So in this game, Mini's gone with a pretty common, frankly, pretty old idea, which is to go for the gas steal. Because there's only 2 spawns, so it's nearly impossible for the Terran to prevent you from actually getting up there and taking that gas. In this case, he actually made his pylon and his gateway on the low ground. This is also another very old idea. And by the way, old doesn't mean bad. It just means it's been in the game for a long time. And with this, it gets the Zealots here a little bit quicker. Terran can be tempted with the extra minerals to try to make a command center. And this also functions as a wall for later on. So you can send the Zealots across the map. You could go for gas, although it seems like all the Korean players tend to go for a Nexus off of this. Yeah,
that's really kind of come along as the best way to play. And I got to tell you, like, I get confused when Protoss players make their gateway in the main base when doing an offensive gas. I think what Mini has done here is by far the best you can do. Like, you know, if the gateway is in the main, it's actually really easy for Terran to make a bunker and expand still. When it's there, the difference in travel time makes a huge difference when trying to defend everything, blow up your gas, get a bunker, get a command center, and all that. So I think, you know, Mini's going to be able to put on a little bit of pressure with these Zealots and keep himself safe while he gets his Nexus up.
Yeah, that Nexus will start a little bit before the command center. 3 Marines and an SCV.
Hero SCV, Hero SCV.
We'll stay back and wait for the next Zealot here. And this is, you know, whether it's Mini or Bisu or even Snow, we've seen this back and forth a lot in, I would say, the last 5 seasons of ASL. I mean, it's been a very common interaction. Terran's got to be careful to not lose too many Zealots. It looks like the damage, actually, we have Zealots kind of double hitting there, so some wasted shots.
Dude, that was really well done by Scan. That almost went to Mini. Like, Scan had his SCV behind the
damage they
Zealots, and he had to drill it to the main minerals and get back in time after it moved, like, a centimeter and stop it, but in between the Marines and Zealots. He did that like perfectly. That was really, really good quick micro from Scan.
It did feel like a little bit of an overextension. You know, you don't have to throw the Zealots in there like that. A lot of times what you want to do is try to get a kill or two and then run back. You know, the Marines are not going to heal. The SAVs are not going to heal unless they're repairing each other, which basically doesn't happen in a game like this. The shields will regenerate.
Yeah.
But overextending like that, I mean, not the end of the world, but definitely Mini's going to have to be very careful with the few units he has here. We've also seen with this opening from Protoss, occasionally they'll save the 3 Zealots total and try to run by the bunker and run up there and try to kill the SCV making the factory.
Yeah. Don't think we'll be seeing that this time. He already lost too many Zealots to get that going.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Had he not lost those 2, he could have maybe tried to create that kind of opportunity. Mini. Look at this. I think it's going to be a proxy robo, if I had to guess.
I think you're right, and I think that's because the SCV got easily
Oh,
into the main.
they're trying to
run by. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I don't think this is a very good move from Mini. He's looking for Scan to screw up here, and Scan's micro has already been so on point. I don't think that's going to occur. He's making a vulture.
Well, I guess the idea.
Yeah.
No, sorry to interrupt you. I guess maybe the idea is like if he can just
I mean,
slow
he got
the
3
factories down
SCVs.
and get the Reaver out as fast as
And
possible.
he stopped the
Like,
second
if you get
SCV,
a kill
or
on
the
1 or 2
second
tanks, there's
factory,
nothing to fight the Reavers.
or
A lot of
stalled
times you
it.
can win the game, but those 2 Zealots could have been put in the shuttle with the Reaver as well, right, as a tool.
Yeah, that's very true. He might have to make more Zealots if he wants that type of tool, or maybe he loads a Dragoon up, which isn't anywhere near as scary going in that shuttle. But, you know, the thing is, like, that felt a little bit wasteful, because so he's lost, like, 4 Zealots now. And he hasn't really done damage. It's like, yeah, an SCV died, a few Marines died. Thing is, you don't really care if your Marines die, you know? You're totally fine with that here. They don't scale up at all. It's like they're only for this early game defense anyways.
Yeah, you basically just make the Marines because you need something to sponge up damage. You need something to fight against the initial Protoss units that are basically
Damn,
just
5
stronger.
HP,
they're
bro.
better until, you know, the factory units come out and are positioned right and upgraded. The Vulture is
probe
combing the
hit.
map. Now, I don't know if he's going to find this, but it's not impossible.
That would be a big find. Like, if he runs up and sees this robo right now, and it looks... He's definitely looking. He knows that there's missing tech, because his SCV was alive in that main base for so long. He knows something else should have been made. And, you know, I think the issue for Mini here is if Scan is thinking straight, no matter what, he makes turrets. Because it's like, well, I don't know what it is, but turrets are good against it.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's not a Nexus, right? I guess it could be a Nexus. Turrets are not good against a Nexus.
Well, I think at this point in time, he's probably pretty confident. Granted, this is a hard map to scout. The top left and the 2 bottom right bases are very desirable, kind of sneaky expos. And it's hard to scout both of them at once. Scan's going to apply pressure. It's hard to say if this is good or bad because, you know, there might not be enough at home to fight this, but at the same time, there might not be enough at the Terran's home to deal with the shuttle and the Reaver.
Well,
so when you see this, you've got to be scratching your head from Scan's perspective, saying it just feels like Protoss is pretty light right now.
Well, the funny thing is you need the Reaver to really defend Scan's push. And the Reaver could counterattack, but I actually think Scan's attack is much stronger than a Reaver. Also, just to throw this out there, I just saw this build emerge recently. Royal's been doing this a little bit, where you go 3 factory after the gas stealing expansion, and you put a lot of pressure on. So very cool to see Scan very much on top of like the emerging metagame right now. Now here comes the Reaver into the main base.
Oh shit!
And yeah, like he'll get some damage, but Scan has so many units across the map, man. I'm honestly not that scared for him right now. Like this could go bad, but I think his attack has a lot more potential.
Yeah, well, we also saw a Scarab dud back there. He needs to basically get in here and really kill these SCVs. You can sandbag the entrance here by just, you know, putting pylons down here and buying time. The gateway has to fall before the tanks and the vultures can push in. But a lot of SCVs are going to be killed. I got to say, these are really unfortunate Scarab shots. We saw one zigzagging back there as well. He's going to try to drill with these probes. He's got to be really careful. There's mines just, you know, an inch or 2 away from detonating. This shuttle's going back up on the mini-map, so we might be able to take some more shots here. The tanks are still down here fighting. The battery is adding a little bit of buffering.
Oh, man, he has killed so many Dragoons and not lost his tanks yet. The Vultures have been tanking a lot of the damage. The tanks are getting a little bit low, but he's still okay. Backs up past the mines. And look at this.
Shit!
That
Dud.
stop on those SCVs was awesome.
Oh, and he got the Reaver.
Damn, look
That
at
was
this,
huge.
man. Scan looking amazing.
Okay,
Oh,
but
shit,
he's
there's
got
another one.
shuttle speed, and I think that's a shuttle with a Reaver in it.
Oh, okay.
I think the idea is you go shuttle Reaver, Reaver shuttle, so that way he can basically tag team the different Reavers in here. So this may catch Scan off guard.
Oh, holy shit! Mines! Mines OP!
Oh my god, I love it. Oh,
How many? This
15
But
kills
15
on the
kills on that
river.
Reaver.
15 kills.
this is insane, dude. Look at this. 52 supply to 53 at 9 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. The Reaver still being microed like insanely. This is like Mini is the person, if my life was on the line, that I would tell to try to win this game.
Oh my god! Oh, okay. That could have been almost all the
60
SCVs in the game.
SCVs.
Craziness right now.
Holy shit.
We don't have any kind of UI that shows us how many SCVs are in the game. Oh my
Oh
god.
no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my
Oh!
That's crazy. Targeted the tank. Okay. There's got to be another Reaver in that shuttle. If he has a Reaver in each expansion, you just can't mine.
Yeah.
And there's
Oh,
barely been any income here. It's
shit.
not like all these factories are easily pumping stuff out. Now, the Protoss did lose a lot of probes in the fight earlier. We should point that out. It's not like they're healthy either.
Ooh.
Okay, there's
This
so
Reaver,
28
31
kills.
kills.
Now,
what
Scan
is it?
is pushing
34
He's actually
kills.
reinforced here a little bit. Loses one of the tanks to that nice probe drill. Oh, the mine hits! The mine hits!
The mines
Oh my
have been
God, I had no
carrying
idea
Scan
he was
this
gonna win
entire
game.
game,
This
but
is
yeah, I don't
insanity.
think he has no
remember that
SCVs
scarabs
left.
cost money.
Yeah.
Okay? Every shot costs minerals, so when you're low on workers, it's not like every other unit that just fires for free. They get infinite ammo. He could send a Reaver back. One Reaver can clean this up pretty easily.
But
Oh my
tasteless, he
God.
brings a Goliath down. Like, he's still sending units across the map, despite the fact he's losing, like, every SCV. I think I think you're right, and the Reaver can clear this, though.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I
that
think
Mini
Scan
will win because
loses.
he has so many probes mining.
Because he doesn't
You
have
can
any
kinda
SCVs.
Start over, like you're on a one-base PvP from here. He just has to get a few more shots off.
And there
I
goes
don't think there's
the-
even funding
yeah.
for turrets. I mean, there's just no money. Scan's been sitting at 20 minerals. Yeah, now 18.
GG.
There it is, GG. What a game.
Look at Mini.
What a
He's like,
start.
damn, I was so
What?
close to
Oh
losing that shit.
My God.
He was like, damn, that would have been embarrassing.
Insanity. And, like, that
Scan did
absolutely
great, though.
could have gone either way.
I mean, these games sometimes they're like better than scripted WWE, where it's
It's
like okay,
fucking
that
so
would never
true.
happen. I mean, what,
It's
the first
so
game,
good,
best
it's
of
so
one,
crazy.
It's that close. It's funny because Scan, I think, could have done more with the push. It's not even like he pushed poorly, but I think Mini just did such a good job, especially the second shuttle Reaver. I think a lot of other players would go shuttle Reaver, Reaver, Reaver.
Yeah.
As in they just keep that one shuttle alive and keep sending it in. And if you keep that shuttle alive, you're okay. But I think the timing of the second shuttle coming in threw Scan off, because Scan probably thought he had, all right, maybe I've got, I don't know how long this is, 10, 12 seconds to kind of macro, clean up my SCVs and make sure they're mining and push. And instead, as he's doing it, a second shuttle and Reaver comes in, and then he's just got 2 territories occupied, right?
Yeah.
Both of the resource locations being punished. So beautiful play there, crazy.
Truly. You're really spot on with that. I think Scan would have won if that hadn't happened. So what a close game. Scan
Mini.
looking great. Mini very happy
just
that he was
smitten.
able to pull it. Well, he was very close to dead there. Like
Yeah.
that
He
was
knows how
gone
close he was.
easily.
Yeah, wild game. Guys, we're going to take a break. Up next, Shuttle versus Calm.
Alright, I'm gonna
we'll
go
be
throw in
right
some
back.
food. I'll be right back. How long do I have? It's gonna be like 3 minutes, right? Yeah.
I got the time today. I'm looking for all of the fades, want all of the smoke. All of my goals inside of the scope. I'm taking it healed and coming for more. Woke up, didn't even stretch. I'm placing my bets on myself. I be doing the most. Why you always talk like you wanted to go? I ain't gotta speak cause I already know. This ain't been new to me, a news to me. I came out the womb unique. Shine bright like jewelry. Of course, you don't wanna fool with me. I got I'm spitting the truth. When I'm in the booth, I take you to school. This ain't a lesson. I put on this armor like it was my weapon. I'm stepping. The ops can leave. My props are these utilities he put inside of my belt. Feeling me, it's just the face I can tell. But really, the king is the one you can smell. This ain't been new to me, a news to me. I came out the womb unique. Shine bright like jewelry. Of course, you don't wanna fool with me. I got views to see and gifts to use. I got everything to gain and none to lose. And he can prove I took his burden and yo, it's like moose when I hit the moves. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. I told you I already know. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. I already know.
And we're back. What's up, everybody? ASL continues on. My God, what a game, Artosis.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. I cannot believe it was that close at the end of the day. I think if either of them makes like one different move, the game state changes completely to like a different winner. You know what I mean? Like that second shuttle that you mentioned. I think you're completely right. If he had just a little bit of breathing room, he would have been able to focus on his push more and reinforce it one additional time probably. And like that would have made, he almost killed him with it still. So just an absurd game. What a great game that was to open up this season of ASL.
Really important that Mini knew to just kind of keep retreating back and sacrifice the Nexus to give that position up. It can feel like all is going to be lost, but the reality is as long as you can send your probes back, there's still mighty minerals at your main base. If you can just kill his SCVs, you will eventually fight back, reclaim your expansion at least, or at most actually just win the game because they lose all the SCVs.
Well, if that's going to be the quality of games this season, we're going to have a great one, no doubt about that. And honestly, just great matches still to remain here today. We're going to be going into Shuttle versus Com next. That's a hard one to predict, I feel like, because I think they're both kind of like underrated by fans. They are both really, really strong, but it's not like Snow versus Sulky or something, right? So it's like, well, you guys aren't Snow and Sulky, so, you know, that's no good. But like both these guys have potential still to win this group.
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on who's going to take this. I think it's going to be close. I think it should be a pretty good match, and I look forward to seeing who's going to go up against Mini. By the way, man, Mini, you know, that game back there, it was a very Mini-esque game. It was exciting, unique strategies, but it's like sometimes he just barely skids through with a victory. and, you know, I look at this, I think, maybe you should just play I mean, I feel like someone like Mini can just play a conservative macro game versus Scan and probably win, right? It just feels like he makes some of these games so high stakes.
Yeah, that's what they're saying about Mini making like the worst possible decisions in best of ones. Like
that, just think,
why would you
when we have
against someone you know
like
you're way better than
portion of the
do
tournament,
like a proxy
how
build?
Close he makes it.
A proxy
it really
freaking
is,
robo.
and I think a lot of people look at it as like grind your opponent out. But honestly, I've come to respect the way Mini plays pretty heavily.
Yeah,
like,
he
you look
just
at his results.
He just
he'll
doesn't give a
crash
fuck.
out
He just
sometimes,
goes for it.
The guy's a
It's
champion,
respectable.
and he'll probably be a champion again as well. So I'm just gonna let go tasteless and enjoy Mini games.
Turn off the
his games have
Artosis
just
brain.
been phenomenal. So going into this, I mean, we've got Shuttle, you know, who's been pretty much, you know, kind of post, I guess from the start of ASL all the way to now, a historic player. He's a great streamer, a lot of charisma. He was one of the guys kind of carrying the game in, I guess what we could call the dark ages of StarCraft 1, where StarCraft 2 really soaked up all the attention.
So when I was playing StarCraft 2, Diamond, baby.
But, you know,
I was
he
shit.
just doesn't seem to be in the same kind of condition or able to get into the same condition as like a Snow or a Mini. Doesn't mean he can't win. He still has great games. But yeah, I mean, every season you're turning a new leaf, right?
Well, you know, both these guys are also popular streamers, so it's like it's not as much on them to perform because people just like to watch your streams anyways, but they're both very good, and I'm expecting a great match here on Eclipse.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. And Calm, you know, I feel like both these guys, sometimes when we talk about players who aren't the best or not perceived to be people that would obviously get to the round of 8, we talk about
now
nerves,
it's appropriate
we talk about
for
anxiety. But, you know, the reality is these are probably two of the most comfortable players in a format like this, right? Yeah. Huge streamers, been on the stage a million times. This is going to be a fun one, guys. We're going to go into match 2. The winner of this best of 1 faces Mini in the winner's match.
There we go. Spam those spines, baby. Get them lurkers out. Let's go.
Okay, we've got Shuttle here in the top right. Calm in the bottom left.
Purple Zerg. Second best
and,
color.
I'm interested in what kind of opening Shuttle does here. There is some cute cheese you can do to Zerg that it might have been too played out at this point in time, but you can do like a cannon rush if they go hatchery first by just looping a probe all the way around.
Yeah.
And going behind there, stuff like that. But if not, it'll probably just be a normal forge opening or gateway expand.
Yeah, I don't think Shuttle will do anything too wild or too aggressive here. Honestly, I've been becoming a bit more of a Shuttle fan lately. I've just been able to cast a few more of his games and see a few more of his games lately for whatever reason. It just happened to pop up, and like, I'm actually gaining some real appreciation for him. I feel like he's like, he'll screw stuff up a little bit in the first 10 minutes, but he is a really strong late game player. Like, I really do enjoy when he actually gets a big army and a decent amount of bases. Like, the guy knows how to play the game. So I'm hoping that we get one of those big macro games here. I actually quite enjoy macro games on Eclipse for this matchup. You know, obviously we have that whole set of like, oh, I snuck a cannon rush, or like, oh, I did the Hydra bust, or I've seen a lot of lurker contains here because that choke isn't super big. But once it actually proceeds to Protoss having a secured third base, I feel like we get like insane macro games here because of the locations of the bases.
Yeah, well, you have these two little corner bases in the bottom right that both sides, Protoss and Zerg, can take and fortify, and it's just hard to deal with. And then the top left base with the double gases. And sometimes we have one side that can kind of grab everything over there while the other side grabs that top left location. This was blind Nexus first into Forge, which, you know, this does lose to some builds, but generally not tournament builds. And so I've gained an appreciation for this.
Yeah.
In that,
blind Nexus
I believe you can do overpool and be fine as Protoss with this. But if they do a 9 pool, 7 pool, 4 pool, all that kind of stuff,
you're fucked.
You'll lose. But it's an interesting way to approach it because it basically accepts that a good player in a tournament of these stakes would never 9 pool speed lane, right?
Yeah.
Now, if they did it, they would just get free wins, but they're not going to do that because not every Protoss does this every game. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's, you know, you're kind of playing a bit of a percentage game. But that, I think, exactly is why I've come to appreciate Mini somewhat, is because, like, he's the type of player that'd be like, nah, screw it, we're doing it. Let's go. You know?
True.
Like, remember his finals against Larva, Game 7? He just puts 2 gateways in the center of the map.
Fucking
it's like,
God.
Damn, man, he is base. Like, he'll do anything that he thinks might win. And so, like, you know, I do appreciate that Shuttle's like, oh, statistically, this is probably going to work out. And it does. And, like, he's got a good opener. Obviously, you know, getting away with Nexus first completely and, like, not having to get your cannon quickly, those are great things. But, yeah, some of those risky plays can, I think, really pay off, as we've seen with Mini.
Yeah. No, I had the same experience as you. I watched and was like, this doesn't feel right. And I guess if you ladder a lot and you don't know who you're verse, you know, it kind of makes sense, right? It's like, well, what if they just Would you really want to squander
He
this
canceled it!
opportunity? Oh, quick Hydra Den, by the way.
Oh,
shows that,
shit!
yeah,
Layer
these-
cancels into the
He
Hydra Den.
canceled the
Yeah,
layer!
Yeah. Yes, good catch, Artosis. So, there's so many ways to kind of get back to the same Hydra.
Oh, and the
bus.
drone got the probe!
It's really hard to stop. There's
Yeah.
basically like tons of
Oh,
openers
shit.
and subtle things you can do. Like
He's
you could
going
take
for a
hatchery,
Hydra
and
bus.
If it was a 4-player map, at another natural that looks like it's going to be turtley play, but just go in a Hydra bus. You could, if you can't hide the den, make a layer, then kill the probe, cancel the layer, make the den. So right now, Calm is going to go for a real cutthroat move here. The wall-in right now for Protoss, we've seen a change in the way that Protosses are walling in, but it doesn't look like you can do it on this map. But this is one where the forge sticks out and can be picked off. Some of the newer wall-ins, they put the forge further back and kind of give the gateway up, but make it harder to get back to the forge and the other cannons. And that's important to note because that means
Here we
Shell
go.
is going to lose his +1 attack upgrade, assuming this goes the way it should.
Yeah. I wonder if that might be something to do with a block.
Is he also going for the fourth?
Where you want to put less surface area on the gateway, so he's like, okay, we're going to,
True,
for this,
brother.
this Nexus first, we're going to put that up a little bit further.
It's like, I'm going to be secure. I can take the
So
base
the
because we're
Corsair
going through
is
the
going to be
front.
the first thing that can confirm the Hydras. He's going to see this. If he's getting air weapons, he'll cancel it. But he has to act really quickly. So the shape here of
His
the cannon
one
formation
cannon.
is one where he's willing to sacrifice the wall to basically get the cannons up. When you place the cannons this far back, the Hydras can't really get to them and deal the damage the way they want. And so he's going to try to throw his cannons down. He cancels the +1 ground weapons upgrade at the forge. Obviously, because he's going to lose it. And then, let's see what exactly Shuttle's play is going to be, and also how committed Calm is here. You can make a couple Hydras and then just stop.
Yeah.
And go back into droning. That's why the Corsair is hovering over all these hatcheries and the eggs. He wants to see, are you hardcore, hard in the paint, gonna, keep making Hydras, or are you gonna just tech off of this? And I have to cancel cannons.
This looks like a really good mind game from Calm, because don't forget, he sent that drone to the bottom right.
He's got the
before
fourth
rush
base.
started. And he's got way more drones than a 3-hatch Hydra is supposed to have. And now he's started even another macro hatch. So, the fact that we have Shell here canceling an upgrade, making this many cannons, but his Corsair sees what's going on. Like, yeah, sure, there's a lot of Hydras, but there's a lot of drones as well.
Okay, so the Corsair is still swinging through.
Well, that cannon
Looks like
wants
we're
to
gonna go up
attack
what
so
is this,
bad.
2, 4, 6, 7 cannons with a possible 8th here. The Overlord's a little bit farther back than it should be. He could actually sneak out. Yeah. Dude,
Oh, no.
Notice this.
Oh no, the DT. He sees it. He pulled them. He sees it.
So easy when you're watching this to be like, of course he saw that. But when you see how fast these guys are playing, sometimes they don't know. Seems like he's setting some stuff back, but there's nothing at the third base. The Corsair saw that. He cancels the cannons, by the way. He realizes basically the monkey's off his back.
He's got no overlords
Seeing
there.
Hydras run back.
He's got no overlords if he kills the egg.
Well, he's
gonna go
there
right in and
before
get
the
some
Overlord
drones.
pops. That's an Overlord in the egg that we have selected there, almost certainly. Yeah,
Oh,
it is.
there it is.
Pops out. So that's a very good catch by Calm. He doesn't really take very much damage. Yeah, he loses 2 drones, tiny bit of mining time, but that was an excellent,
And he's still
excellent
got his
catch.
contain.
And now he's got his 4 bases
teching.
kind of running against a shuttle that doesn't have a whole lot going on
I like
right
this.
Yeah, right now, Shuttle's kind of back at his base trying to tech up. When you get that many cannons early, your gateway explosion's a lot later. But I like the idea of the double forge, kind of do a slower, maybe 2-2 timing push here. The Corsair did see that 4th base that was much earlier than a normal 4th base.
Yeah, I was totally
From a
surprised.
Zerg. Like
I thought he was
in
going
a
to proxy hatch or
Thrown
something.
down that fast.
Because he was taking the drone with the army.
It may be a layup into a Hydra contain here for Calm. That could be the move.
Well, the one nice thing I guess we can say
8
about
HP.
Shuttle's position is he doesn't really need to make Corsairs, so that can allow him to afford a lot of High Templars. Now, that being said, actually, Aspire has just been started here from Calm. So he, this feels like endless mind games from Calm. He goes, he makes it look like it's an all-in. You know, he cancels into the Hydras, makes it look like an all-in while taking a fourth, drones like mad, and now suddenly he's like, okay, well, his strength is going to be his High Templar count due to not having to make Corsairs against me, so let's go Mutas and just pick them off.
Hell
He's
yeah.
also getting a hive a little
True.
bit faster than I think you normally do if you go Mutas. I could be
Ooh,
wrong.
Storm's done.
Is he already good?
So a lot of...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said Queen's Nest. Queen's Nest. I meant he's going to go into hive.
Yeah.
If you see the Queen's Nest like that, usually it means they're going to go right in a hive.
That is really quick. That is.
Yeah.
Oh, the Storm!
You know, here's the thing. It's really common, especially nowadays, if you go for the 3-hatch Hydra bus to then get Mutas later. And then what you do is, as they leave their base, you make, you know, somewhere between 5 to like 10 Mutas, and you try to just shoot down all the Templars. So the answer for the Protoss in that situation, since they couldn't really build up Corsairs, is they have to get a Dark Archon and catch it. But I'm looking at this, and this looks actually kind of like an older
This is
PvZ,
fucking
where
scary.
they're just going to go into Hive Tech and get Defilers and kind of get mass upgrades, you know?
This is
Oh,
the greediest thing I may have
shit.
ever seen in my whole life. He went 4 base. He's going Spire, Lurker, Triple Evo, and Hive. That's not a thing, right? I've never seen a Zerg do
Everything?
at once. Like, what is this?
Well, what he's going into... Well, he doesn't have the Hive yet, so what is he doing? Okay, I keep
Oh, he's got a
trying to get the
lurker
Hive
on
to go
the...
up.
Oh my god,
can't
he's
go
got
for,
an
like,
egg
crap.
on there. Oh,
If people don't do
classic.
this anymore, this is like kind of an
Fucking
old idea. I
classic.
definitely
He's
lose
gonna
to
send
it.
another one! Oh my god, he sends another one!
But
yeah.
Let's see if that Hive actually
That's
comes
so
down.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Oh my
like he's gonna play
fucking
a really
god. And I was like, fuck it, I have to make a third
style.
base. I'm fucking
I
stuck.
think this means a lot of cracklings, but let's see.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh
see
my
if
god.
I'm right or not. Yeah, triple Evo
It has to
usually
be.
means... There it is. There's the Hive. Okay. I think he just actually started the Hive later than he should have because he was too busy running around.
Yeah,
Um.
unfortunately.
Yeah,
but...
so this is like pre-StarCraft 2 stuff. I don't know why we're having a lot of old ideas here.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Nothing
going back to
bad,
their
it's
roots
just,
because it's
you know,
ASL!
there's a lot of really modern things we're doing. I've always found this style to actually be pretty hard to fight.
Ooh, the
You
Overlords.
can't really push them because, you know, they're not...
Wait for the
trying to attack
mutas
into
to come
something
out.
that's
Oh, the
unstoppable. And you
storm!
can start to get counterattacked a lot here, especially when they get the Adrenalings.
Well, Adrenalings are, like, the best thing in the game, basically. That's going to be really,
Especially
really scary
against
for him to deal with.
Dragoons,
But
man.
look
Their
at
DPS
Shuttle.
is insane.
Like, this is what I'm talking about, where I'm gaining a lot of respect for Shuttle, and he's just making nexuses. This is something you and I have talked about so many times in regards to this matchup, where it's like, well, if you can't attack something, don't attack it. And if they're turtling this hard, make nexuses. And that's exactly what we see Shuttle doing. Like, that is a very quick 30
And here come the
bases
cracks.
coming up. And, you know, he's walked around. He's kind of checked all the locations. There's tons of Sunkens. There's tons of Lurkers. He can't really do much. So
He's
why
gonna-
not just expand?
Oh, is he gonna get it? I
Yeah,
don't think he's gonna
his
get it.
Nexus is going to get canceled.
I think he's
No.
barely going to save it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, beautifully done. So important to
Calculated.
get that Nexus up. Yeah, he's got Overlords with drop too.
Wait,
now, I
does
don't
he have
think this is
drop?
the best map.
He can't.
I'm betting you he's getting drop. I could be wrong. I don't
Drop
think drop's
3
the best on this
Evos,
map, but if
Hive, Spire,
And he's getting a
Lurker.
fifth.
Like, is
Yeah.
there anything he can't do?
you basically turtle with Lurkers. Now, look, I might be wrong. He might not get drop. I think drop's not actually that great on this map with
Yeah,
Adrenalings,
I
but
think you're
generally, if you get this Adrenaling style with Lurkers and you're camping everywhere,
Oh, I'm
You have a lot
loving
of
this
drops.
mid to end game
but
Zerg here,
again,
man.
I don't think this is like just the way the map's shaped. There's not like an expansion that's kind of exposed where like, oh, you wouldn't have any defenses from air here. Oh, he got 2 Defiler mounts. That's funny. That's definitely not intentional.
You don't think so? You don't think he like wants to get Consume and Plague right away or something like that and just start Plague grinding? Or, I mean,
I don't think
sometimes
so.
like there's double Hydralisk Den builds and there are double Ultralisk Den builds or Cavern.
Yeah,
Whatever the
but
hell
I
that
don't
thing's
think
called.
that. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but you don't need to get Plague like as quick. Like you need to get Consume right away,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But
you-
Consume's like
you're not
super
like,
fast.
I need to get
Consume's
both
only like
Consume
47
and-
seconds.
Plague at the same time. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm totally fine being incorrect about that if this is some new idea, but it looks like that might have been some kind of a mistake.
Yeah, maybe. So Calm has taken both those bottom right bases, and he's turtled everything like really expertly. He has a ton of supply. He has like the entire world's tech just about. Shuttle on 4 bases though, and he's got like actually 4 bases. A lot of times you see 4 bases this matchup. It's like, well, he has 4 nexuses, but 2 of them are mining. So like this, he's going to have a real explosion of macro here. I know the supplies look close here, but Shuttle's going to just suddenly max out and be maxed for a really long time. But I don't know. I'm looking at this game and I'm like, you better just start making Reavers, man. Like this game is not going to end with a regular attack.
He is consumed now.
I don't think that you can push. And by the way, I think
and Plague, yeah, he did them both at the same time. He got consumed and Plague at the same time.
There's no way you can get in there.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
The only place left on the map to take is the top left. I mean, we're just about 14 minutes into this game, and there's one base left. So, you're spot on that he needs to get Reavers. Reavers are the only thing that can kind of beat everything that Zerg has left over. A lot of games we don't see Reavers made because they're kind of the post mid-game. You know, when you're getting into like late game or end game, as they would call it, that's when the Reaver has to come out. So we'll see
Look at
if
that
he goes
stream of
Robo
purple
and gets shuttles and Reavers.
Fuck,
but
I love
either way,
Zerg, man.
You know,
it's crazy.
The only spot I think he could maybe push and succeed would be this base we're looking at here, where the storms are coming and he's on the low ground, or maybe the.
And he's just whittling out the storms. That's all he needs. He just needs to get rid of the storms.
They get their main pushed in, and then they kind of don't have any comfortable position. Although I don't think that's going to happen here at this level of play.
Yeah, I don't think so either. What
That's
I
what
do
happens
think,
in my games.
Yeah,
not ASL
for sure.
Oh, the
that
Plague!
Right
Beautiful.
I think the one thing I don't want to see from Shuttle is an actual committed attack, because when you're playing against like this many hatcheries, this many upgrades,
he has the Reaver.
You know, crackling lurker.
And he doesn't have Scarab damage,
though. I just don't think you're able to actually break anything. I think you have to go into like a grinding mode. And he is making Reavers. Like we saw a second Robo, we saw a Reaver sitting next to it. He's even getting Plasma Shield upgrades. So like Shuttle is playing for a really long, big game. And I think that's what he needs to do. I think he just needs to be like Psy Storms, Reavers, some Archons and Zealots in there and stuff. And
some
just,
Storm drops
destroy
would fucking
anything that comes
destroy
at it,
Zerg.
because it doesn't feel like there's a
and
good
a
attack
DT
that can be made.
Yeah, well, the two bottom right bases, I just don't feel like you can get up there. Even with a lot of Reavers, it's really hard to make that work. Maybe he will try to push into the middle of the map here. It does seem like Protoss is not going to get access to this top left base, by the way. And if that happens, like, Shuttle will just run out of money.
Well, this one, he has a Nidus there, but only 4 lurkers. It looks like he's going to try to break it. He's utilizing his Reavers to quickly get in here. And, like, with the Reavers and Storm, Nidus is great,
but if you get the Storm on the Nidus,
like, look at that Storm right there on the Nidus.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yep. That's where everything starts to fall apart.
So far, not bad. You know, but the question is, how many more lurkers can pop out of this? It's so hard to get stuff up this ramp. It seems like he's going to try to dive on that Nidus. More units are going to pop out here. More sunks are being morphed. The Reavers overextend. They kind of led the attack there.
He should have waited.
I actually don't think he's going to get up here.
He's going to have more spines.
Well, hold on a second.
I think if
sunks morphing.
If he leads with the Archons, like they can take a big beating here. They even have that +1 plasma, which is nice. He was like, this has been kind of a sloppy break. It started so beautifully, and I've just watched these Archons like behind one Dragoon on the ramp, just like running back and forth.
And now freaking like, Calm is taking that base.
Potential to break it. Maybe he loses a lot more army there. He's close though. He's close. That Nidus is pretty low.
Yeah, I mean he's maxed out again. Shuttle's going to try to go for it. You know, it's kind of brilliant what Calm's done. He's stayed far away from the ramp. There's no way for the Dragoons to run up and, you know, kind of brute force down sunken colonies and lurkers. So the ramp operates like a bottleneck. So no matter how scary this army is, everything's kind of running through single file and eating all the damage. And in Brood War, it's just really hard to get stuff up and down ramps. Like when you have to force movement and there's fighting happening.
Especially with big units like Dragoons and Archons.
Look, if he can take this base down here, it's great. But even if he takes the base, like one of these two bases down here, it's still losing on the numbers game here.
Oh, he got the Nidus.
I think you break here easily now. You know, it's like, okay, he has the Reavers and he has Darkstorm, but the Lurkers and the Darkstorm, but the Reavers can take those out still. A few Zealots coming up here to help out as well. So it looks like he will be able to break this, but during this, Calm is setting up that top.
He's got the Scourge.
Also, and that's a double gas base.
And he got the shuttle. Oh fuck!
Yeah.
And he's coming in from the
And the
back.
double gas, I mean, the Protoss can.
I don't
really
even think
make
he
good
breaks
use
the
of that.
base.
Obviously,
Actually.
Zerg can do a lot of things with double gas as well, but just having that many Templars.
Ooh, the storm though.
Archons,
No,
storm
I'm.
drops and everything.
But now
When we
he's
get
on the
game That's
top.
gone on for this long. A lot of times it really comes down to storm drops from Protoss as well, and just trying to kind of eat away at
Ooh,
the
the Reaver,
opportunities Zerg
yeah.
have to mine
The
resources.
Reaver.
So he's taken this base, but now this army's kind of trapped up here. It's like a reversal of the situation from before, where now they can't get back down the ramp easily because there's so many lurkers.
That is kind of funny. One thing I have to say, I just have to say it. I'm like sitting here debating in my head. Should I say this? Because Tace is going to act like I'm dumb. He needs a greater Spire, man. We need some Guardians in here. This guy's sitting on 2K gas.
They're going to
He's
say
playing
he
against
needs carriers. I was like, no, he doesn't need carriers.
But actually, you know what I was thinking before? I'm like, he needs an Arbiter, man. He needs to recall these bases.
Guardians actually would probably be fine here, I think. I mean, if Zerg got Guardians, like at the base that's next to the location that Shuttle just reclaimed, it's annoying, man. You have to like then start to make Corsairs. You can always back out of making Guardians. The one thing you want to be careful about is you don't make too many Guardians.
Yeah,
at least in my experience.
Yeah, you don't want to make
Because
like
then
12
it's like, well,
Guardians.
that was a lot of gas.
This isn't fastest
Right.
map. Like I know the economies are insane right now. You will run out of money, but I just when it gets into these Reavers, I feel like a quick little shift into Guardians and then back out again is actually pretty strong, in my opinion. But
well, the only thing that Shuttle has going for him is that he's kept Zerg from taking this base. I think there's probes in here. I could be wrong. Yeah, okay, so he's going to make a base over here. But, like, yeah, Artosis, you're spot on. If he just made Guardians there, he can kind of pelt that base from afar. Yep. Maybe the Protoss never even gets it up and running. Now, Shuttle should not be running into this many Lurkers. The Lurkers are very spaced out for a reason, so that melee units over time just get chewed up and hit at all these different angles.
I gotta say,
I actually think... Yeah, go ahead.
I love what we're watching here. It feels like a campaign mission. He's just weathering Zerg in the bottom right with his hero army. What were you going to say, though?
No, I mean, I think Com's played just a really brilliant game, and he's bringing out a style that I don't think we've cast in the
I don't know
ASL
why he's
for
trying to
literally
break this
seasons
so
and seasons.
hard. He should
Like,
be
it's been
baiting the
years
storms
since we've seen
first.
Triple upgrade into like adrenalings.
I can't.
I know
Oh.
that you
Last
always
time I saw it.
eventually get Dark Swarm.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that that's always something you're going to try to build into and get Lurkers, but this style to kind of turtle it up on 4 bases and just stay back, really cool.
I actually
Dude,
think
this
Calm
is
wins.
the most endless army I've ever seen. This is so insane. I feel like we're playing zone control with Hydras right now, just an endless swarm coming up. And then he even has these units reinforcing. Shuttle trying to get a counterattack going.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that Calm paced the game out was brilliant. It's like he just hunkered down on 4 bases, kind of waited with a few counterattacks, and then just darted out and took 2 more bases. And suddenly he has, 60% of the map.
Yeah.
And it's just an uphill fight. And we see these moments where Shuttle's pushing through, and it kind of feels like there's progress, but these numbers are so thinned out that once the next wave of units hatch, it's just going to be too much, and we're seeing it right now. He's just getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, this type of play from Calm that you mentioned, actually, I'm thinking back, and like it kind of is reminiscent of some of the stuff we saw back when KSL was still around. Like, remember how Larva and Sulky used to play all the time, where they would just turtle 4 bases super hard and go up to Defiler? Like, I loved that style back then, and it feels like Calm was able to pull off something similar here with some mind games.
Oh, he's gonna try and take the
being
base
involved,
again.
He's played it beautifully. Like
Shuttle is so like
now Shuttle's not
out of.
He's not dead.
He's almost
But
out of
he does
like
need to like
economy.
think about breaking maybe this base and getting himself 1 more. If he can secure 1 more base, he can absolutely win this off cost efficiency.
Yeah, the problem is the longer the Zerg has the base, the less resources are going to be available there. Like, he's got a lot of drones. This is a high drone PVZ.
Yeah.
Like, if you go to every
This is
base,
like one of
it
my
looks like
games
it's
where
a
I just
Terran's
build
or a
drones.
Protoss's base, where there's just like a ton of workers over there.
Yeah.
And that's by design, this kind of play style. I think what Calm did perfectly was just play the shape of the map right. He took a very fast 4th, so that even though he wasn't able to use it that much, later on it was too hard to reclaim. And that always puts a lot of pressure on the Protoss. They need to double expand as fast as possible, and they need to try to find a place to push. And then he basically split Expo in 2 different spots. So he expanded again at the bottom, and then he expanded also towards the top. And it just, there was no moment where Shuttle could kind of get into a position where he was able to do anything that mattered. You know?
Yeah. But I think Shuttle has played this really brilliantly as well. Like, he took 4 bases quicker than I've ever seen. He went Reavers really quick, which is always something that's like a coin flip with these Protosses, where you're like, come on, you need to go Reavers, and then they just never do, and they just end up losing to this stuff.
Fucking
but
Plague.
Unbelievable Plague grinds as well, by the way. Just, he has cast so many Plagues this game, which is so incredibly strong against Protoss. Against anything,
This style
truly.
of play is it's super frustrating to deal with, because from here on out, the Zerg's not going to really attack any expansions or try to kill anything.
It's
He
just
might
it's a
maybe
waiting
drop later
game.
or something, but all he wants to do is not lose bases. It's like he's in a tower defense game or something.
Yeah.
He's just going to keep making lurkers and sunken colonies and throwing plagues down here, and forcing the Protoss to kind of go through this wood chipper of a defense mechanism that Calm has set up, and trade unfavorably. Again, this ramp, this bottleneck here, it's such a headache to get through. I think, by the way, Shuttle's chance is a little bit better than the other positions we've seen where he's fighting, and at least he can get his stuff onto the ground and then take a fight.
Ooh,
And, you know, he might actually
Scarab
get into
hits.
this base. This is pretty big.
His
Zerg
cost
has been
efficiency
mining-
here has been the craziest thing, Tasteless. I can't even believe the swarms of units that are just dying to his splash damage here, but it still feels like Calm is somehow breaking through.
By the way, just a little note, those gases were never taken. So if Protoss can get this, I mean, you can make so many Archons, it's insane off 2 gases. You don't need that many minerals. So I think it's still hard to imagine Shuttle breaks this. It looks like he's going to keep trying. There's just this endless wave of Zerg units coming up here. The Shuttle micro has been great. The Storms have been really good. The overextensions are not there, which is another great sign right now for him. Does he have an Observer here? Oh, God, he's about to mine out.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Archon running way forward there.
Yeah.
He's still killing a lot over here. Calm's bank is basically gone now. Just to put out there. And, obviously we don't have a big bank here for Shuttle either. It's just these lurkers are such a pain to micro against. I see him just like hemorrhaging units here and there. It's so hard, I think, to push through this type of position.
Yeah, well, this is kind of the final defense. There's basically an unused base at the bottom right, and it doesn't seem like there's that many drones mining at the natural. If you look at the minimap, it seems like there's one drone.
Yeah,
or
there's
like that.
tons of minerals
he's got
at the
resources
natural.
elsewhere on the map. God, look at how spread out this defense is.
Yeah, he is like so far back. He's really making him come in here. And the thing is, like, Shuttle is still just throwing down so many storms. We actually see, like, Calm is even eating Hydras here with his Defilers. Like, he's just doing anything he can to stay alive. But when the Lurkers are gone, this is where Shuttle can really push quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he has so many storms, it's almost hard to keep track of all of them. The Lurkers are almost all gone. When the Lurkers disappear, the whole fight
And all the
simplifies.
drones are gone,
Because you're
too.
basically just storming clusters of Hydras.
I think Shuttle might
Push in
actually...
here, and the Archons stay back
Who
and defend
knows?
against the Zerglings
This is
when
the
they
only
just
army
dive
he
on
has.
top
If he
of
can
you.
kill this
All of
army...
these are very low HP units because
But they're
the
just
plagues
huge
just
splash
keep
damage.
connecting
It's
over and
destroying
over.
everything. He needs to just gather everything he has
He
and
mined
push.
out this 4th base.
I think
He needs
Shuttle
20
actually might
more
win.
scarabs.
Yeah, just about, man.
Ooh.
Like, this is getting a little bit grim. He needs to bust this and start mining from it, even long distance. I don't think he's going to quite be able to hold on to it, though. Like, he can't even afford a Nexus.
Yeah, no, it's one of those games where he just doesn't quite have enough.
He's trying to get the
I
Shuttle
think
too
this
hard.
Is just about the end.
He's just not going to be able to afford Scarabs at this point. The thing is, Calm is super broke, but he does have those mineral patches in the bottom right. And he does have, as well,
he has
like
his
the 4th base
natural.
mining still. Yeah, that's true. He has at least some minerals there.
Yeah, it's possible. It looks like there's a lot, but there isn't that much there. Okay, so he's going to fire these Scarab shots. He needs to get rid of the Sunks because...
And
the
he's
Sunks
not going to be able to
colonies are
buy
there.
any more
Hey, you know
Scarabs.
what?
He's so close to out of
If he
minerals.
can get his probes a long distance mine and he could get a storm drop off at
Yeah.
that base at the bottom right, that would be huge.
Well, he's...
Ooh, that would be... Ooh, I don't know, though.
Dude, this
Does he
is
have enough?
so
he doesn't have money
big.
for scarabs anymore.
Yeah,
Oh, Taste,
Yeah.
this
this
is
doesn't feel fair.
so
No.
bad.
Come on.
This is just brutal. I think we're near the end here. Because, yeah, I mean, the scarab shots at least allow you to pick off huge chunks of units. And
He
kind of an
needs to
unfair
stop him
amount.
from
But
mining.
the storms are going to dry up. Long distance mining, maybe he can get a few more scarabs made here. There's still a sunken colony that can basically hit workers. He's got to push into that.
Oh, and now
lot
in
of
comes
mining
lurkers.
Yeah, it seems like it's
He
just
just
gonna
has
be
so
a
many
little bit too much for
defilers.
Shuttle to hold on against. He's almost got money for another scarab. Come on. There we go.
He's got more Templars coming up here. So there are actually a lot of storms here.
Oh my
honestly,
god. This is
okay,
such
hold
a
up.
fucking
Oh, does he have an
ridiculous
observer?
game.
I don't know.
Okay, no, he does not have an observer here. Or wait, does he? What is being shot? Is that a lurker in there? I think it's a defiler.
No, that's a
Yeah,
defiler.
That's a defiler. Okay, so he's cleared everything in here, and he's long distance mining again. I guess there's couplings right there.
Thing
Okay,
is, you
another
just need a
plague?
couple of scarabs. I mean, and then Templars really are dirt cheap. I mean, you can
Yeah.
almost not be mining minerals and be pretty consistently getting Templars out here. He may have overextended here. He has 1 or 2 storms in the tank.
Ooh.
Another great size storm. The Reavers takes damage. The Reavers picked off. Reavers very mineral intensive here. If you have to remake another one and fill it up with scarabs. So
Once those storms are gone, though.
Dude, what
this is one
an
of these
insane
games I've,
game.
called,
This
I've
is
called it over so many times.
crazy,
Yeah, well, I
guys.
guess I've learned to not do that. That's
What are you doing? Casting Home Story Cup as a pro gamer?
yeah. Are you
Was
trying
the
to
game
be one of
over,
the pros?
Tasteless?
Like, oh, he made a mistake in his build.
Oh, he lost his
This is where
Earthling?
it's over now.
Yeah, that's
This
gonna
is
be
over
it.
though.
Yeah.
All of his workers are gone. You could see Shuttle shaking his head. I'll tell you what, man. He put up a really, really good fight.
yeah,
Yeah.
damn, that was insane.
This was just an unbelievably fun game. I think Shuttle played
Yeah.
really, really well. I'm actually really sad that he ran out of money for scarabs.
GG.
GG.
GG. Alright, I gotta grab my food. I'll be right
Man,
back.
what a game. What a game.
That was insane,
What a
though.
hell of a
Holy
game.
shit.
I do think that that's a tough map for Protoss when it comes to pushing. There's a couple maps where it's like, when I play, I'm like, is there anywhere I'm allowed to attack into? Like, is the whole game going to be me just trying to make sure you never even get to start that base? Because, but with the exception of, I guess, the 4th base, the one that's close to the organic 3rd base, everything's hard to push into when it comes to lurkers. You know, I guess it's true for the Zerg as well. Both races have a hard time attacking into each other when the fortification is really up. But for a lot of the matchup, it's Protoss pushing Zerg. So that means we're going to have Calm versus Mini coming up.
All right, that should be fun. I'm really excited to see what Calm has planned out for Mini here, because I don't know that he would be able to pull that off against Mini, you know? Like, I feel like Mini, with his, like, dedicated aggression and how on top of the matchup he is, might be able to see through Calm's plans if he has something tricky like that.
Yeah, going for that mass upgrade style, turtling, but also with the ability to attack when you need, not completely reliant on lurkers. You do get that adrenal upgrade. And then basically you just kind of skirt out on the map, and with Dark Swarm and lurkers, you just secure a few more bases. Tough to fight, but this next matchup should look different. Guys, coming up next, Mini versus Calm. Stay tuned.
It was only for a weekend, it was his we weren't keeping in sunset sky. No, moving on, moving in, no, picket fence, sweating red. And we didn't stay together, knew that it was for the better. We damn sure would've ruined it. Timeless, yeah, you and I, we were priceless. Like sugar sweet Russian, could've never made it anything, 'cause we never could've ever been honest. We we could've? What if we should've stayed on the beach in Barcelona? What if we made it more than a third day? What if we took it all the way up? Sometimes at late nights you're crossing my mind. Sometimes I feel like I should reach out. Would that be stupid? Would I just ruin it? Would I just ruin it? I wanna call you up, but it's never gonna be that timeless. Yeah, you and I, we were priceless. Like sugar sweet Russian. Could've never made it anything, 'cause we never could've ever been honest. We'd never make it to August. We're here to the moment. Could've never made it anything, 'cause we never could've ever been. What if we could've? What if we should've stayed on the beach in Barcelona? What if we made it more than a third day? What if we took it all the way up? Sometimes at late nights you're crossing my mind. Sometimes I feel like I should reach out. Could've never made it anything, 'cause we never could've ever been. I want you to be mine all alone for all time. I want you to be mine all alone for all time. I want you to be mine all alone for all time. I want you to be mine all alone for all time. I want you to be mine all alone for all time. I want you to be mine all alone for all time. Be mine all alone, be mine all alone, be mine all alone, be mine all. I want you to be mine all alone, be mine all alone, be mine all alone. I want you to be mine all alone, be mine all alone, be mine all alone, I want you to be mine all alone, be mine all alone, be mine all alone, I want you to be mine all alone for all time. I want you to be mine all alone for all time.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're back. We're ready. Damn, man, the games have been so good.
Dude, this is the best first two games of a season we've ever had. Easily.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to top You know, what we just saw. Two very different games, too. You know, a nail-biter down to the last SCV, and the last few Dragoons and tanks and everything. A few remaining Reaver shots there. And then, you know, a crazy, grindy macro game.
Yeah.
Calm looking to be in great shape, by the way. I think this is going to be a tough match for Mini. The question is, what kind of playstyle is Mini going to bring? I think he's got some of the most inventive early game PvZ that we've seen. You know, he even does, I don't think he's going to do it in this map, but that weird 2-gate build where he like all-ins with a Reaver, he's done that for seasons and seasons. I don't think you can't do it here. Looking at our map, Metropolis, these maps have these huge, like, boomerang-shaped mains.
Yeah.
So there's, like, 2 locations that are very droppable, and then there's a big cavity behind your expansion.
Yeah.
So, like, Lurker drops, Storm drops, anything with, you know, drops at the end.
Yes.
Going to be powerful.
The map is really kind of weird because of that.
Yeah.
And it does have stacked mineral patches in the center. I don't think that this is a matchup that you'll see the center bases taken, but honestly, as a Terran, I take the
100%.
center bases every single TVP. But yeah, this is Metropolis is a bit weird because of the shape of that main. I'm not sure exactly how much that's going to come into play here. Because, you know, I think that both sides have decent mobility against each other for stopping that type of drop.
Oh boy, Mini versus
This is going
Calm.
to be crazy.
Dude, if
super
Calm
excited
wins
what
and
ideas
kicks
are gonna be
Mini
used.
out,
I think Zerk can turtle like
oh
crazy
my
on this.
fucking god, this is
Protoss
going to be
obviously can
crazy
turtle in any map
ASL.
with Zerg can turtle in, but Zerg always get to turtle a little bit earlier. The play that Calm brought on Eclipse was really scary. Let's see what he does this time around. And again, with Mini, what kind of early game strats is he going to do? You never know what to expect. Guys, the winner of this
He's
is
so
the
bad.
first
I could
player
see him
in the round
losing
of
because of
24
a
advancing
build.
into the round of 16.
Literally a stupid build, and Mini loses. It's like, there's like a 15% chance that happens.
Okay, both players here on the left side of the map. Mini, was at the top? Yeah, Mini at the top here. Calm in the bottom left. One more plug, guys, for our Patreon, and then it's all going to be about the games. Consider signing up. Consider supporting us. This is the original esport. This is the best esport.
True.
And it just keeps getting better and better. But we're not supported by Blizzard. We're not even really supported by Soup, formerly Africa TV. They just give us the VODs, we cast it, we edit it, we throw it back up here for you guys. So we wouldn't be here without you
They
guys.
basically have
We
the
love you,
rights,
we
but they're not getting
appreciate you.
paid anymore, so we gotta support them. Support them on
patreon.com/ASL.
Patreon, boys.
Thanks again to
You love
all of
your
the Patreon
StarCraft.
supporters. Could not do it without you guys.
Woo woo.
Oh man, I'm just so happy that we have another ASL season here. We have such a great lineup of players. It's the most balanced season we've ever had, which is really nice. What is it? It's like 9, 9, 10 as far as the races go when you count in the round of 16 players. You couldn't really write a better storyline than what we have going on here. And, you know, I think you're right. Like, StarCraft is getting better. There's so much going on in Korea. There's a lot going on in the non-Korean scene. Hell, I'm going to a LAN in Poland in a couple of weeks. It's going to be awesome. The Chinese scene is really flourishing, and those players are getting super strong.
Xiao Shui.
It's a beautiful
Xiao
time to be a
Shui.
fan.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I think the fact that there's just a lot of infrastructure and hardcore older fans now able to kind of keep up with the game and support it. It's been in a good spot. This is an unusual.
We support what we
opening
love.
here From Calm. I was kind of, to be honest, I was looking at the pylon placement. And I was curious about how to wall in on this, and now I'm looking at this. This was. When did he gas and when did he pull?
I'm
I have
not
no
sure, but
idea.
I think this has to do with what we were talking about before. Like, this has to be a 9 pool, right?
Yeah.
It's either a 9 pool. Sometimes when I look at this, I mess up. You know,
Well, it only
when
had
it started,
one
but
larva when he finished the pool, so it might be like an overpool.
yeah, it could be like it almost looks like a 9 pool, but it's a little bit later. You have 1 or 2
Yeah.
extra drones.
That looks to me like an
But,
overpool. Yeah.
Yeah, but with gas. So, you know, when you get the gas really fast, if you don't get a lot done with it, or you don't get like layer tech or something crazy, or like maybe even like there is a really weird 2-hatch like super fast Hydra bust that people do.
He is going for layer.
Okay, it's going to be a layer. If you don't get a lot done early and the Protoss kind of deflects all your attacks, the Protoss is in a way stronger position.
For sure.
It's like a 6-4 matchup. I did not expect Calm to do this. This is very
tricky.
interesting.
That's very tricky. So it has to either be like a Lurker all in, a drop all in, or a 2-hatch Muta, right? Like those are the only things that this could be. Which one gives him the best winning chances against a mini that scouted you this early?
Well, that's the big question, right? Remember that the probe that is basically stalking the Zergling, and occasionally it's a Zergling stalking the probe. I'm sorry, I got that switch around. The Zergling stalking the probe can see that there's no Ling speed. So you can deduce
that it's a
where
layer.
the gas is going. If there's no Ling speed, okay, well it has to be a layer or a very rare Hydra Den. And I don't think I think I casted like one game where someone did like a 2-hatch Hydra bust, and I think that was the Zotek Cup we did with Day 9 and In Control like a long time ago. We saw that, but this is a quick Spire, and we know that because there wasn't a Den made with the layer. So it's going to be 2-hatch Muta, and you know, we don't really, I mean, now you'll see this. What?
Yeah. So
Yeah, he's such a
this is going to be
sneaky fuck.
Drop is what it is. Or it could possibly be a Hydra drop.
It could be a bust. Could just be a.
I don't think it can be a bust because you wouldn't get the layer with that, right? So.
Well, you can't make lurkers without a layer.
Yes, but you would time out the Lurker Den to get quicker lurkers. So he has to just be like, I only need it now because I have to research drop.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. Sorry, you know, it's funny. Even when we can see the Zerg, there's just a lot of ways they can approach it, and it's not always obvious. I guess when you look at the map too, I mean, we were just talking about this minutes ago, right? You can't stop drops from coming in, especially early on, even in late game. You know, a lot of maps, you have these tiny mains, and you can kind of, even if they drop it and it's an eye shot of you, you have your cannons and Templars and your gateways are there. Here, it's hard to even know when the drop's coming.
Yeah.
So he's going to see the Hydras here. And again, a lot of games when you see Hydras, you might not even necessarily think drop because Hydra busts are just so common, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we even saw, you know, in the previous game, kind of in a lead up to this moment, the canceled layer. Like, you know, Minnie's in the green room watching that going, wow, okay. He will cancel layer. You know, you might look at that and think the same thing, but if he's got the read on this correctly, he will identify that this is probably a drop. And by the way, Artosis, good call. I did not have the proper read on this. Yeah, I mean, I guess he really is playing the map perfectly here.
Well, the drop is going to definitely get in. Minnie's pretty smart, though, and yeah, he brings his Corsair over here immediately. So this is a big moment that Minnie knows at least that it is a drop. You know, he's not going to be able to kill the Overlords, but this is going to be very, very annoying.
Wow. Okay, he's pulled, I think, 10 probes and Zealots. He's going to try to come down here and collapse on this.
Dude, the
the problem is that, you know, the issue is that speed Hydras are just so much better. My God, the Corsairs are going to get both Overlords, though.
Well.
Oh, my God. Okay, hold up. If he can actually kill these Hydras, which is not going to be easy, we're talking about probably the most microable units in the whole game.
I think Mini might be kicked out.
They're very, very fast right now. He is microing them well. I just wonder if there's a lurker upgrade on the way. Because, like, if you make an egg, this stuff can't kill an egg either. So, like, if you get a really hurt Hydra, you could turn this into, like, a lurker push as well. Com right now, though, is severely supply blocked as well.
I didn't even notice that, yeah.
Yeah, I think Mini
Hydras
wins.
on the low ground up here and cover these probes. I don't know if you end up with Overlord speed when you do this either. Okay, that answers that. Yes, you do. So there's Overlord speed coming up.
I was thinking that too. Without Overlord speed, this is not possible.
In the main. Mini has smartly teched. By the way, when you see those Hydras, if you didn't see the speed earlier at the start of this rush, it could have been a lurker drop. So the Reaver tech is actually the correct kind of catch-all to stop this, because Reavers can stop drops, but they can also get an Observer if you need it to get that too. I think that actually, as bad as this looks for Mini, you got to remember that Com barely has an economy back home.
Like, I put Mini down as probably being ahead right now, honestly. Like, all he has to do is stop this part of the drop, and it should be his game. Now, that cannon on the high ground is actually a killer. That is helping him so much, it's insane.
That's it. GG.
Wow.
You see Minnie so happy with that.
He was like, holy shit, I was so close.
Those were a couple of very close games that he had to play to get out of here into the round of 16.
Man.
Well, there it is. Mini gets out. We all knew it was going to happen.
I think there's a world where Calm could have done a little bit better, but he had to keep the 2 Overlords alive. You know, he had 3 more Hydras and however many Zerglings you need to fill in the other vacant slots in the Overlord.
Yeah, he gave up on the Overlords and he shouldn't
just
have.
Overwhelmed the main and taken out the Nexus and
like,
the other
fuck!
But Mini basically holds out until he gets that Reaver. And
He still has one more chance, though.
He
He can beat Scan.
Definitely a map we're probably going to see a lot of weird stuff just like that there.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting build there from Calm. Maybe if Mini scouts it a little bit later, he doesn't send the Corsair there right away. I think that was a big part of it because he was basically completely prepared for it, or as much as you could be, because he saw this. Like, he could pull his Zealots back, he could grab a ton of probes and kind of bring those up as well. And just being able to pop these Overlords while the Hydras were being microed was gigantic. There might have been like a much better play here from Calm, but it was such a weird position. Like, see how he moves up here? He could have kept the Hydras back and reinforced. Instead, the Hydras went up to fight, and then the Corsairs just knock out the Overlords because there's no anti-air.
Yeah, good point. I think he probably also wasn't watching here, too.
Yeah, he fumbled it.
I mean, Mini kept his cool.
Yeah.
I was pretty sure when I saw the Hydras unload, I'm like, man,
I would have dropped him on the low ground.
Rushes that look so scary like this, they seem so unfair, but
so they couldn't be attacked.
Oh, there was a Zealot here? What?
I had no idea.
How did that get there?
No one knows. The Observer didn't catch it, so.
Yeah.
Wow.
I certainly didn't catch it.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
It had 4 drone kills. Or,
That's
I mean, I
huge.
assume 4 kills. At least a couple drones. Wow, all right.
Well, that definitely hurt his chances quite a bit. Yeah, very well done from Mini. Really well deserving, of course, to go to that round of 16. Never really doubted that he'd make it there.
Man.
Yeah, that would have been a huge fucking upset.
Excuse me, we're going to an interview, I think, in a second here. See how Mini's feeling. Here we go.
You're watching the opening day of the round of 24 here at ASL Season 19 as we have our first player advancing through the group onto the round of 16. Please give Mini a round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you. It was a satisfactory group, but not having advanced in first place in a long time, you were somewhat disjointed before the games. But still, you managed to advance in first place, and as the first player of the season at that, let's hear how you're feeling. Even now, I nearly lost in the winners match, and going to the final match would have been scary. I'm very happy to make it through with 2 wins though. In the first game against Scan, you pressured with Zealots in the early game, but it seemed Scan's control was nothing to be scoffed at. You know, I didn't end up doing the build I had prepared. I got a bad feeling coming to the studio. It would have been better if I had just played the prepped build. Regardless of that, you were persistent in your aggression against Scan, hitting the natural and the main with Reavers, which eventually led to a victory. You must have felt that you had a good chance of winning if you just kept pressing. Honestly, my proxy robo was late, and the fight, was favorable for my opponent because the Reaver was late. But he made mistakes. I think he got nervous because it's an official tournament, so I ended up winning. You
It was a great game, though.
Was that a smile of relief? Shuttle said something to me. Oh, he said something? Yeah, I laughed because of that. Can I ask what he told you? In this group, the chance of advancing in second place is high. So if I went to the losers match, that would mean trouble. And that's what that smile was. Between Shuttle and Calm, you said Shuttle would end up winning, but it was Calm you faced in the winners match. It seemed you chatted before the game. What did you guys talk about? I saw him play, and he played so well. He usually struggles on two-player maps, you know? But he prepped really well for the two-player map. In the winners match, we ban one map. Death Valley is a two-player map, and it's good for Protoss. Even better than Eclipse, probably. It's safe. And he didn't ban it. And at that moment, I thought, wow, he really must have prepared builds very diligently. And the build he had prepared for Metropolis turned out to be a Hydralisk drop. When about did you sniff it out? At first, when I saw Gas, I thought, he's going to play something weird. But nowadays, people actually macro like this too, so I sent 2 Zealots, and I spotted Hydralisks, and realized it's a Hydra drop. I was seeing the Hydralisks walking towards, you realized it's a Hydra drop. You made a prediction, and it turned out to be correct, as you net a win. And making it out in first place, you now have a lot of time to prepare for the round of 16. Right. What will it be like, the preparation? I would end up in Group A a lot, advance in second place too, but it was easy this time. So, first, I'll just watch the other groups and prepare comfortably. I think it's another season for me to go far. I'll try and go far this time.
Mini versus Queen.
There were a lot of
I don't want to see
Sulky
Sulky versus Queen finals. That's going to be annoying. Versus our... Not in the finals. Have them kick each other out earlier. Or Sulky or Queen versus Mini.
I left my mouse pad at home. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot to bring my mouse pad and had to borrow one from 910. Thanks for that. So my micro wasn't that good today. I'll make sure to bring the mouse pad with me for the round of 16, and I'll try to have a good showing. Looking forward to seeing good things from you this season of the ASL. Congratulations, thanks for the interview. Thank you.
True.
And that does it for our interview with the first player to advance to the round of 16 this season in Mini. 3 people are left standing, and only one will make it to the round of 16. Who will it be? We'll take a short break, and we'll be back with a losers match in just a few.
Welcome back, guys. Great games today, man.
Oh, fuck
this game
yeah.
has been so good.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can keep this going. We know we're going to have some bad games somewhere in here, but this match should be a fun one. Shuttle versus Scan. I feel like this is a close, even fight. I might even say Scan a little bit favored. Scan honestly looked really good versus Mini. Like, if you had that game played out, like, 10, 20 more times, I think there's a couple instances where Scan could have won.
Absolutely. It was close. Scan's looking great. The sandbagging from Mini at the entrance was crazy. Oh God, we're going to Polestar. Yeah, Polestar. Polestar's a cool map. It's pretty standard, but it's got the most interesting expansion layouts I've seen in a long time. It feels more dynamic about what bases you can take in what order here than on any other 4-player map I've played in years and years and years, and maybe ever, honestly.
I think that's a really good way to sum it up. This is a great map, a very expansion-heavy map, by the way. Some maps, like, we don't have that many bases, and then other maps we have a ton. But this is one where should make for a great game.
Yeah.
I feel like, especially with Shuttle and Scan, one of these guys is going to be knocked out, possibly both by the end of the evening. But I think they've had great performances here. 2 guys who lost, but lost really, giving it their all. So let's see who's actually going to survive this next round.
Yeah, hard to say. One thing I do want to mention is because it's like the 3 new maps that they each get to veto one, every Terran player will be vetoing Death Valley except in mirror matchups. So that kind of allows their opponents to choose which map. So this is, we don't know how much Scan likes this map. He probably likes it, but this is definitely the map Shuttle wanted to play.
Yeah, every season we have 1 or 2 maps that players don't want to touch, and so they all end up vetoing them, and we kind of forget they even exist until we get to the finals. Yeah, it's
Free marketplace of ideas for maps.
So
Fuck
yeah, we
those
probably
maps.
won't be seeing that a whole lot of that map for a little bit here. Yeah, Scan versus Shuttle. Kind of sad that we're gonna have one of these guys go already.
Chase, welcome,
I feel like
welcome.
it's been
How's
so
it
long
going,
since
bro?
we passed at ASL, we're already back, and 2 iconic players, but one's gonna get knocked out, man.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. The way Scan was playing was fantastic. Shuttle is really good PvT when he gets to the late game, so could be hard for Scan there.
Figured the best way to save my voice
guys,
would
we're
be to
gonna go
watch
into
the
this losers match
ASL
now
on
and
stream.
knock
That
one
way I
of
don't
these
have to
players
talk
out.
as much.
Scan
Yesterday I
versus
destroyed
Shuttle
my throat. Oh, excuse me. Well, I'm feeling better today. At least now. But my throat's still super sore.
All right, Shuttle in the
Just got
bottom
my
left.
ass beat by
Scan in
guys
the
on
top left here.
Fatal Fury.
And
Damn,
it's on a 4-player
brutal.
map. I mean, there's generally not a lot of crazy cheese or weird stuff that can happen here. I did want to point out, this is something I'm probably going to mention a couple times this
Girls
season. I've
let
been
me
thinking
get
about
by
this.
them a little.
You know, Nexus First has been extremely popular.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's been a phase. Sometimes we have like there was a period where everybody was going carriers, like the season mini one.
Yeah.
Carriers were so common, and it was like, oh, is this the direction the matchup is going to go now? And it didn't. It was a very short-lived thing. Obviously, we still have carriers from time to time. But Nexus First has just stayed really big, and we have this kind of new wave of openers that I call deep macro openings.
Okay.
Which we didn't have in the old days, but like if you go
Nexus
first,
first.
and Terran goes for like a very quick command center.
It's an open
it's
beta.
a
I played the older
different
90s
game,
ones
man.
on Saturn. It's been 26
You know,
years.
it's a very
Damn.
all the orders of the upgrades come out differently. The rates at which a third or fourth base can be taken. The rules are very new. And it's been really interesting to kind of see this play out. And I think we're going to have a lot more of this to come.
This
now, in
looks
this game,
cool.
it's
Old school
actually a
StarCraft.
forward gateway.
Hell
which,
yeah,
again,
bro.
is very common nowadays, like we said in the previous cast.
ASL is back!
not-
Season 19, boys!
New, but certainly not bad. But
Let's fucking go!
in this season, I want to try to explore more in general some of these deep macro openings because they are so different, and it's kept the game very fresh. But I guess for this best of one this time around, nobody wants to risk it because if you go for that Nexus first play as an example, you could be cheesed just by 2 Raxes in the middle of the map. Do you really want to take your losing game with that kind of risk?
Sure.
You could even be cheesed with like
Valiant
Marines, SCVs, and
boy,
Vultures. There's a
welcome,
bunch of rushes,
welcome.
so-
How's it going, bro?
in this case, forward gateway.
Yeah.
How is your day
definitely
been?
if he is going to get gas, it is going to be a little bit later here. No offensive gas or anything here for Shuttle. I do want to just mention.
Feeling
so
better,
you called it
good
deep
sir?
macro, right?
Yeah.
So just for the record, I just want to make sure I don't make a faux pas that you have made in the past.
Your
Are
day,
you the
yeah.
inventor
How's
of,
your day been?
I'm the inventor of deep macro, and I'm also the inventor of you inventing crazy Zerg,
Yes, that's-
okay?
that's
So
Yeah,
true.
actually, both those ideas are kind of my idea in a way, right?
Dude, almost
Tasteless
every
has the best
video I
ideas.
put up nowadays, people just like they'll say something and they'll be like, "That's really cool from the creator of Crazy Zerg."
That's so funny.
People are fucking
I remember
great.
the day I was literally in your apartment and we were casting before we had hardly any casting. We were casting from your house on your computer, and you went, "Oh, he's gone crazy, Zerg." And I like remember rolling my eyes like, "That's the worst name ever." And I just judged you for it. I didn't push you on it or anything. I just went, "Well, that's just a terrible branding name for that." I guess that's what we're calling it. Crazy Zerg.
Yeah. Well,
By the way, the Zealot. Oh,
you got.
this is some pressure. This is actually that's 3 Zealots.
Yeah, that's
Wow,
kind of
okay.
surprising to see.
I always thought this was just 2 Zealots and then a Dragoon.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see the 3.
Oh, he
zealots.
blocked
I
his
don't
own
think
Marine
3
with his
zealots is good at
SCV.
all. Honestly, I don't even like 2 zealots, and he's doing better with it than you oftentimes will.
He's
Like,
gotten
let's say it was
almost
cross
3
spawn, you're never going to
SCVs.
get this damage, but maybe he alters the build based on that. You know, it's like, oh, you weren't
Yeah, I
close
wonder.
or something. Like maybe I skip this and it's cross spawn, so I just make a Nexus, that type of thing. But like when someone makes this many zealots against me, I'm happy about it generally. You know,
Yeah.
it's just that it slows
Well-
everything else down so much.
You know, I was going to say maybe we're going to see this play out, but in my head, I just think the Vulture chases it down and kills it. But I guess if he pulls away fast, I guess the idea is if he's going to go for an add-on, which some people
I
might
say as
do
proper
anyways,
as I
right?
can when I play.
Kind of going down the mindset
play.
that we
I
had.
mentioned
Maybe
I
the
played
third
about
cell does a
45
lot of
minutes
damage, but
first
if
time
not,
in
you
this
just pull
fashion
back
on
and then you push
PS5.
like
I'm
this.
sore. Oh no, the bunker did not finish.
Right before
The bunker did not finish. That's so
He
bullshit.
looks like a genius now. 99% bunker. Oh no. No, tasteless.
GG.
Look at the control too.
And
All
that's-
three zealots are alive
oh
still.
my
I think he's not going to go up the
God.
ramp, which is probably the right move.
Oh
and just,
my god.
That's crazy.
You know what is going on in
Scan.
Shuttle's head
I
right
feel
now?
so bad.
I'm better than you, Scan! Ha! That's exactly what he's thinking at the moment, killing that SCV, making the bunker at 99%. Oh my god.
I'm
Fuck,
relieved that you
man.
also didn't expect the third zealot, because sometimes I look at these games and I'm like, so do I just kind of not understand all the builds almost? Like in everything that I try to do, I'm like, am I just doing all the builds kind of like the pros but wrong?
Yeah.
But I honestly here I think there are some pretty cool ideas. So you know the Robo finally
He'd have the CC up by now.
You know these builds were popular on maps where you had a ramp that went down into their main. You know, because I think it's hard for Terran to try to fight up from low ground to high ground, but it just seems like it's become more and more popular to do this on all sorts of maps. Maybe because
you mean
a
like
lot of
the
macro
heavy
games-
pressure?
Yeah, the zealots into dragoons.
I'll be honest with you, Tasteless. I don't think that this is a very good build from Shuttle. I'm with you that the three zealots is a little bit weird. Like if he is 1 second later and that SCV finishes the bunker,
He's fucked.
Scan has his command center finishing, and there's like
Yeah.
nothing Shuttle can do.
Yeah.
Now obviously he's in a good position holding the bottom of this ramp, and I'll give him props for going second gateway before Robo. I think too few Protoss are willing to do that in these types of situations. But like this,
I had a friend
I
in
don't
school
think
and
that
we would
this
play
works
each
out
other.
this well each
Hell
time.
yeah.
Like the initial
Yeah, well, I
zealot
mean-
pressure, even like he
I have a
got more
picture in my
Marines than he
yearbook
probably
of me
should've.
playing StarCraft in whatever
I
class I
guess
was
you know,
in.
in this case, it's like this interaction had panned out. I guess if they were in cross spawns, it would have been disastrous, right?
Yeah.
But I guess seeing the third zealot like we saw here, I'm like, I wonder if on other maps this could be used, you know, more easily. By the way, it seems like Shuttle is going to send a third probe here to possibly expand at 6.
Love playing him
That's-
because we were a
that's the
really good
best
match.
play.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, it just
like
Yeah,
like
fighting
when
someone
your
with your same
opponent-
kind
when
of
you
skill
force
is
them into
nice.
siege mode turrets, you should just make a Nexus. Like whenever Terran goes siege
Yes.
mode and turrets, everything else gets so slowed down. There's just no real attack. The only thing they might be able to do is pull a dropship out, but then they're really low on factory units. So it's like maybe probe damage. Otherwise, they're just playing like a steady, slow game.
Yeah, I mean, he's still on the 2 gates for the time being. We don't see Reaver Tech yet, but that could be coming. Reaver Tech after a third base is totally acceptable. We really don't know what kind of tech is going to be coming at all right now. I mean, really anything could be the right answer. It could be quick arbiters, it could be quick carriers, it could be you know, none of the above, and it just kind of gateway man for a little bit here, getting ready to try to win a fight. Oh my God,
Good
the Observer barely lives there. 1 HP on that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Scan's
And
just
it
having
looks
the
like
worst
he's gonna
luck.
see everything that he needs to see right here. He spotted the 2 factories. He sees that there are more upgrades coming. He knows there's Vulture speed as well as siege mode because he's already spotted those units with those upgrades. And he sees the armory, by the way, finally. We see that on the minimap. We haven't seen it on screen, but I know he saw that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Shuttle's in pretty good shape right now. Not that
Used to
Scan
play in
is like at a
64.
massive disadvantage,
Nice.
but I think Shuttle's set up pretty comfortably. A lot of, you know, once the Terran kind of fends everything off, it's sort of the Protoss' turn to try to make sure the pylon walls are all there. You know, that they've got the observers in the right spot, that they've got Dragoons ready to, you know, both defend from Vultures, but maybe also stop a push depending on the composition of the Terran. So yeah, so far it's sizing up to be a pretty good game.
This is kind of a funny follow-up from Shuttle, by the way. Like, he has an observer in there, and he got good
Battle.net a
scouting
few
down, so I think
times.
he's totally fine doing what he's doing. But the fact that
Those
he's
were
going,
the
like,
days,
he has
man.
observer, and he went, like, it was like a 2-gate observer into third base. Okay, standard, good stuff. And then he just added 2
I actually
gates
faked
and a
sick the
citadel.
day I got
so
it.
that's not like super common. I think he's just going to go pretty fast Arbiter here.
Being
I'd
a
be pretty
kid.
surprised anything else. There is a possibility that he goes Gateway Man from here, but that would be surprising. And since he's already taken a second gas, I'm going to go ahead and guess that this should be like a pretty quick 3-base Arbiter.
Yeah, we've had periods where one tech seems to be more dominant. You know, like is it carriers? Is it going to be arbiters? And then we've had a pretty modern tech, which is the double robo speed shuttle play, which I think is really fun, and it's a really different game. And it seemed like for a while that was kind of unbeatable, and people still do it, but I think it's not as overwhelmingly popular as it was.
It definitely isn't as popular as it was. Like, definitely I've seen a resurgence of Arbiter builds specifically. You know, I think that
it's because a lot of... Sorry, Artosis, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, you know, Arbiter builds are just like really good against 5 and 6 fact play. But that has died off a little bit, so it feels like it's kind of up in the air. It feels like you can kind of do any tech right now as Protoss, and it's okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Arbiter builds can fight off a lot of the... Well, I think, you know, for a while, Terrans were taking quick thirds, and I think Arbiter builds could kind of punish that.
Quick third, tell that to Artosis. He'll fucking ban you in his chat. Why aren't you taking a third? Fuck you!
Exactly what's coming.
That's
hard
why.
to get in and see what's going on. And you know, sometimes you know, like there's a push coming probably before the third base, but you don't know when, right?
Yeah.
Like in this case, the command center's being made, so that might land as the push comes out. From the Protoss's perspective, when the Terran's kind of buttoned up, it can be very unclear. Are they about to attack? Are they staying back? You're kind of looking for clues, excuse me.
And, you know, you have to make sure you're nailing your macro for that. If you are just slightly short on units, then you can be in a lot of trouble. But
I feel bad
right
for
now,
Scan.
Shuttle is macroing well. I really like the timing of his 4th base. I think that that's really, really good. And
Scan's
as
gonna
he
start
sees
his
the
third.
Goliath tank kind of move up into that position, he's going to know that it's like an additional base coming up. So, like, I look at this type of position, Tasteless, and it's like, okay, if you macro heavily as Shuttle, do not attack. I know that he's up in supply right now, but, like, that's how you let Scan get right back into this game, because he's going to have his Arbiters out, he's going to get all of his spells, he's going to be able to max out. His 4th Nexus just finished. And if you can take the 5th Nexus, you're basically forcing Terran to do something as opposed to doing it yourself.
So this is a pretty scary looking bust. This ramp down here, it's going to be hard for Protoss to ever kind of get in there and hit those tanks, but at the same time, he can kind of play keep away. He can get up here and start to hit this command center. I don't know that tanks can push up here. This is actually very uncomfortable for both sides. If Protoss oversteps, they're going to lose all their Dragoons. If the Terran pushes up the ramp too quickly, they can lose all their tanks. But it seems like overall this is kind of paying off for Scan.
Yeah.
Like if you didn't force the command center to lift, and you didn't kill a ton of tanks, you basically failed.
Scan went down by like 6 supply on, you know, and he was only mining on 2 bases that whole time. And Shuttle went down by like 20 supply, and he's mining off 4 bases during that time. So, like, cost efficiency wise, that was pretty terrible for Shuttle. And now he's going to have to remass up. He has to remake a bunch of Dragoons. He has, you know, he lost his Shuttle in there. You know, the Zealots are a little bit expendable, but he's got to, you know, just kind of macro up his supply again. The supplies are a lot closer now. Like I said, you know, I feel like this is, and I've casted a lot of Shuttle games lately, and a lot of games of his over the years. Every single PVT, he does one terribly stupid attack, and then he plays like a god after that. So it's like, he can still win this, but I think that attack was very poor. If he just makes a 5th Nexus there, sits in his arc, gets his upgrades and everything, you know, you're forcing Scan to either expand again really quickly or do a timing push. And neither of those look good when it's Shuttle's up 50 supply.
You know, it's always a little awkward for the guy who's Protoss going for the bust when the bust backfires. Because you know, we were joking about like home story style casting, which is basically like, you know, a lot of StarCraft 2 pros, when they've casted games, they're looking for, and this is not wrong, by the way, you're looking for like, where's the first mistake in the build order, so you know where you went wrong, but they'll oftentimes declare the loser when it's like, no, it's not set
game's over. He lost 1 extra unit, game's over. And it's like, Well, no, because his opponent's going to make a mistake. Don't worry. This is how StarCraft actually works.
It's a game of
This would be like,
mistakes.
one of those moments, right? Like the bus doesn't work. You're like, well, this is kind of losing here, right? Like this is not ideal for you. Right now, he's going to set up for a bust, and he's going to try to go again. I got to say, the spread from Scan looks really good.
Yeah.
Now, also, the growth at the bottom of the map is looking really good, too. So he's going to come in here. He needs to get a freeze as far back as he can go. And, you know, that's not a good one.
No.
He blocked
When the
himself
Protoss
off.
dives in these moments, one of the problems they could face is that they can't see how far back the tanks are. You can look at a position and
Yeah, the
think,
tank
you know,
line
okay,
can
I
be
think I
like
see,
3
you know,
screens
70%
back.
of this, and you see 50%, and there's 5 more tanks just, you know,
But-
eye shot back.
But don't you think that some credit should be given? You're playing an ASL level Terran player. You should know that he's got to be 150, 160 supply, and one arbiter spell doesn't kill that if they have mines in front. Like you
But
just
they
you're
don't have
you're
anything-
never going to break them there ever.
No, I agree. I think that one of the weird things when you go arbiters is like there becomes this point of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Like this map is actually I can't remember the name of the other map, but we were casting a map where it's like players are going to arbiter, but you're never going to get to recall in their main because of the way the map is shaped.
Yeah, there's definitely
like, it becomes hard
Radion's
to-
kind of like that, where like Radion you
Yeah.
can kind of seal it up
I
pretty
like
well.
not having to watch the
They
craziness
actually
of
left an arbiter
clicking
path though on
and
Polestar
keyboarding.
behind the third base, just very
Yeah,
similar to
as a-
Vermeer.
Like watching
as
an
I was saying that,
observer
like,
versus watching the point of view
I
of the
guess
player.
the point I'm trying to make is like you need to get in there and try to chunk out and kill some tanks and remax with the stasis because that's all you can do. If you go arbiters on maps like this,
Yeah.
is run in there, kill stuff, run away, rinse, repeat. Do we have Storm anywhere?
I don't think he has Storm. Like I think he's
Watching
just been
Artosis
focusing on
is
his
annoying
gateway
to me.
macro and everything.
Yeah, I
He's
can't
going
watch
for 6
Artosis.
base right now. He's got a lot of gates. Oh no, he has.
At least I can't
high
watch
coverage.
his
There you go.
stream.
So you basically can't be Terran with just arbiter anymore. Like
Yeah.
in a long game, like you will just lose. They will EMP you. Both the EMP spell and the stasis spell are very clunky and kind of hard to pull off and like easy to miss. Like the arbiter has to like somehow it's like a Call of Duty like slide it has to do before it casts it if you don't execute it correctly. So they're just not great spells is what I'm trying to get at. Storm, you know, over time, the first couple storms don't seem to kill the Terran, and
His
then the damage
gameplay?
accumulates. But right
Well,
now,
it's just
we're in a game
anyone's
with pretty
gameplay from
50-50.
jumping
I mean, Protoss
around.
has got a great amount of the map.
Because that's just how you
Doesn't have
play the
control of
game,
top
right?
which is always kind of the final place you're trying to get to. Great storms on the vultures. By the way, I was watching, you know, some other players stream that are learning the game, and I noticed they're always trying to storm the tanks, and it's like you can storm vultures.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
It's
sometimes
actually
it's better.
great. Okay.
Okay, here comes the
Here we go.
recall. He's been setting this up for a little bit. Flies right past those turrets to the
This
main.
is-
There are dude. Holy crap! He did it right on the
Okay.
mines, and the EMP hit the second arbiter,
Yeah,
which was
okay.
the key to that.
Yeah. So what happened? I'm going to repeat that because this was such a specific thing that went down. He wanted to recall a second arbiter and then recall the rest of his army, but the EMP connected exactly when the second arbiter was recalled. So it didn't
Exactly.
deny the spell. It didn't deny the spell on the first arbiter. It actually let the second arbiter recall, which is, by the way, I don't think intentional by Scan. No
No.
disrespect. That's just an insane interaction. And so now, you know, Shuttle's lost a lot of his army. He's remaxed. A lot of this is going to be coming out of gateways. Oh, and another EMP. This is, by the way, why arbiters are not as popular in certain situations.
Yeah, Scan has dealt with this really, really well. This is an actual, considering army sizes and quality,
Look at all the
that was actually a
tanks.
pretty decent engagement for Shuttle, although it wasn't, I wouldn't go
Yeah.
as far as to call it good. Like, the Scan has definitely got a way better army at this point. We've seen, like, a completely failed recall. We've seen 3 incapacitated arbiters at this point. Shuttle's setting up more bases. He has a lot of gateways and stuff. But if Scan macros really, really cleanly while pushing, and look at this, he's expanding to the top right. Scan is on fire right now. He is putting out a beautiful game.
He is killing it right now.
He's going
so
for the
there's
throat.
going to be a contained setup out here. The fortunate thing for Shuttle is that he has gateways in the bottom right, so he still has a way to get units on the map. But I mean, this is really looking rough. 2-2 is done, which means 3-3 is not far away. He's now forking off certain sets of units, like tanks and a couple vultures, to just shell these other bases. And the whole time, uncontested bases are popping up in the top right side of the map. I mean, I'm not saying the game's over, but it's looking pretty bad right now for Shuttle.
If you can set up another main and natural, like if you get beyond 4 bases while you're pushing, Protoss has almost no chance at that point. Because you can spend units like they can then. You know, like you can just kind of attack, move around the map, and you can trade even or even at like a slight deficit because you've already choked up a lot of the map. Their units aren't all together. Like, this is a completely winning position for Scan.
Okay, so he's going to keep retreating back here. You know, I got to say, he kept a lot of his bases alive. Like, you know, Shuttle's still functioning. Oh, this Nexus is about to die. Okay, I thought for some reason, you know, it was mines or something. I didn't realize there were still 3 tanks. So, yeah, I mean, right now the question is, can Shuttle get his arms around this situation? The way the tanks are spread out and they're so upgraded, it's so hard to engage, especially when you consider that we saw a lot of Arbiters die. We've seen like 3 Arbiters die off. So there's a lot of stasises that could have been used here to try to isolate parts of the army to engage with. He's going to try to get another stasis off up here.
If you beat
not
a player,
bad,
you
actually.
won't connect
I
with
don't know
another
if he
player.
can kind of get down
So you
to
have
this
to
bottom
choose
area
another
where the real damage
character,
is coming out of.
and it
These
fixes it,
entrenched
so if you
tanks over
lose,
here.
you can keep playing. Interesting.
I tell you, this is just a beautiful Terran versus Protoss out of Scan. Shuttle maybe did 1 to 2 attack/recalls that were not very good, but he had a lot of bases and a lot of potential going on. And between Scan's setup, like getting him to recall on mines, hitting that EMP.
But it's in beta,
I would
right?
agree with you,
So
that was a little bit of a lucky EMP.
They'll fix it.
Timed that.
They'll patch it out.
You know, I think he was probably like, oh, we'll throw down the EMP so he has to recall right here rather than beyond in the base. But just the fact that he got that was huge. But he's following it up so well. Like the way he's moving around the map, he's killed 1, 2, 3, 4 Nexuses, and he's going on his 5th.
I think Scan wins.
Now, this run has been incredible, but it comboed with the fact that there are
Max couldn't figure it
more
out. He
bases
switched to
and more bases
Xbox to
popping up. He's
PS5.
taken
I
the
think
9
they meant
o'clock
to
base,
do
he's
it.
taken the very top right starting location, as well as other expansions here. I don't think that there's a real easy way out of here for Shuttle. Remember that he is
They
off
implemented
of
it
1-4, so he has
purposefully.
+2 attack. This is 2-2, soon to be 3-3 actually.
I don't know.
Terran units. And, you know, without many Arbiters, without many Storms, there's just not a lot you can do. So I think we're going to see him tap out here.
Yeah, that's it.
GG.
Wow. And Scan really happy with his
That's
very
the
first
very
map
first
here
win.
in
Map
ASL.
win in an
You know, he's been in,
ASL. That
3
is
seasons
so
now,
cool,
and that's the
man.
first time he's been
Such
able
a congratulations to
to get a
Scan
win,
for that.
and it's over Shuttle, a former champion,
Yep.
albeit of Season 1, a very strong.
And that means
ready
Shuttle's
player.
out.
I
Shuttle's
do think,
gone.
though,
Shuttle's
that,
done,
like, that
skis.
first attack didn't really make
Now,
sense. The
if
second attack didn't really
Scan
make
can
sense, and
beat
then obviously
Calm,
Scan nailed him.
oh
with the
my
that recall.
fucking
And that was,
god.
that was huge. So now Scan goes to the final match and has a real opportunity here against Calm. Calm does not have unbeatable
Holy crap.
Zerg versus Terran. You know, Soul Key, Hero, Queen, I'd put all my money on them against
Yeah.
any Terran in the world right now.
True.
But Calm is not one of those players.
Yeah,
That's
this is going to be a fun one
fucking
coming up here.
insane.
No Protoss in this final match for once. It's going to be
Yeah,
easy to
get
close
rid of
this
the
out.
Protoss.
The
Fuck
winner
toss.
survives into the
Something
round of
funny
16.
happened
The
in my
loser is
stream.
out.
Duck said if I
Damn,
beat
so
his
good.
.65
ASL's back.
in 20 minutes, he
Guys,
would give
we're
me
gonna
a
go to a short
sub.
break.
I
We'll
got
see you for the final
a
match in a sec.
.61 in 6 minutes, and I asked, where's my sub? And he responded with, sorry, I lied. Well, obviously, Cute Muffin, because he can't sub to you because you're not an affiliate yet. I mean, you can hold him when you get affiliate, because if you keep these numbers up, you're gonna be an affiliate in a month and a half, bro. You're fucking crushing it. What's that tournament, bro? No, Muffin, they can't sub. It's not possible. You can only sub if you're an affiliate, and you have to have all of the criteria met to be an affiliate. It took me 9 months. It's gonna take you like a month and a half, bro. That says something. You're on track, brother. Just keep it up. Then where are all your gifted subs going? Oh no, Muffin, people can do it on Kick, just not on Twitch. And for me, I'm affiliated, so I can get gifted subs. Like, you can gift a sub to me. But, like, Levi's not affiliated. He will be soon, or should be soon. That's different things about Kick and Twitch. All you need on Kick is 75 followers. You don't need any view counter. You just need 75 followers, and then you get affiliate. So I got affiliate on Kick really quickly. Because I had more, like, I started on Kick. So I started like 3 or 4 months earlier just streaming straight on Kick. So I already had like 20 or 30 followers and a presence on Kick. And it's a lot easier on discoverability on Kick. I found out you can lose affiliate if you lose the stats. I'm gonna look that up, but I don't think you can. You can lose affiliate status if you fail to meet requirements, including maintaining an average of 3 or more concurrent viewers within a 30-day period. Damn, I didn't know that. Streamer I watched said he's not affiliated anymore. Damn, that's brutal. I didn't know that. Not that it really matters. That just means I'd lose to emotes, but I don't really use the emotes anyways, so... I mean, that's interesting to know. I didn't know that, so thank you for teaching me that. I need to grind more weed.
We're back, everybody. This is it. This is the last match in Group A.
Wasn't a one and done
One hell of a
thing.
group, man. Let's see how we close it out.
All right.
It is what it is, right?
Both
I mean,
band here,
if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. If it's not gonna happen, it's not gonna happen,
I think
right?
this is a pretty good
like
map
if you
for
look
Terran
at my
versus-
analytics,
if you get into like a regular game, those low ground main bases are harmful for dropship play.
one of the
like, you
main
can really get
reasons
dropships
that I
in easier
got
on this map than
affiliate
almost any other map.
was because
Now,
of
that
those
being
raids
said,
that I had.
Really high quality Mutalisk harassment does wonders at the top
But
left
it's
and
like,
bottom left bases.
even having
The
some of
mineral
these
setup there
averages
is
over the last
very,
couple of
very
days,
hard to defend without tech
it's
units.
like I could easily lose affiliate when
Interesting.
I lose these.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
So,
I mean, I think
yeah,
Calm
we'll see.
has shown like
It'll be an
really
interesting
scary
experiment.
play here today, and Scan as well. It's actually kind of sad one of these guys.
But I mean,
has to
between
go. I know we say that a
you,
lot, but,
Levi,
I mean, already we're having
Chase,
just two incredible players
Eggy,
die out here.
Valium
really good
Boy,
performance.
like
So,
we should be able
see
to
what's gonna be our
maintain, and then
final
other
survivor,
random
Scan
people
versus
too, right?
Calm.
We should easily be able to
on a map that's
maintain.
been on the ladder for some time now. I like your analysis that
this
the
level.
mains are very droppable. Sometimes that's all.
And
you
if we
can do.
don't, well, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the stream at all, right? It's just one of those things.
Cause chaos. Who knows? Maybe Zerk plays around it and tries to end it early. You know, Calm has shown a real range in play here. Being
But that's just another reminder, Muffin. Don't ever worry about your viewership or anything like that. Just try to put out the best stream and the best content you can. You build it, they'll come. Just give it time.
Like I could see him throwing 2 barracks in the center,
Like,
man.
you're already at 30
That's an easy way
followers,
to get
bro.
around
It's
to
been
16
what, a
is Calm
week?
goes hatch first,
That's
and you just roll him
insane.
over like that.
Because you're like
That's a real
actually
possibility.
good at something.
We've got a lot of center gate, center rack strategies that are
That's like
totally
easy to
available
watch.
in this
Whereas
season.
like
I think that's by design.
writing and stuff, it's
as
not
well.
that easy to
So,
watch.
yeah, let's find out. We're gonna go into that final game now, guys.
You
Let's
can just
get
sit
it.
back and watch a video game, but having to like pay attention to a story or something like that. Bro, I had 10 viewers, 8 if them were bots. See, Muffin, I don't think they're bots. I think they're just lurkers, and you have to learn to appreciate the lurkers in your community, because the lurkers make your community. 95% of your community will not engage with the chat. They just like to sit back and watch and chill.
Right position.
And most of those people aren't even logged into
And
Twitch,
Calm
because
here
that's
in
how
the very
I
bottom
use
left.
Twitch. Especially on my other PC. The only reason I'm logged in is because I'm a streamer on this PC.
Miles. By
But it's like I'm not even logged in on my phone most of the time either, because it just logs you out. So it's like,
yeah.
appreciate all of those people that lurk in the background that don't interact in chat, because they are
so you can defend it.
they are the pillars of your community.
The other two positions, the minerals are kind of
just like you guys are the pillars of my community. I just happen to have an amazing community that actually interacts with the chat.
I have a hard
They
time
don't feel like
getting
they
my
contribute.
workers to mine right. Like
They're
in the
not
top
watching,
left
just
spot.
lurking.
Oh,
But that's how you're going to build an audience,
Yeah,
Muffin.
that's right.
Because most people just want to watch. They don't want to interact. They just want to sit back and watch a
I've
TV
heard
show.
that. It doesn't feel
Make
like it's
your
like-
stream
I'll show you
like a
how to do it later
TV
if you
show
want. It's like
that if
you
people
have to
want
use
to,
how
they can do a little bit of interaction
so
with.
there's
But the
one
majority
that's-
of what it
there's
is
two that's
it's
really
just
hard to
a
angle,
presentation.
But
And
you don't
whatever
even need boosting on
content
that
you're
spot.
doing
It's actually, it's really, I'll show you. It's
make
fuse
people
the three
want to
leftmost
watch you.
patches,
In this case, we're just
and,
fucking
then
around watching the ASL.
patch, like
I felt my
9 and
discovery
7.
ability was better.
Those are
Well,
your
you
first
are
5
in
patches
a
and you're
very
golden.
niche but very high-end
Okay, all right. I'm
category,
still in this after
right?
the show. Thank you, Artosis.
Like,
You're welcome.
3,000 average
still learning
viewers
about
is
this
not
game,
bad
guys.
for a
We're all
game
still
that only
learning.
has
Our
like
games
10 to
keeps
15
growing, keeps
streamers
changing.
on it.
A couple new maps come out, and we learn new things and build that into our play. So it's going to be a quick hatch over here for Calm. No center raxes or anything like that. Although we do have a forward barracks over here. at
When
the
you're
entrance.
big, you're going to
This has
want
been around for
Lurker.
a while
They'll
now.
bring
It's
you
pretty
the
common.
ad revenue. True,
that wall
Chase.
is quite a
True.
good wall. You do have one gap. That's one of the changes that this version of Dominator
And then there's
has
people
made.
like me that have like
the
4 or
changes
5
between
streams
Dominator
open at the
this
same
season and
time.
last season are
Like, I
basically,
still have your stream open
before
here,
we
Muffin.
had Zergling tight walls
Just
at
chilling.
bottom left and mid right. They're no longer
close it
Zergling
now,
tight. They
but-
kind of made it so no matter how you wall it, you have to have a hole in it.
I guess that
also,
makes sense.
the
Yeah,
buildable
it's something you're
terrain
just gonna
on your
have to
pizza
like
slice
get
goes a
used
little
to
bit
as
further
a
out, so you
streamer.
can support,
But
expanding to your third base against
Yeah.
Protoss with the missile turret.
yeah,
And they
I
also
noticed at
put
the
up,
end of the stream. I just
some-
never.
some walls,
never
so
closed
Terran
it.
can't free siege a main base without something that spots. So yeah,
You know
some
what I
like
wouldn't
vision
mind?
blockers.
I wouldn't mind having Fighting Spirit get just redone. Like, I know that it's kind of like the old map and everybody knows it, but that map
Yeah.
could definitely like use some upgrades on it. Like some of the wall-ins are really hard to do. The positions are kind of awkwardly set up.
Well, they have remade it. Like Retro was a remake of Fighting Spirit. Like specifically,
I
they
guess
took
that's
Fighting Spirit and they're like,
a more
"We'll
dramatic
remake it."
remake of it. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I know. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And they actually
I guess
tried
I'd like
another
to-
one that I forget what it was called. It was called like Blue Spirit or something like that. It was like this tile set, but Fighting Spirit, and they just kind of opened up the third bases a little bit more. And it was like
I gained
okay-ish.
2 followers. 31. Nice. See,
It
there
just
you go,
feels like
Muffin.
we're gonna have Fighting Spirit forever.
The only
but we might
reason
wanna
why
just have,
I've
like, a kind of
gained
more
followers
modernized
is because I got
version of
those
it.
61
Just 'cause,
bots.
like, a lot
that
of these
hit
other
me.
maps, the entrances are
Otherwise,
very easy
I'd
to
I'd be
wall.
at
They're very easy to
73
kind of wrap your
followers.
head around, where I feel like some
I
of the
don't
spots
really
on Fighting
get
Spirit are very
followers.
confusing.
I think I just get
They're kind of,
return people
weirdly placed
that
and
come back to
weirdly
the
set up.
stream
Yeah,
over and
it's-
over
it's
again.
too old.
So I get like the same lurkers,
Yeah, maybe
but I'm
that
not
should
getting
be
new
replaced by
people.
something
Or the
like
lurkers
Neosulfate
just
or
don't follow
something
because I
that's,
don't give
like, just kind of
incentive to
standard
follow
and
because,
Mm-hmm.
you know, if you like the content, you'll follow.
Anyways, he actually
If you
spotted
don't
this
like the
overlord here on
content,
the side. He's
then,
gonna go
you
and rip
know,
the barracks off. The SCV
come
saw
back
there
another
wasn't
day and
anything,
there'll be different content.
heading towards him. He's not
That's
gonna
kind of
kill
what I
him,
try to
but that
do.
would've been nice
And
if he had actually
the
sniped
one
overlord.
thing that's consistent
Back in
is
calm
my
side of the map,
time
he's getting
and
second
the fact that
fast,
there'll
going
be
to
something
Inspire
different.
now.
Imagine I get to your level by the end of the year.
yeah.
Muffin, you're
Yeah,
going to be a
I
partner
say
by
I
the end
like,
of the year.
I like the type of approach that Scan is taking. You can see
Like,
it's
there's
a +1
affiliate
rush.
and then there's partner.
So he'll be going up
You're
to
gonna
4
be
barracks
partner.
almost certainly, and
75
and try to keep
average views.
Heavy pressure on Calm.
Fucking raking in the fucking
I think
rat.
that's a good choice against Calm. Like I don't think
ad
that
revenue.
Calm's mutiling is
Making
that
like
good.
$6,000
There's only
a
few
month.
Zergs that I trust playing against this type of play with mutiling.
Twitch.
You know, like other Zergs.
If
I'm
you
like,
hit
okay, maybe you
75
better get
average
lurkers quick or
viewers
something
after
like that.
affiliate,
But like,
plus
for instance,
like,
Sulky,
you know,
I'd be
keeping
like,
up
yeah,
with
no
the
problem.
streaming
He'll
and
kill all
everything.
these +1 Marines
Like
easily
here.
and then go kill you with his mutalisks that are left over, you know? But, like, the players that aren't 100% top tier, like, you know, I think it's basically Sulky and Hero and maybe Queen that can
Where
do
is
that
it?
consistently. But this is just, for anyone opening Mutalisk, this is going to be a little bit of a trouble.
Yeah, it's hard to pull off.
I don't even know where it is.
Medic Marine and Ling Muta are funny because, like, it can go either way so badly.
I have
One guy
absolutely
just
no
kinda
idea,
knows
actually.
when
Made a
he
couple
can get in
clips
and do the
yesterday.
damage.
Nice.
You know, one thing about
Achievements,
a lot
there
of
it
the
is, yeah,
interactions in
okay.
the game is it's not always that cut and dry. Like
What's the
sometimes
next
Lings
one?
are way better than Zealots, other times Zealots are way better than Lings. A lot of these PvT fights we see, you know, if the Terran really knows how to control his units, he can wreck the Protoss. But if the Protoss
Oh,
really
here we
knows
are,
how
path
to,
to
like, keep his
partner,
goons
yeah.
at the right distance,
3.15 out of 75. So I meet
it can go either way. I
all
think
of the
it's one of things that's
criteria
kept the game
except
interesting
the
for so
average
long.
views.
Is because it's not.
So we need to
this is not a
build
knock
our
on
views,
StarCraft 2, but StarCraft 2 is
boys.
very fast, and you can move everything at once.
I got 2
It's-
followers
things are
before I
very
streamed.
slippery and kind
Yeah,
of-
because some people
they
don't
feel
like
oily
to
when
be
you move
called
around,
out,
they kinda slide
so they'll
around each other.
follow
Yeah.
when you're
it's harder to
offline.
get things into positions, and the fights are a little bit slower in StarCraft.
I do
1,
that.
which I think is it can make for a lot more interesting situations.
Yeah, I would definitely agree
So
with
then
that
you can
sentiment.
remain anonymous and lurky
Scan
in the
here, gonna
background.
push those mutas back. They do fly to an intelligent position, I'd say. You know, every Terran makes their missile turrets in order of where the mutas can get to first. So sometimes Zergs will just fly to the furthest point. thinking
mean,
the missile
before
turrets might
I
not be ready, and
streamed
he was right, so he gets like a
ever.
couple kills. He did kind of sneak a third base. It's not weird to have a third base right now, but like where he put it, that's
I
like a
mean-
hard spot to scout.
Yeah,
I
it's
could
definitely
have shouted you
removed.
out. You could have. Someone should have just
what do you
clicked
think
on
about
you
those
and
turrets
just
that were kind of
you know thought you were a girl
forced
and
right up
followed
to
you.
this high ground area? Does
You
that,
never
I feel like
know.
It's a weak spot to put
It
it in.
is.
But I don't know why he has his barracks and this engineering bay.
It's
like
a good
so
sign, Muffin.
close to the outside. A
Yeah.
lot of players I see, you basically would like drag click all this and then move it to the right and drop it, if that makes sense.
One was
Yeah,
my
so
friend, and I
the-
don't know
well,
who the other was.
The thing is, what you want, this is worse against early game mutas, but better for late game macro. Because it's really hard in this main base to fit all your production buildings if you put those in a safer spot earlier on. So I think he'd probably put them there because he's going +1. He can keep the mutas out of his base a bit more with a build like this.
But he's losing a lot of
So like
mutas.
maybe that's,
I think
maybe that's
Scan's
the type of
fucked.
plan. And in fact, he's attacking across right now. There's a lot of overlords in the center. The mutas have taken a lot of damage. Scan has his +1, I believe. He has range. He has
Ahoy,
stim.
champion!
This is kinda
Levi,
scary.
welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? Did
He's
you
moving out
stream
now.
today, Levi?
Now, again, when you get far out enough, it's hard to ever get back home. The
Teal
mutas
is
can
the
kind
best
of
color in this
keep
game. Teal is the best
taking
color in
shots
this
at you
game,
whenever you're
Chase.
too far spread
People
out.
make
I
fun
love
of
the
my
links over here in
name,
the bottom.
but I
think
don't want to
Scan's gonna
change it
lose
because I'm well
everything.
known in the
Yeah.
community. Yeah, don't change your
I
name,
think Scan,
Muffin.
you know, he's
You've got a
pushed
great
out.
name.
He actually took out a decent amount of mutas.
Yeah,
though,
stream
so a
went
bit of
well,
a
read an
trade,
essay,
but
then
at the
played
same
through
time, when you see this
ENA
kind
at
of
Dream
movement,
Barbecue.
it keeps
Ooh,
the Terran
interesting.
able to then reproduce back at home and make more Marines and make turrets and kind of defend. So
Yeah.
you do want to draw them out a little bit, but definitely a good engage there by Com.
Yeah, it's good for him to clear that out, you know. If you're not pretty efficient about that, then the Marines will just march over to your third base and wreck it. He does have a Hydralisk Den. I don't know how far along the Lurker upgrade is.
Does
But
anyone
he
get
can't stay on just
commercials,
anymore.
ads?
Like he is really
Everyone
gonna need
should
that
get
Lurkers in
an
position
ad
relatively
break at
soon.
some point in time.
And in fact,
I'm gonna
think I
say
saw
hi
an
to
add-on.
others
Yeah, an add-on on that
and have a
factory. So
shower. Just
Scan
say
is gonna go for
a
a
hi
siege
to
tank timing
Essentia.
push.
Bro,
This is
just
a
sub.
very strong build. If we don't know
Levi,
if Com has his
you
hive
say
started,
hi. Actually, you should get
but
Twitch
yeah,
Turbo.
Looked at his
no,
base.
That's
a
what you
big
should
problem.
do, is get Turbo.
Yeah. No, it's pretty much been us just kind of watching, you know, the movement. here in the middle of the map. Didn't you see
110%.
those
Oh,
two Hydras shooting the
Levi.
lurkers? Oh, no, he did, actually.
Yeah.
Did I stand
The
correct?
Death Vision saw him.
Yeah. When you kill something, the vision stays there for a little bit longer, so you want to kind of count at maybe 2 or 3 before you move into that area. Okay, well, we got to see. Okay, there is 5 more lurkers going to be added to the mix. Keep in
Okay.
mind, if there's no vessel, you can hold position these lurkers.
Okay, I think it
and
takes
end
him a
up losing
certain amount of
everything.
time because the other ones work,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and you know, a hold position is super scary. There's also
Apparently that one's
the
disabled,
thought process of putting up a
and so
contain,
is
but I don't
Tard.
think he can. Scan
Tard's
has
also
too forward a
disabled,
position.
but we can do.
So everything looking really good for Scan. I just want to see what the high.
Yeah,
timing is
okay, so we
looking
can do
like, because,
backflip.
Like the push that Scan. Oh my God, he doesn't even have a hive started. Okay, so Scan's.
So check
build,
this out, Levi. This
if
is
he
what I thought
does
was
this all
funny,
right
and this is the reason why they
Com
don't
doesn't
show
pull
up on the
something crazy off
screen.
of these lurkers, Scan should be way ahead.
The question is going to be is he ready for this
Disabled
fight?
emote.
There are 2 bunkers back there is huge. By
We
the way.
do not
They're
allow
spaced out.
obscene
They're
or
flexible
inappropriate
that way. He sees the
emotes.
lurkers.
Huge.
So they
This is bad
disabled
for Com
Tard
right
and
now. Like,
Goon.
this is kind of an all-in-ish play from him. The fact that he's just sitting here spending all of his
man.
gas on lurkers.
Guys,
siege
I'm
tanks that
not
Scan has are
on
going to be
Twitch these
unbelievably
times.
strong.
Well, you should be, Valiant Boy. I'm sorry the TTS was not on. You should always be lurking on Twitch, Valiant
Now,
Boy.
the first bunker
Zerg look
is
the
gonna buy
coolest?
him a
Hell
little
yeah,
bit
they
of
do.
time. The fact that there's depots here, he can also just
Especially
kinda
now
hold
that
on for a
everything
little bit
works
longer.
on
Remember, these
Twitch.
tanks have some crazy long range.
Oh,
I think
tasteless.
he basically survived.
Yeah.
I think Scan just, again, game's not over, but, you know, without the hive tech here.
Game's pretty over.
Just, yeah, with the Queen's Nest started here, there's going to be a big window.
Yeah,
where
it's unfortunate,
Scan can push
but
and probably
I think
make this
Scan's
work.
really
I think
in
he
for
wants
it.
to try to irradiate. I think he just got the resources for it.
Yeah,
sure
and
if you wanna
add.
save it
Yeah,
for
like
the
I
news,
said,
maybe
Valiant
try
Boy,
to
if it's
get a
between,
clean
like,
lurker with
it's
that.
it's
This
it's
push
not
is
a
so
pre-roll.
scary.
It
By
just
the way, you don't even care
falls
where the
in
third base
between
is.
where
No,
the ad
you
break
just go
is.
kill
Because
him.
look,
That's it.
it's
That's all there is to
35
it.
minutes
And he
into
can
the
only
stream.
counterattack.
If it's between
Just
30
ta-ta-ta-ta-ta.
minutes and 40
That's
minutes
all you
on the
need.
hour,
Macro up.
you'll get a pre-roll
You know,
because
tanks
that's
and
during the
just
ad
say
roll period.
One more time, Marta.
Right? Done, bro. There you go. Thank you,
Scan
Valiant
coaches
Boy.
me. That's what he does when I'm not macro.
Lurk
He goes,
away,
ta-ta-ta-ta-ta.
boys.
It's
Lurk
like
away.
the sound of hitting the keyboard quick to macro. But
When Scan's trying to help me, he wears tap shoes, and with his feet he goes,
yes.
I remember to make units at home.
Oh my god.
But he, like, all he has to do here is macro cleanly. Like, he's still got a bunker at the front. He's still making tanks and vessels.
Okay,
This
bro, I don't
army
understand
just can't be
everything you
beat by Zerg if
talking
you control it
to,
reasonably well.
trying to talking about.
That's
What?
a good
He
snipe.
got that
That's a
vessel?
that's
Yeah,
really
I don't
nice.
understand either.
That's insane.
Because
Still gonna
I'm
be hard. Lurkers are gonna morph out here.
retarded.
3 tanks. Insta siege, maybe a little bit premature. Never mind, he's gonna move in. Good and irradiate. You always want to try to get an irradiate that's not on the top muta.
Yeah, you went the bottom
I
middle.
remember my brother explaining it to me when we were kids, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. It's like you're trying to pick a card, but like not the one on the top of the deck,
Yes.
like one sticking out on the side.
StarCraft?
Another
Yes,
scan.
StarCraft.
Where's the scan? Oh no, what am I saying?
Scan's-
He has a vessel.
where's
I'm
the
dumb.
scan?
All right.
Oh my god! Scan 1!
Say?
That is so sick.
What
I meant to
the
say,
actual fuck?
Dude,
Barely
that
saved
is
that one.
amazing. That is amazing. I am so happy right now for Scan. Making it to his first round of 16, well deserved. Calm, I don't know what he was thinking
That
with
is
where he's like, I'm just going to
crazy.
make like a ton of lurkers and run up. It
That
just,
was-
Scan had that bunker already in
What
position.
the
He kept a great
fuck?
position. He did a great spread there. And he just kind of blocked everything that Calm had going on.
Shut the fuck
also,
up, you
obviously
screwed
played a
my
great game against
ears.
Shuttle, and even a great game against Mini.
My hears?
Scan did fantastic. here tonight.
Hears? Your hears? You need to wear 2
really,
pairs of
really killed it. I'm
glasses
really
to
happy for
win.
him. Really nice guy.
Do not know a
really
single thing
hardworking.
about this
Is he
game.
streaming nowadays? Do you know?
Yeah, he still streams, but it's like on Soup. He doesn't really do Twitch anymore.
Oh, fuck you,
Okay.
ears. Fuck you,
Yeah,
Valiant
you know, it's
Boy.
funny. We saw this set up for an attack, and you know,
You know
it just didn't
these,
look like it
though.
was going to work. And you know, the fact that he wasn't trying to tech into the next phase of the game, but trying to kind of end it right here, right now.
The spines are
Sometimes
real.
if you just attack into somebody and they're well defended, there's not a whole lot else to say, right?
Lurkers, these are the units. These
Like,
are the
I mean,
units,
that was a
guys.
scary
These are
attack.
what these are.
The thing
Lurk.
is, just making him burrow,
Burrow
one
your
time,
lurker.
You've already won because you have siege tanks.
Burrow your
you know?
lurker.
Like
Right.
this needs
Right.
to go up, and the first burrow has to do almost everything for you. Because
Yeah.
it just
Right.
takes so long to unburrow and reburrow lurkers, and
Yeah.
Scan just held it perfectly. The double bunker, 2 tanks in siege mode.
Who's
he was
playing as
completely
the
unkillable
Brotherhood
here,
of
just
Nod?
based off the build order he chose.
I like even the 2 depots in front of the bunker like this, how it works out, because it's hard to get even right in front of that bunker and
Yeah.
then hit everything, you know, the bunker and everything behind it. Anyways, guys, we got an interview. Let's see how Scan is feeling.
Hell yeah, buddy.
That Scan in that picture. Okay.
ASL 시즌 19 24강
And that does it for the opening day of the round of 24 of ASL Season 19. Let's talk to our second place finisher, Scan. Congratulations. Thank you.
Holy shit.
아, 오늘 유승우
I cannot believe
This
it.
is surely a very meaningful day for
Arigato
you.
gozaimasu.
Your third appearance in the ASL.
It's the wrong language. You
got
guys
your
are
first
Korean,
win,
not Japanese.
And you advanced to the round of
You're a
16 for the first time.
shaimase.
This really takes the biscuit.
Oh, it's
It
hot.
was inspiring to see how happy
That's
you
the
were taking
moment.
that win. How did you feel?
Shock.
So good, so happy. I don't have a phrase.
I hate
a way to describe
inaccurate
this happiness with words, let's say. I feel so good. The nervousness of making it for the first time, the frustration and
Romanticization?
losing. All of these things turned out for the best for you, right? They were necessary steps in this process of development that brought you this victory today.
Arigato gozaimasu.
You must remember how you practiced. Right. There was a lot going through my head during practice. There's a lot of StarCraft content other than ASL,
Arigato,
like
Valiant
JPL.
boy.
So
Nihongo hanashimasu.
preparing for the ASL at the same time, I was struggling with time naturally. I had to cram a lot. Getting your first win, but also advancing today must make you so happy. But once again, Mini got the better of you. That must be bitter, but there is a chance you meet again in the round of 16. There is that chance. Do you want to pay him back? Or I want revenge. You both advanced from the same group. Do you want to meet again, and this time in a best of 3? Still, personally, I'd rather play against other players. No.
Moji deck.
In the losers match against Shuttle, it seemed you had warmed up your hands sufficiently. Despite clear moments of crisis, you showed stellar defense and macroed up to victory. Going back to that game, which moment can you think of as a crisis situation? In the losers match, we played on Polestar, and I spawned at 11 o'clock. I always build my supply depot and barracks SimCity this way, but it ended up being a problem because when the Zealot pressure came, one of the Marines went the wrong way and got stuck. I lost a Marine, I lost an SCV. I took some damage in the early game. But regardless, you continued unfazed and with anxiety gone, moved on to the decider match where, against Carl, the way you defended against mutas, the way you dealt with lurkers, your performance showed how you've grown. I'm curious as to how satisfied you yourself are with your performance today. Oh, very much so. And you're now going to play in your first round of 16 match. You have to show more games in the round of 16, and surely you must have a lot you want to show. That is correct. What do you want to show? The round of 16 is rife with tremendously strong players. If I want to set the round of 8 as my goal, then I will need to practice diligently, even more diligently than I did here. I'll do my best to prepare. There's a lot of fans here today, even from overseas, carrying cheerfuls with your nickname on them. Do you have any words of thanks for your fans? To all the fans who came from afar, and those watching online, thank you. Thank you for cheering for me. And thanks to C from the YB clan, the YB members, our Terrans, who came to support me. Thank you. And before I forget, the players who helped me practice,
Sugimasu.
That does it for Protoss and Zerg, Pitbull, Dashik. Oh, can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember. I'm sorry. You can thank them later directly. I shall do so, yes. You must be so touched by the fact you advanced. Your memory is failing you. Has to be it. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. I hope you have as good a showing for the fans and your colleagues in the round of 16 too. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for the interview. And that does it for our interview with the second place finisher of this opening group of the round of 24 of ASL Season 19 in Scan.
All right. Well, there you hear it from Scan himself.
Scan and
What a
Mini.
great day of games, man. This was just so fun. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, this was amazing. I'm so happy that ASL is back. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please get the word around, let people know. This one's starting just a little bit later this year. I think people have been wondering for a while, but here it is.
where the hell
We
was
had an
ASL?
amazing day one. That is
Now we're
not
back,
always the
boys.
case.
Love,
but I
bro.
think
I'm
it's setting us
broke,
up
but
for an
don't
epic
care for the Atok
Yeah,
King.
every
Atok
game was really
Castle
fun, really
King.
special. Interesting to see Calm kind of lock into the mid-game play. And
Hell
try to
yeah,
all in.
bro.
Would have been fun to see if he had played something a little bit longer. But anyways, regardless, a lot of great games here. We're going to be back with a very Terran-heavy day tomorrow. It's going to be Rush, Hyun, Royal, and Speed. As a reminder, guys, These are recorded after they happen.
There you go,
These videos
Valiant
you're
boy.
watching right now, recorded after they happen, and then released 2 days later. So if you're watching this now, the
Pin
game
that
came out.
shit.
The next one should be out tomorrow.
Yep.
Just avoid spoilers. If you're somebody who, you have a bunch of friends on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it, and they're talking about it, or you're in Discord groups, or you go to Team Liquid, you don't want to spoil these games for yourself. Do the Game of Thrones rules, just avoid the spoilers for just a few days, and you can enjoy this just as if, we were doing it live.
Yeah, and it's actually, I do have to correct you. We never take 2 days. It's 36 hours after the
36 hours, which means it's not going to be ready for another... It is out! It is out! 2 hours ago, boys! Alright, well, we're watching part 2. Fuck yeah. Let's fucking go! Group B! The esport that started it all. Let's go, boys. Yeah, I'm the first donator again on bits. I feel better.
Hello and welcome
Better.
to Group B of the round of 24 of this full of surprises ASL season
Well,
19.
I mean, I appreciate it,
In
Val.
yesterday's Group A, Tier 4 player Scan caused quite a stir as he joined
It is
Tier
what
1
it
player
is.
Mini in advancing through to the round of 16. Let's meet our
I
3
need
Terrans and 1
Drake.
Zerg ahead of today's group. Hi guys, welcome.
The interview. Alright, I'll be right back.
Let's start with Tier 1 player Rush. I reckon you're aiming for a high placement this season. What's your mood like ahead of today's games? It'll be interesting seeing how it's been a while since we last played. I prepared diligently and I'm confident. Now, from the standpoint of your fans, I doubt they would be watching this with any sort of anxiety, given that since Season 10, whenever you played in the round of 24, you would always advance to the round of 16 in first place. This could perhaps be another 2 victory group for you. I bet that's how the fans are looking at this. Right, but the way I see it, this group is rather strong. There's fierce Terrans. There is this crazy dog of a player here too. It's a little scary. I will not let my pride get in the way and focus. A player who's making a rush. A guy who's been advancing in first place for so long. Nervous. Let's talk to Hyun then. Hello. Hello. Hyun the Doberman returns to the ASL to become Cerberus. Your agitated reaction to the bracket has become somewhat of a talking point. How are you feeling ahead of the games? Oh, first of all, I thought we were friends with 910. So I was surprised looking at the groups. And he wouldn't even give me his address when I asked for it. Oh, a harsh turnout for you when it comes to the groups. Regardless, if you prepare fearsomely for just ZVT, I feel like you'll have a sufficiently good showing in this best of 1 round of 24. Whenever I played in the round of 24, I would always take down 1 player. Oh, scary. It was always a Terran, and today, too, it's 3 Terrans. But really good, really tough Terrans. I don't think it'll be easy. It's been a long time since you made it into the group selection. We've not seen Hyun in the group selection since Season 3. If you take that as motivation today, and stay strong against these Terrans, it could turn out to be a meaningful day for your fans. Tell us how you prepared. I practiced as best I could.
We'll
I
call my
think the
grandma,
first match
she
will
will
be the
give
most
me
important.
too much. Love my
The key
grandma.
point for Hyun
I have
will be how
actually
to
less
take
than
down
20
Rush
bucks
today.
on my account.
Let's talk
That's
to Royal.
the end.
Hi.
Jesus.
Hi.
Sorry, it
A
works
group
now.
of 3 strong Terrans and an aggressive Zerg in
What did
Hyun.
you do while I
That
was
is Group
gone,
B.
Valiant boy?
Where do you stand on this group? From my perspective, this is the toughest round of 24 group I've had to play in so far. Because even though I would run into
Bro, I will
Protoss
do a
whenever I
magic
lacked
call. I
confidence
will
in that
call my
matchup,
grandma.
I have some holes in my TVT, and with two good Terrans, it will be demanding. If we look at how Rush and you have fared in the round of 24 in recent times, while Rush has been advancing in first place, last time you dropped the first game and had a hard time advancing to the round of 16. Nevertheless, I bet you are resolved to get 2 straight wins here today. Or dropping the
Bro,
dropping
please
to the
do me a
losers match,
favor.
I would
Sure,
always
anything-
run into tough
anything, Valiant
opponents,
boy.
and
Whatever
it
you need,
instilled
bro.
fear in me. I prepared diligently to break this streak of having to go through the decider match. I prepared really hard to try and get 2 straight wins to advance today. And in order to do so, you need to get through this player above all. Let's talk to Speed.
Can't you shut this motherfucker mouth? I can't hear you.
This is your 3rd season in a row as you've become a rising sensation. Having now gotten acquainted with the main tournament sufficiently, how do you feel about today's games? For starters, I'm not really keen on playing TVT. I recently have confidence in TVP. I wanted to meet Proto, so it's a bit of a shame, but I think this group is doable.
We know you,
A
Rich.
doable group, possible to advance. 3 players have just rated Group B as difficult, and in contrast, Speed says...
You know what's funny about that, Valiant boy? Is she's brand new, because Kiri, the normal, like, 18-year-long interviewer for the ASL, retired 2 years
There
ago.
was some danger there. What moment
I
were
mean,
you
they've been
referring
swapping
to?
in random hoes to try and fill
honestly,
Kiri's
one guy
spot.
just let me advance. Basically, there was no crisis.
No one can replace the
I
original
wanted
Kiri.
to treat him to a meal, but he didn't contact me. I believe it's BCM he's referring to. Isn't it rather good you
There
guys
was a
didn't
woman
talk
who
at
did
one
all
another?
the interviews for all the players
Let's
for
keep talking in depth
18
about Group
years,
B.
but she retired.
Rush
So that's
and
a
Royal,
different
you guys
chick
were
than the
actually in
normal
the
one.
same round of 24 group last season, but did not end up playing each other as Rush advanced with 2 straight wins and Royal through the decider match, which surely made some fans upset you didn't play, as this is a match that many would like to see.
Can you just put the volume a little bit
And
low?
there will be people hoping it comes
For
to
the
fruition
video?
today. What do you think, Rush? Can you show a speedy TVT?
Is that better?
Oh, I have this painful memory. Oh, the painful memory of Season 14's grand final. It's still so vivid.
Alright, there we
Yes,
go.
it is. If we meet today, I'll have to get my revenge. What do you think, Royal? Is there a chance you'll play Rush today? I think we'll meet. And because of that
Yeah,
good
we hear
memory
you
for
much
me,
better.
I should win easily. I think Rush will be easier than Speed, perhaps.
Oh, man, the banter.
Easier than Speed? Royal is taking the provocation to the next level. Let's turn to Speed. In the previous season in the round of 24, you took down 2 very storied players in Best and C to advance to the round of 16 in first place. Is there a player today you see as a mountain that you need to overcome
Cutthroat to
in
Val for
order
his
to advance to the
MFK
round of
trash
16?
accent.
I get the feeling that if I beat Royal, I should advance with 2 straight wins. Oh,
Damn.
yeah, Royal is a little demanding. So
Damn.
neither Hyun nor Rush are as big a threat to you, Speed? Oh, no, that's not it. They all play well. It's just Royal's playstyle is demanding. That's what I'm scared about. I don't know what he'll do. Royal says he feels Speed is a bigger
It's
threat
not
than
really
Rush.
so much about the prize pool as it is
What do you
the
have to say to
prestige that
Oh,
goes
that
along
got
with
on my
this.
nerves. Oh, did it?
They don't make that
Today
much
I'm
money.
advancing with 2 straight wins. It's so not
They
like
mainly
you
make
to
their
get
money
angry.
from being streamers.
Right. And it's still got under your skin? Well, I'm a top tier player. It's hurtful. I'll have to win. Right. We'll have to wait and see how the 2 got under Rush's
Top
skin.
24 players in the fucking world.
Hyun likewise isn't someone to be overlooked. Not only did he beat CY in the first round of qualifiers this time, but he also beat
Talks
Long
play.
in the tournament proper season 12 and
I don't know what
Shark in
that's
season
supposed to
15.
be, Valiant boy.
All fierce Terrans. In today's matches as well, it would
Talk
do
suffering.
well to look for this innate potential to come out, perhaps. I've come with sticking to one guy today on my mind. What do you mean by that? You advance together or go home together? It'll be nice if we advanced, but I just want to have some fun with this guy. Oh, I see. And who is the most demanding player for
Reddit
you
story
here
after?
personally?
I don't know because I
In
wasn't
any case,
expecting
it's the opening match
Group
against the
B to
top
be
seed,
out
that is Rush.
until
That's a bit
tomorrow
burdensome.
night.
And he has rage brewing inside him right now.
But we'll see
Right.
how it goes.
You are his first target to take it out on. I bet you can sense the danger. Let's close things out with your final words.
Because
of
I'm still a little
resolution.
bit sick,
Rush,
so my throat is sore.
I will do my best to advance to the
Yeah, I
round
know,
of
today is
16
kind of a
safely.
bullshit day.
Thank you.
But that's just because I'm
Okay,
sick.
Hyun, our KDA students.
So I'd just
came
rather
down here
not talk
like
the
it's a
entire
funeral.
stream. But I
I
still
will
want to
turn this
stream.
funeral into
And I'm
a
going to watch the
festival.
ASL anyways.
Can't wait.
So I might as well
Royal?
stream the ASL. That was my thought
I
process.
always make it to the round of 16.
These dudes just
and
never stop
today will be
talking.
no different. Looking forward to it.
Well, it's
Speed,
an interview.
I enjoy
They're-
playing on stage
they're
nowadays,
talking
and
about-
I will enjoy myself today as well.
I don't want to
wait for a
skip
good
the
match. Thanks for the
interview.
interview. Please
That's like
show
the
us good
most
games.
personal part of it. You get to learn about the players.
We have just talked to our 4 players ahead of Group B of the round of 24 of this.
And you get to
difficult
stare at a
predict
hot chick.
ASL Season 19.
Don't worry, guys.
Let's kick things off and see which
Oh,
two
I'm
will
worried,
make it out
Valiant
alive
boy.
and into the round of 16.
I'm worried that Rush isn't going to make it out of this.
Valium is just mad that he's broke. Ah ha ha ha, fuck you.
It's not my fault you make bad decisions with your money, bro. Just because I make bad decisions with my money doesn't mean you need to make bad decisions with your money.
Today. Group A kicked a lot of ass, so it's going to be tough to top, but it could happen, Artosis.
Yeah, and we have a lot of Terran players today, so we already know it's going to be a fantastic group. I think that Hyun is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Like, I love Hyun from the old StarCraft 2 days. Obviously, he's in very good shape. But these
Bro,
are
I
three,
said
like,
nothing.
Terran killers, man.
Sure,
This is a
Valium boy.
strong group.
That's a gift.
Yeah, this
I
is,
appreciate it, but still,
the best
Valium
of,
boy.
I think we could say the modern Terrans, the ones that are really
You know.
changing the game. When Flash took a
I,
step away from
no, I'm not
StarCraft
saying I
1,
don't appreciate it.
Artosis,
I'm
you
just
and I both
saying,
were pretty
man.
confident that Light was going to kind of come in here and take the role.
You don't
of
want
the leader of
anything?
the Terrans, and obviously he's played well in some of the seasons, but.
Well, I want to
particularly
make,
with Royal and
like,
Rush, these
I
guys have really
want you
overshadowed
to
almost
want
everybody.
to be
Yeah, it's kind
entertained.
of funny. Royal
And I want
has
to
that
fulfill
ASL
that
championship
entertainment
everyone's kinda
purpose.
looking for,
Even though
but
today is a little
really
lacking
it's
on the
Rush, in my
entertainment,
opinion,
but at
who's
least
been
we
the
can watch
strongest
some
ASL team.
StarCraft,
This guy
and you guys
is,
can
like,
get a little bit of a
literally
look
never is
into
not in the round of
what,
8.
like, I
So
do on a
he's
daily
always,
basis,
like,
and
one
what
of these
I'm
favorites. He hasn't won
interested
yet,
in
but
outside of
looking good.
writing,
And of course, speed is
which is fucking
like, this guy
StarCraft.
plays more games than everyone else put together probably in this tournament. It's
If I
absolutely
give money, that's
insanity
my
that this guy can
choice.
hold,
LMAO.
like, 6 of the top
Imagine
10 ladder spots at once, play
I'm
in every single
like
tournament.
after he
He's in
stole my
great
money,
shape. He
worst
has
guy
his own
ever. I know,
style.
motherfucker like
And
that.
he's really
I mean, what are you
one
gonna
of these
do,
big
right?
futures of
If
Terran,
if
I
you
think.
think that way, you think that way, and I just say,
Yeah.
well, that's
You know,
your problem,
With
right?
Speed also, like you were saying, being so...
You can do whatever you want. I'm just
so,
saying.
And I see him. I usually,
You
when I
know,
watch streams, I watch from the
I
perspective,
hope and I
even
pray
if
that
the
maybe you
player's
can
just
make better
stacking,
financial
like, let's say a
decisions.
Terran versus Zerg.
That's
Speed
all I
is
can
always
say.
on.
Yeah.
Anytime, when it's the evening time and I load up the Brood War games,
Because, you know, the more money you have, Valium boy,
the
the more money you can give me. I mean, what?
He definitely has been hungry to kind of prove himself from previous
So,
seasons. He's suffered some pretty brutal
You know,
losses.
that's why I
But
want
also
you to
at
have
times
more
look
money.
amazing.
You can
Yeah.
give me more money.
Hyun, I'm curious how he's going to play. Certainly
You see
based
how
off
the
of
cycle
games,
goes?
we've
So
casted
make
in
sure
the
that you
past
make
couple
more
seasons.
money,
I
bro.
think he's going to have a tough time, but
I am in a
it's
good
always
position,
a unique
trust
thing when
me.
you're that
Oh,
one
that's good.
player,
I'm not.
that's not
Shit.
the race that everybody else is in a group, right?
No, I'm in a good
You're
position.
burdened with the
I'm
fact
actually
that
in the
you
best
have to
position I've
have
ever been in my entire life.
either the most solid
Because I didn't have a
player
job
possible
for
in
8
that
years
matchup
because of
or
my
a wide range
seizures,
of
and I haven't had a
play.
seizure in 2
Obviously,
years.
the other players
Let's
can see what
fucking
you're
go,
doing.
boys.
At the same time, you don't have to worry about multiple matchups.
Yeah, Hyun normally uses a pretty
Unless you
big
consider
range
this a
of
seizure.
all-ins, but I think part of the problem here is he's playing against like one of the better standard Terran players for Terran vs. Zerg Rush, and then Royal and Speed
Big
are both
money
very
gang.
technical players.
Yeah, man.
So
I
it
finally
is
have 4
almost
digits
like
in my bank
preparing
account.
for different matchups. Like the odds that Speed goes
After
to front rate
25
is
years.
non-zero here. The odds that Royal
I
does
can't
a
and
vulture
will
drop
never
are
complain
non-zero
just for
here,
my position.
right?
I am not rich XD,
whereas I
probably
think if
never,
you play,
but
like,
don't
let's say you're playing light
BFFRAYED.
JYJ Rush, something
Love.
like that. You're like, okay, these
Hell
guys are
yeah,
probably all
Valiant
going
boy.
SK Terran against me.
I didn't
you
know.
have
I didn't
this-
know
I can
bots were
try to-
poor. I
try
thought
to
bots were
utilize
rich
that,
as
but
fuck
it's
because
really, really
bots are
hard to
really good at
predict what
scamming people.
openers
I haven't
Royal
been down to
and
4
specifically
digits in a
will do. So,
very long
yeah,
time.
like this is like.
Well, I
when
mean,
looked at the
I
groups and thought about the
try
way everyone
going
plays,
8
as
years
much as I
without
like Hyun,
working.
he is
It
the only
it takes
player
a
that I
dent
think
on your
0%
bank
to get
account.
to the next round.
Even
I
if
think
you're
this
like
is an unbelievably hard
maximizing
group for
your
him.
like frugalness
I am not sub on
and
Twitch,
literally
Style,
doing
it's gonna be
nothing
tough
but
to
paying
make
your
work with these
bills.
guys. I
Yeah.
don't feel like nowadays
You know?
Terrans get tricked very easily in ZVT, or sorry, in TVZ. You know what I'm saying? Like, so much of early game TVZ is just being solid and getting.
It's like
a good
they say,
read.
Canadian
Certainly
healthcare
we've
is
seen some
free, but
crazy
it's
things
not
as we get
free.
into mid-game, whether it's Sulky or Hero or these other Zergs, where they're able to kind of disguise or mask what they're doing.
I
don't know if
want,
Hyun is
bro,
as good as
if
those top
only
Zergs to make that
I
work,
was
but we'll
rich.
see.
Well, Valiant boy,
I
go
do
out
think
there and
Hyun always
change
goes
that.
into these matches in very good
I
spirits.
gave you
Yeah.
500 subs.
I would say. To correct me
I
if I'm
mean,
wrong,
500
top
subs
five
on
most
Kick
natural,
is
relaxed
equivalent
players
to
that
what?
I've ever seen at tournaments live. We've traveled a little
100%.
bit with this guy.
$3,500?
He's enjoying himself. He
So that would, like,
in a narcissistic way. Like he enjoys
increase
the
my
spotlight.
money
He likes
by,
to
like,
compete. He likes to show his games.
30%? 40%?
He does put in the work at the same time and practice
No,
very
wait.
hard. So I do think
Like
it's just kind of a
50
tournament
or
player.
60%.
He's always someone
I'm
who's
thinking
a
on the
real
wrong
player who's in very
spectrum.
good condition. But going up against Rush, man, I mean, Rush has looked
Yeah,
so
but that's
good.
$4.99 for
It's been
you.
so impressive to
It's
see him be so
$7
consistent.
for
If he
me
was
Canadian.
just, like,
So it's
10,
$7 a
50%
sub
better,
times
performing
5.
in
That's
all the ASLs
35.
we've been casting lately, he
Right?
would've won almost all of them.
I know, yeah. It's really true.
So
He's
that's
just- he's such a strong
3,500.
player. Really, I think he's the player that for Terran that a lot of people.
Oh,
be
should I
talking.
bless you with a quote
Anyways,
from
we
today's
are getting
essay?
ready to get into game number 1
Yes,
here.
Levi.
Rush
I would
versus
highly,
Hyun.
I would
Can
highly
Hyun
enjoy
make
that.
a big upset here.
Please do. And bro, I noticed one thing on Twitch that's so vicious. What, ads? Hyun versus Rush.
Okay, we've got.
I think Hyun's the only Zerg in this
messed up my
in
brain
this
when they changed the
group.
colors. It's going to be Rush in the bottom left. It's going to be Hyun in the top right. By the way, this season, for everything up to the finals, we know it is going to be at the Freak Up Studio. That is the Samsung Station Studio in Seoul. We've had seasons previously that have been in the Jamshil Studio. So I just want to make it clear to everybody. I think in the podcast episode we do for the Patreon, I mentioned it's probably in the Jamshil studio, which is near this studio, but it's a different studio. So sorry about that. This is the same studio where GSL, for almost all of its history,
Think of the SCVs.
Hi. Thank you much.
We
guys in the
offer
audience.
me few subs on Twitch streamers,
So yeah,
and after
yeah,
1 month,
I
if you
love that
forgot
studio, obviously. We've
to
worked there so many
deactivate,
countless
de-automatically
times.
payment,
But
in
it
that
debuted
studio,
you
this one here more
second
than
month,
any
always
Yeah,
other
checking.
studio at the time.
Today's
It's right by the
essay
mall.
was
So
about
if you guys are coming out here, I know a lot of you have been coming by my Twitch
successionism.
stream and asking about coming down.
So it'll be hard to find
Also,
something that
I've been
stands
linking
on its
to where to
own
buy tickets
independent
in my,
of the
in my
context
bot,
of
in
the
my
essay.
chat,
Give
too.
me a minute.
And I'll make a
All right,
post
Levi
on
sounds
X,
good.
I'll pin that so you guys can find that as well. But this one's
I need to
by
get
Select
signs
Small,
on
not
Kick
by
when you
Lotte
offer
Tower,
a
which
sub
is
to
where
a
the other
guy.
studio where most
It's
of the games
not
happen on.
working
Yep.
the same.
So, you know,
Yeah.
a few things. First off, Rush here is walling in. So this is already closing off some of the possibilities of early victories that Hyun could pick up. And also, just Eclipse in general. You know, I think 3-player maps, I think, still have a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors dynamic, where, like, Protoss is advantage versus Terran, Terran is advantage versus Zerg. The Zerg versus Protoss, actually, I don't really feel that
When
much.
you pay me a
about the
second
2-player
sub
maps. Maybe
month
you could
to your Kick
give
channel,
me your
you
thought
remember?
on that, but, like, the
Yes, I
problem with
remember
3-player
Valiant Boy.
maps for Zerg is the 4th base can be really hard to get, and like a good Terran player,
I don't know what to
should
tell you,
just
bro.
Be focusing on denying your 4th base for like 20 minutes, and then that's like I feel like that's how I see most Terran victories against Zerg on 3-player maps, and I think that's
I
what should be
deactivate
happening too.
all automatic
Yeah, I would
reset
say when it
payment
comes
on
to
Twitch
maps with
and
just two
Kick.
spawns in PvZ,
That's
I
smart.
don't know if it like inherently is good for one race versus the other. Like, you know, in a PvT, for instance, there's just a lot of cheeses you can do versus a Terran. But I think most of PvZ, as far as like balance or difficulty for one side, just comes down to the shape of the map and where the expansions are and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he was at 3 days
now, Hyun
to
was like opening here. He wanted to do 3
debitate
hatches
another sub-month
on 3
for
different
all the
bases as his opener. It's kind of an
streamers
old
I
opener.
follow.
Not many people try
That's
this anymore.
so vicious.
But Rush immediately identified what was going on and got his SCV here in time to slow this one down. So
Always check
this is
that.
kind of annoying for Hyun already. Not
For
only has
real?
he
That's
been
why I don't do
figured
anything
out-
like that, Valiant
nice
boy.
micro.
I
not only has he been
never
figured out as to
use
what he wants to
anything for
do,
anything.
But it's also been slowed. And in fact, he's just going to pull the drone back. I can't disagree with that move. Because, like, when they make 3 hatches on those locations, like, top Terrans, if they know where those locations are, well, obviously you know the main and the natural, but, like, if they know where the third is and what you're doing, the amount of pressure that
You
they
understand
put
what I
out
mean? Yes.
really screws with the Zerg
called-
economy.
It's called
Yeah, I think it's a pretty smart
shadow
move,
pattern.
pretty subtle to just pull that drone out of there. But
Or dark
yeah,
pattern,
I mean,
sorry.
At this point in time, he already had to make a whole bunch of extra drones. He can basically kill that SCV.
And it's
then go
when
right
it's like
back to the
something
build order. He's blocking the
instinctively,
entrance. By the way,
purposefully makes you
Rush
click on
actually
something
tried
that you don't
confirm
want to
these
click
other
on.
2 bottom right bases are not being taken.
Like
And
having
it
a
is
button that
the-
instantly
I
gives
think only
money
realistic
or takes
two
away your bits or
alternatives
instantly
if
gives
you
you
couldn't get
bits and you
space out here
accidentally
at the
click it
third.
and it's like
Yes.
you're out
The
one that we
$100.
saw
It's
denied
like,
earlier.
well,
You
I
can't
didn't mean
really
to do
take,
that.
What I guess we could call like almost a 12 o'clock, like 11 o'clock base from the Zerg side of the map or the very top left corner because it's too hard to defend. Zerg really need a base with like 1 ramp, 1 point of entry. It can be a big...
Ooh, the SCV got
Oh,
past.
that's too bad. That SCV actually got right through there. Guess that was a misplaced drone. So it is going to see the Spire. But yeah, you want to have just some small bottleneck area where you can control entry. And if you have
Oh, the
any kind of
Overlord's
flat
dead.
open area like that, it's going to be rough. Rush actually comes out here and snipes this
This
Overlord.
is
He's
not
pretty
looking
awesome to see
good
an Overlord
for
snipe.
Hyun.
Yes, it really is. Like, his marine movement and his SCV scouting has been impeccable. He's looking for anywhere
StarCraft is
he
old.
might have
Out
hidden
it went.
a base. I was
1998.
actually gonna say, with the amount of Marines he has walking around and the amount of vision Hyun had, like, there was a possibility that Hyun would have made lings to stop this. But instead, Rush has already done
Oh, this
damage.
is bad.
Like,
This is bad.
this is
such
so
an
much
unusual
damage.
situation to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
98. Yeah,
It's hard to-
98.
hard
GG,
to
bro.
overstate how bad a position this is for
GG.
Hyun. Like, he was blocked on his third. His mutas will now be late. He's lost drones. He's losing a ton of mining time. A bunker is about to go up.
The
Like,
act
I would
of
be 100%
succession
confident
in
beating Hyun
itself
from this
has a
position,
positive
and I am not an
impact
ASL
on
level player. Like, this is-
production. For one of the most
Zergs would have already
important
left this
reasons
game.
for succession is
Yeah,
typically
I
the
think he's just
belief
gonna
on the
stay in it
part
for a
of the
little bit longer because
successionists
it's his only shot.
that
It
they
was an
and
unusual,
their territory
set of
belong
movements
to
early on by
territory
Terran. You know,
are
they started
being
out with a denied
exploited
third,
by
and then,
others.
basically a combing of the bottom right to try to figure out is there anything else over
I
here?
got it.
Oh my
Or
god!
was there
perfect
one
targeting
above
on
it?
The weaker drone. That's really hard to do.
Nope,
yeah,
that's
and then
everything.
He sniped the Overlord. There was no sunken
Word
colony,
of
and he kind of
success.
just ran in, wedged an almost complete bunker behind the minerals, and
Seceding?
I mean, Zerg is
Secession?
so behind. It's hard to emphasize how bad this is.
Like
Keep in mind that
leaving
generally,
your nation, right?
if it's a
Like
very
breaking
normal,
apart from it and leaving it.
CVT, the moment the Zerg will get an opportunity to do damage and take their turn, so
Like
to speak, is they'll have mutalisks
Brexit.
that can come in and hit the Terran. The mutas have already been delayed. They're not going to do much, if anything at all, because gas
Yeah, when a
mining
part of
was
the country
denied,
leaves the
drones were
authority of
killed,
the country.
mineral mining was
That's
denied.
kind of like how the
So,
United States
I mean,
started,
Russia is
right?
going to be in a continuous state of getting
They
stronger
were like,
and
"Fuck
stronger and
England,
stronger."
let's
There's
get outta
no
here.
third base, although we do see a drone being sent out on the map. This just could not be worse right now.
Not
for
quite
Hyun.
like Brexit because the UK
I
is
think
officially
that,
independent
like,
from the
and that's
EU.
such beautiful turret placement. My God.
The US is a
just
good
everything is mapped out so well.
your
here for
example.
Rush. The fact that he's going like 4 racks is he's going to get his +1 going. His
Valiant
range, I'm
Boy
sure,
Twitch
is already on
since
the way of
a
not
while.
finishing.
Nah.
I look at this game and it's like, okay, how do you win this? Well, he's attempting to take a third base. So probably Hyun should go non-stop Mutaling and hope he can crush an army like Sulky-esque. And then, I don't know, like, jump on an area and get rid of the turrets. You know, like, if he can dominate the natural or the barracks, that feels to me like the only opportunity here. Because Rush is going to have so many Marines and medics, he's going to force, like, 4 Sunkens at the natural and 3 in the third, and, like, the drones are late here for Hyun based on what he lost early on. Like,
yeah, that's UK Brexit was like
2009,
2011, 2013-ish.
Yeah, it's
right?
looking really dire. No defenses.
I actually don't know what the outcome of Brexit was.
Push is inevitably going to reach either his natural or
UK Brexit was a few years ago.
The Marine count is still.
I thought it was
enough.
like 10 years ago.
Engage.
Oh,
really?
really?
Have enough lings on the ground
2016.
Kind of combo those.
Oh yeah, that's like 10 years ago.
Damage, from the Marines unless they target.
Just on the less end of 10.
Hyun's airing with caution. The next batch of Marines is going to merge with the main one, which is going to be a real threat to push out on the map. Without lings on the ground, you can't counterattack into the natural and try to kill turrets. One of the ways that Zerg will try to recover is, let's say they run a dozen.
Muta Micro is insane.
Pushes,
a scam, dude.
Map.
No.
You can kill off the turrets in the main, then the mutas can come in and start to do damage, and that might force everything back. That just can't happen right now.
A scam? What?
Yeah, there's not like a lot of different ways. You're definitely right about that. He does have some speedlings coming down the middle lane there.
People selling views.
I don't know, lane 2.
Selling bots, selling bots.
On Eclipse, but he's
made
a lot of units. He's trying to reduce this, but you can see like the trades are good enough for Rush here, which is the problem.
Chat pour la premiere
and he's not. Rush is not overextending. He knows he basically just has to sit back here. The Zerg has to try to buy time. A Muta got clipped off there in the last retreat.
The referendum was
Turn
2016.
places, by the way,
it was enacted in 2020.
It's kind of a tight position.
Interesting.
There's a lot of vacant area. In the
yeah, I
top
don't know
part of the
shit
main,
about the world.
He's pretty buttoned up. There's no.
I know history, but I don't like
portion of the defenses that can really come in here and be punished. Like you can see, he's going to hit that
like
turret there.
Before the 70s.
There's so many turrets layered behind this that you're never really getting access easily to the SCVs. Those turrets can always be remade. Not even targeting here, just stimming it and kind of running in. But Hyun, he's actually made a lot over here, so he might do exactly what you were saying earlier, Artosis, and maybe just try to strong-arm the Medic Marine Army here with Mass Ling Muta as the Terran moves out.
It's really one of your only chances in a game like this.
We need to beat the ass up
crush the Terran Army at least once or twice to come back. I think his rush is just buttoned up so tight. His macro is so solid.
Is that the Israeli president?
Vessels are going to be on the way.
The net in Yahoo
move until irradiate. Hyun has no chance. Like Hyun needs him to come out, and Hyun needs to kill this army before irradiate is ready.
Israel's MP.
I will say, I think Hyun's playing this right.
Guys know this is a fucking
post
devil.
The Marine rush that got behind the minerals.
World's a fucked up place, man.
As good as you could
Anyone who can use any excuse to stay in power and use power.
Take it back into the natural. The vessels are being scooted back. Doesn't appear that a radiate is available. The targeting is pretty good. Hyun's doing a good job here. Every Muta is in the red. The Marines can't quite get in the bunker.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't matter. There's just too much behind this.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this one Marine.
Very annoying. He has more lings coming out, but now he's playing like 0/0 upgrades against +1, irradiate, Marine medic, heavy macro here.
Yeah, Hyun is behind so badly.
Like if he could delay a little bit longer and get lurkers out, well, the problem again is just there's going to be a lot of vessels, so he's just going to be playing from behind. Now this is a nice try from Hyun, but as you can see, his upgrades do not back it up enough here.
Yeah, and just to be crystal clear here for the audience, this can be a bit misleading because it looks like, well, isn't Hyun trading and Rush hasn't gotten out? Rush has been upgrading this whole time and developing. We just saw the first Hydralisks in the game a few screenshots ago, a few seconds ago there. We don't have lurkers yet. We're on the Terran side. We have double vessels coming out.
Yeah.
So irradiates are going to accumulate over time. We're going to get the next wave of Terran upgrades.
And then he can just slowly break through the lurkers with irradiate.
He's going to go into a Queen's Nest, which is also, in a game like this, an indicator he's not going to get a 4th base.
He's
Probably
just
not
gonna
gonna
go
try.
straight,
Probably gonna
try
attempt
and
right into
get
hive.
defilers.
I don't know if Guardians. I guess it doesn't make any sense to go
And
Guardians.
U.S.
with many
Trumpists are like
vessels.
90% people to think
the
that
only-
trying to get a
Gaza,
defiler then.
Palestine
Yeah, the only
is
way
a threat,
to come
terrorist
back in
that
this
we
type of
need
game with the amount of
to
vessels already out, if he can somehow block the
execute
attacks from
poor
killing him
guys.
and get into
No idea,
mass
man.
play
Not my
grinding
problem.
with Hydra Lurker. But you can see like he's got a
I'm
bunch of Hydras out here,
Canadian.
but he like doesn't even have Lurkers upgrading yet, so he just has no time to do this. These Hydras just will not stand up against the Marine Medic.
Okay, another dive in here. The mute count's gotten so low, we're literally seeing irradiates on one Mutalisk. No lurkers here, which means
There are
there's no
some
real
things you just
power, no
don't
real
need to
tech try to
say.
fight
And if
this.
you
Marines
need to
with
say
mechs are
them,
always gonna beat this,
then,
unless there's like
you
the
know,
most
there's a
perfect terrain,
problem.
But with the upgrades that we have here for the Terran, it
Yeah,
just
I'm
doesn't
pretty
matter.
sure,
So
yeah,
Hyun's gonna tap
GG.
out. GG. Rush wins. You know, based
Poor Hyun.
solely on that big attack that did so much damage, and then navigating that ship all the way through that match to the end, playing a conservative game after he had the lead.
Oh, sorry, I forgot I was on
A
Twitch.
really reasonable idea of taking 3 bases right away.
Valiant
but I
boy.
would say that Rush played as near a flawless game
I
as
don't
you
think
really
it matters.
get in Terran vs. Zerg. His
I
Marine
don't
movement,
think it
even
matters,
looking
bro.
at those bottom right bases was immaculate. Hyun made the mistake of having an Overlord out of position. He got supply blocked with only 4 Lings
Yeah.
and 6 Marines.
He
and
got completely
it just
fucked from the
snowballed
start.
there. He spiraled out of control. A very
So
tough
unfortunate.
game number 1 there for Hyun, but Rush looking completely dialed in.
No.
Rush very assertive on the map.
Talking
There,
about
and,
Israel and Palestine
really
is
came
not
in
going
there
to
with
get
that
you
push.
banned unless
Kind of
unless
in a
you
moment,
say
you see Hyun was
you're
completely
like,
caught with his pants down.
you know,
And the rest
you're
of the game
saying
was
something
extremely
like
difficult
that
from
guy
that
did
point
that
on.
said like death to
So Hyun is
Gaza
gonna
that we
build
were
for the
talking
losers
to
match,
and
Rush
brought
will be waiting
him
for the
back into
winner
the realm of
of
reality
this
instead of
upcoming match,
crazy
the winners
cuckoo.
match, which is going to be a
Like,
TDT. This is going to be speed versus
no
Royal.
one
It's gonna be
person
exciting,
stands for their entire
and I think we're gonna
country,
be going to
even
that
the
just to check,
president.
guys, so stay
The president
tuned.
doesn't
We will
speak
be
for the
right
entire
back.
country because the entire country didn't vote for him. The majority did, but the majority is usually a very slight majority. So you can't dictate an entire country by their president because a slight more than half of them voted for it. You see what I mean? You can't categorize everyone under one roof like that. It's just not fair. Because there's crazy people on all sides. Just because there's crazy people in power doesn't mean there's crazy people that aren't in power.
Welcome back, everybody. Fun game there from Rush versus Hyun. The movement from Rush was interesting early on. Actually getting that Overlord, confirming, well, denying the first third base, and then
Society,
double confirming that there
conditions,
wasn't an extra-
education,
or,
who is
sorry,
lost
hidden
today,
third base,
and people
one of the two
continue
bottom
to
right
pop
spots.
childs just for their fucking
We're
ego.
going into probably what is going to be a very different looking match here.
Yeah, because
with
you
these
know
two
in
Terrans.
Twitch you
Or
can't
Joseph,
say
what do
all
you
what you
expect?
want.
Wow.
Well, on
honestly,
Twitch
I'm
you can say what you want.
I'm
You
not
just can't
completely
like
sure.
say death
I don't
threats,
think either of
you
these
know,
guys
and
is,
shit like
the
that, and calls to
greatest Terran
violence,
versus Terran
which
player.
is completely
Honestly,
fair.
speed,
You
I
should
think,
never
is
be
gonna
able to
a
do
little bit
that.
stronger than
Ever.
Royal. And that's not to say anything negative about their Terran versus Terran, but we're in this funny world, right, where everyone's kind
The
of like
only
a
exception to
streamer,
that is like
and people do like
in
spawn
writing.
matches where people are like, oh,
But
I
that's
wanna
because
see like
that's
Isu
why
or
you
whatever,
don't
right? And they put up like $20 or
base
whatever, and then they
people
play each
in
other.
your stories
So
on real people
the
because then it could be
pros don't
taken
play.
in a
The
certain
better the
way.
pro you are, the less
Always
these
make
mirror
sure that your
matchups
characters
play.
are completely fictional
Speed
characters, even
is
if they're in a
ladder
realistic
grinder.
world.
He hasn't entered, I think,
Yeah.
like
Bro,
kind of
it's
that
'cause you're
top
a little
level of
streamer.
streamer pro gamer. You know, these players that are
But
just
it doesn't
always,
matter.
like, Snow and Sulky and stuff, like always making this content. So he
Trust
plays
me,
way
you
more
can't
ladder
go
than
and
everyone
goon
else,
wild
and I
over
find
here.
that the
Yeah,
top ladder Terrans
like,
generally
I
have a
literally
sharper Terran
have
versus
this
Terran,
as like
because
an
like Terran
emote.
players just grind ladder, man. They just play more games on average than Protoss and Zerg. So like the ladder Terrans I find to be stronger TVT generally than the top pros. So this
Twitch
is like a
moderation
roundabout way
isn't
of
that
saying I
crazy.
favor
If you're
speed
ever
over
seen
Royal.
the chat on someone like Hassan,
You
the
pointed
people
out
there are
something I think
insane.
is really
Agreed,
important
Levi.
to explain to people, because I know, I think
Bro, I
most
need
of our
to sub,
audience
that's a
isn't
shame.
watching nightly spawn bong matches,
Yeah.
or even necessarily on.
You're falling behind,
CKR
Valiant boy.
website, kind of watching matches. I mean, some are obviously, but The ecosystem in
Unfortunate.
StarCraft 1, and one of the reasons why it's so healthy right now.
I sub
compared to
before you,
StarCraft 2,
peasant.
unintentionally, is because it was a sort of decentralized as far as the publisher is concerned.
Told you, Valiant boy, you gotta get your
right?
game
So they
together,
had
man.
all this infrastructure
Go get
and
yourself a
set up
sugar mama.
Before Blizzard came in and started to run everything.
P-cent?
But because
I mean, you can be sending
a lot of
those
these
1
players
cent
weren't
cheers.
on an
Don't feel
international
free
circuit,
not to.
sorry, a circuit for StarCraft 2 as an example. They were streaming, and a lot of the people that started streaming really early got massive streams. So the streaming ecosystem, especially post remastered launch, is massive.
Piece of
StarCraft 1
chips.
right now is the most watched game on Soup, which is crazy when you consider how big League of Legends is out here. It's
Fish and
massive.
chips.
And all these people sent up, they basically donate money to have matches. So that's what everybody's watching every night.
Bro,
if it's
I'm a
not
baguette
major,
man.
Tournament like ASL. So most people, when they donate for a match, they don't donate for a TBT. They
Yeah,
donate
you
for
are
a
French.
TVP, right?
Valium, more
So
like
that's-
Validum.
Back to the point of what Artosis was saying is that if you're laddering more like Speed is and doing less matches,
He got you,
you're
Valium
more
boy.
likely to be a better TBT player.
Yes.
He got you. True. True, Eggy Mayo.
Okay, Royal in the top right.
Oh, fuck.
And Speed.
I mean, you
here in the
keep
bottom
making
left.
fun of
Two
my
now
name.
clicks
It's
again.
fine. Someone makes fun of yours.
And I think this is actually a pretty fun map TV. I think the
Sorry,
fact
we
that
won
you
all
have,
the wars, and now
Valkyrie.
you speak our language. Sorry, Valium.
a lot of asymmetry and a lot of different ideas on
Val
the side of the
Kilmer.
map makes it really fun.
If you don't get any damage really
Oh
on
my
either
God.
side early on this map, it actually turns into a BC map quicker than any other map I've ever seen. Like battle cruisers are.
Bro,
the thing
just
is, you
erase
can
me.
shut map circulation down.
Valium boy, you
on
are no
4
longer
bases
erased.
almost instantly. It's insane.
Do you
like, once you're
ever
at, like, 140
Sugma?
supply or so, it's almost impossible to move across the
Sugma
map because
what?
There's just like the 3
These
lanes, and
nuts!
siege some tanks in good positions, throw some mines out front.
Valium
It's like,
cooked.
okay, the cost efficiency you're gonna have is gonna be really, really high.
That's excellent. We've got
Oh, he's got the freaking tattoo.
Picked a more difficult position to get that shot.
Oh my God! So we've finally seen Nambona in the flesh. Okay, one of the guys in the chat. All right, thank you much. Now, yeah. Anyways,
Sugma, LOL, don't
If it
understand,
goes long, it
dickhead.
could definitely turn into a battlecruiser game very quickly. The thing is, a lot of times in ASL, we see kind of aggressive plays in Terran versus Terran. People are trying to end the game reasonably quickly. It looks like it's going to be a
you
gaseous expansion
ever
here from
gag
Royal.
on?
And that'll be interesting to see.
Gag
how
on
he
what?
wants to end up doing
These
that with
nuts?
expansion. He's going to have a lot of different options that he can try to go down and punish Royal in different ways. Or, of course, he could just play like a single game from here. It's not impossible.
We've got an STV looping
He
around
can't.
here
He can't even
from
do
the
the
bottom of
joke
Royal.
right, guys. He
I
can't
feel
even
like
do
Royal
the
has
joke
got a lot
right.
of kind of weird, deceptive stuff he likes to do.
You're trying too hard, Valium boy.
In the matchups. As far as Terran
You're
goes,
trying
he's got
way
kind of the
too
wackiest
hard.
Ideas. He did just, I believe, slip through the blind spot there.
might
It's going to be Barracks Command Center, by the way, for Royal.
What's
But,
gagging?
Kind of
Tell
an
me
interesting
LMAO.
maneuver. I mean, it looked very perfect the way he got around that SCV. I don't know if that was entirely intentional, but he got in here. He got a great read.
Yeah, very, very fast
Gag on
factory
D's
there
nuts.
as well. We'll see if he puts anything back on gas or he's just going to expand. Because his scout is a little bit late in comparison to, the thing is, if you scout a little bit quicker, you have a few more options. He sees the command center and now he can see does he put guys back on gas. Looks like no.
I think he finally
So,
got it,
Speed
guys.
should just be going command center, which means that Royal has a little bit of an edge here, most likely. But, the thing is, there's like early game TVT. Like, I think as you get later into the game, TVT is an unbelievably
If it's so old, you
skilled matchup.
shouldn't
There's,
have
like, a
fallen
lot
for
of
the trap.
tactical and
True,
strategic things that you
Eggy,
have to think
true.
about.
I even said it to
in
him
fact, more
twice,
strategic maybe than some
like
other
to
matchups,
his
'cause you don't have to
face,
spend your money
and he
perfectly.
still didn't get it
Like,
until the
obviously, if you do that
TTS
helps,
went
but,
off.
like, siege tanks have such a good defensive capability that you can kind of live even if you have less units. But in the early game, there's quite a few like little rock paper scissors things that go on, where it's like, okay, like, you know, for instance, if
Your path is
Speed
long,
tries to go
young
vultures
Padawan.
and Royal also tries to go vultures, Royal will have.
Let's
more
see how long.
You know, if one goes 3-fact and the other goes 4-fact.
Why can't I ever get 2 digits?
But
This
if
is
someone goes 4-fact,
bullshit.
going like a Wraith opener,
This is bullshit.
right? So there's all these different levels of oh, this
Valiant Boy,
that,
you can't do the at Eggy Mayo and then the TTS. That's not how it works. Hey Eggy, we're the same. Yay! I have another brother.
It's gonna get spotted. Maybe one of the best.
We both got 3. We can sword fight.
Yeah, no, that's
I might steal that.
That is.
I've never even kind of
smart.
noticed that's there.
Yeah.
I almost want him to go back because I've played on this map like hundreds of games, and I feel like I haven't quite ever thought
Oh
about
my
it.
god.
MDR
almost
gross
looks like a
nerd.
misclick,
I talk
you know, when
code
you go to
words in
scout, like a
French
main
at
base, you get caught in a little
PTDR
nook that you didn't know
Louis.
existed. It kind
Yeah,
of looks
you're like,
that.
oh, I can kind of fit behind these 2 trees over here.
Oh my god. Levi's just the champion over
He
there.
did, which is a very
Jesus.
rare follow-up to this. There are a few players that do prefer going for really fast.
Do I at least have a good power level?
What he's looking for is any tank opener.
60,666.
A pure Voltra opener, he's going to be strong against.
Every word
But if
is
there's
gross
something
in
more
French,
middle of the
Valium.
road, if Speed is doing more of a catch-all, like a 2-fact
Talent
with an
sword
armory,
fighting.
then he's gonna be
153%. Damn. He's
He managed to
insane.
get that kill on that SCV.
Ugh, only
Obviously, he knows there's
141.
already an expansion there because the confirmed by seeing SCV
98.
mining over there. The double port Wraith is coming out now.
What about
Do you go double port Wraith Artosis that often?
only
I
17,000?
feel like when I watch your stream, I never see it.
Yeah,
Oh my
I don't
god,
like
it's
Wraiths.
empty.
Passable horror
Well, you're
story.
This is so funny.
Yeah, you're
Not your day. I have a
green
3.
he is.
I have
It's
a
kinda
3
hilarious
centimeter
that he only makes
stalwart
one marine and just walls in.
stalwart
Ooh, gets the
spectacle.
marine. But yeah, there's a tank out to push him back. There is an armory on the way, and it is 2 factory. Now, the barracks saw the second gas,
Valiums
so
is
as soon
cooked
as you
since
see
a
the
while.
second
Take the
gas,
plates,
you're like,
the
I don't
dinner
want
is
to make
ready.
vultures anymore. And the fact that he's already going to armory is very, very good
True.
for him. Let's see
True,
when he gets
brother.
the academy. Yeah, the 2-port, man, it's a little bit of a gamble. You know, if your opponent has good anti-wraith tech,
Valiant, when
it's
the
like
gym
your army
teacher
is just
asks if
gonna
he
be
wants to
smaller and
taste the
weaker.
magic popsicle in the dark
Yeah,
cupboard.
Wraiths are just about the weakest fighters pound for pound in the game. For air to ground, at least. Air to air, they're actually also pretty weak if they can take damage.
fucking
There's a reason why
God.
they were given cloak. But you know, the issue with it is that, like, yeah, once they have the defenses up, once they can
Oh,
fight Wraiths
fucking
and kind
God.
of cover everything, the Wraiths really don't do a whole lot. It's hard to get stuff done.
He'll definitely gain like a decent SCV advantage here because he's killing several SCVs. Plus, you have to invest in ComSat early on. Plus,
Dude,
Royal
Valiant
did
Boy
very
could be
good
a
deal.
college
So there's no
professor,
question his economy
okay?
is a bit
You could
ahead.
be 27
But
years
there's,
old.
Like, plenty of things
It
going
can
on
still
for Speed
happen.
right now. He's getting his factory up.
Doesn't
very
have to
quickly.
be
He's got
that way.
mines in the front. He's going to have a very good idea of what's happening here too. Like you see the factory explosion. He'll want to check on like okay, are
it's
more
clearly
Wraiths being
not
made?
meant
But
for
this
that.
is
We're
generally what he sees,
adults,
like,
Valiant Boy.
Wraiths
It's a
will be the opener,
college
and then
joke.
The Wraith player should go into like 4 or 5
Don't make it
factories very
weird.
quickly.
So, little guarded scouting
In France,
spot
we
here in the
protect
bottom
pedos
right.
and
You know, it's
rapers,
important that
so
you
I
identify
can't.
which direction they will be expanding in, and you can pace that out. Speed is very much in control of this game. You know, the fact that he's got mines in
They
the
do
bottom
that
right,
everywhere in the
taking
world,
his
Valiant
expansion
Boy.
in his own natural third.
That's
He's
why you're
got
not in
mines,
jail.
Vultures ready at the 2 top spots. It's going to be up to Royal with the
Mayo
tanks
with
to
the
fight
with
through
the
this. Now, he's
responses
switched back
here, man.
into,
He's crushing it.
2 factory tanks. He's getting more upgrades.
I thought
here
that
as
was
well.
just
He's
a French
continuing to make Wraiths.
stereotype.
He doesn't want to give up on that tech he developed into.
I didn't know
Right
there
now,
was a
Speed
French
has
stereotype of
stability.
pedophilia.
He's
I
gotten
thought the French
decent amount of
stereotype
tanks
was
out,
just
and he's certainly comboed
romanticizing.
With the Goliaths can basically take a fight. Royal going to move out right now. Keep in mind, the further he moves out, the further away he's going to be from trying to reclaim that third base. So I think Speed might want to come in here and basically draw a line in the sand.
You know, I got to say, like, I think that Royal, as far as like the mind games of what he's doing, it's really, really, really strong. He's even got a dropship set up now. Now, luckily for Speed, he's going to fly over some of Speed's
Why
stuff
you
over
attack
there.
me? That's
so
World
now
War
seeing
III
this, 'cause if you don't see this and you're in a forward
today.
position trying to stop his tanks, that's where things get very
French
bad very
stereotyping
quickly.
with pedophilia, not bathing,
Because the
being
vultures will
generally
drop out,
rude,
kill
and losing
even more
wars.
SCVs, and then Royal can just go into macro bot mode and control the game.
True.
But Speed has his
Everybody
5
roast
factors
me.
up
Oh,
now.
that's not
He's
a
spreading
tree,
his defenses
son.
a little bit. He has his third base mining, so he should be able
Oh,
to get
Levi,
ahead
did
as
you
far as
see?
the
I don't
economy goes
remember.
momentarily here, as long as he blocks this dropship well.
Okay, that dropship's going to come in here now. Goliath is not going to be able to stop the damage that's about to start here. It looks like Royal's going to dump one vulture out here and then try to target into the main. Meanwhile, Royal's going to try to spill in here from the top. I think, what is that?
I
2
can
or 3
laugh
tanks
about
there? Yeah, 3
everything.
tanks. So he actually leads with the tanks. That might be a bit of a
I mean,
mistake
there is a
here. You wanna
place,
get the vultures
time, and a
really soak
place
up
for
those
every
first few
joke.
shots. Collapsing onto that takes out those 3 tanks.
Pedo
sieges up.
jokes just cringe me.
Don't know if he's
Well, it
gonna
doesn't
push through.
have to
Actually,
be.
the mines, I
You're
think
just
he
making
probably
it that
will.
way, Valiant Boy.
Hopefully wipes that out now. This
It can
exposes
clearly
the
be
Royal
just
cuts
as
through
well a
here with
college
vultures.
professor
Goliath can
of,
fight back, but not
you
before
know,
a lot of these SCVs are going to be killed off.
Yeah, definitely some good damage here so far. He does get the vultures in. I don't know how much damage was done in the main base. It seems like not too much. But definitely Royal still should be leading here as far as SCVs go. A bunch of vultures come out, and Speed will be able to break this. So that was the very strong thing that Royal was building up to. He, like...
It's a reality everywhere in the world, Valiant Boy.
To be able to set that set of...
It's not exclusive to
he
France.
Kind of dictated the tech with the 2-port Wraith, only 2 Wraiths, into the 4 factories with a dropship, got the vulture drop off, and pushed at the same time. Oh, wait, no, he does have a 3rd command center. So that's actually really good, because I'm like, that is
really
on
important.
all in at that point. But the attack he did it do
in
enough?
France, if you know 1% of the truth.
No, I would agree. I don't think it did that much. I actually was impressed, you know, Speed fighting back where he did this body block on one of the tanks and trapped it and killed it off with the vultures. Pretty rare sight to see. Speed's going to dive in over here. Was there? Yeah, there were SCVs transferred up. So I think this actually was maybe a bad move here. But
yeah, you didn't really get
did kill
much
some
there.
SCVs. I wonder if those vultures. Could have been used
TVT
better
is
to
so
push.
brutal
I feel like the
sometimes.
vultures might have cost more than the SCVs themselves. But then again, I guess with Speed being up a base, it's probably fine.
Yeah, the vultures are pretty.
That's the best
tradable. You gotta
country
make
for
sure you
these
have enough that you're not just
Shatterer
gonna die to a
guys.
counter push, but if you lay the mines and then you can trade them for SCVs, a lot
I
of
don't
times
know.
it's
There's
good.
always,
But yeah,
you know,
you do have to be careful not to like throw away too many. Now, the
random
map is
places in
starting
Africa.
to get cut in half a little bit. Science facility on the way, very good to see. It looks like the tech is going back into Wraiths here for Royal, which is kind of interesting. Moves like that, like if your opponent doesn't realize that's occurring, because like right now you hear all these scans, right? We're hearing a scan every few seconds. They're clearing mines. They're watching a little bit of army movement as well. You're trying to utilize mines to see that army movement ahead of time, but sometimes you're so focused on countering army movement and clearing mines that you forget to check if your opponent is making air units, you know? So, like,
right,
there's a lot of TVTs that get won and lost off of just not paying
True.
attention to starport production.
Yeah.
You know, if you have, like, 1 to 2 Goliaths and 8 Wraiths fly in, you're probably dead.
Mass
It's
cloaked
funny, like,
Wraiths!
in a
Let's
perfect world, you wouldn't
go!
have Goliaths because you could just focus on the ground and pound, right?
Yeah.
Same thing for your PVT, right? You just vultures and tanks are just stronger on the ground than.
So I stop here.
you know,
Everybody shut
tanks
up.
and
I think I
Goliaths.
talked
But
too
once
much
a
about
couple
reality.
Of Wraiths come in there, then you're in trouble. So you got to make sure you have the right balance, and that's why you were saying, Artosis, it's so important that you're aware of production from starports. Meanwhile, by the way, another big run-in over here with these vultures doing a lot of damage to these SCVs. I don't know if he quite blocked the ramp. He does a little
What
bit.
are
which
you
means
doing,
a couple more
Valiant
SCVs are
Boy?
going to be shot down before he can come back in here and resume mining. Very nicely done here by Speed, who, by the way, has now grown further north into his side of the map.
I really like
Mr. Lurk.
Speed's overall approach in this game. And honestly, I really like Royal's overall approach. I think Royal is.
Go back and check out that clip, Valiant Boy.
Speed blocked them, but they definitely could have worked. But this is actually, it's funny, like, you know, Speed plays so much. I cast him a lot. I've actually played against
Why?
Speed
Everyone shut their mouth.
so many times, Tasteless.
But they probably just went AFK. Stop freaking out when people stop talking in the chat.
He sacks a lot of vultures for SCVs. He keeps
I just said
good
facts,
zoning,
guys.
but
Come
this is
back.
a big attack.
Valiant Boy, it doesn't
Royal.
matter. I don't think you scared them off.
Speed needs to get a
I
bunch
think
of
they're
tanks
just
up here. He needs,
like
7
not
tanks.
there.
Oh, look.
So you don't need to get all personal about it.
Seems like he's got just the right amount.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough in TVT to push up in that area with the amount of tanks that he's
Wraiths
got there.
are so bad.
Goliath guns down that Wraith in the back. The bottom right, by the way, has really not gotten that much love on either side here.
I stopped talking
But
about that.
So far, Royal has basically failed to push
Oh,
too much
gonna
damage.
kill the Valkyrie.
Oh my God, beautiful run in here to get this Valkyrie, which just happens to be not rallied over any turret or anything of safety. And seeing that there was accumulation of Valkyries that early on kind of shuts down Speed's plans to counter the Wraiths.
Yeah, that sucks to lose your first Valk, man. That's painful. You definitely, you know.
But I just said
parents
facts
just
about
love
French
Valkyries
reality
as
and
soon as they
answer
see
about the
Wraiths.
joke.
It's so funny.
That's all.
It's kind of like a running joke in my cast about that because they're just. It's like there'll be 2 Wraiths and they make 2 Valkyries, and I mean it counters it really hard. Look at this, another dive in with the Vultures. He has killed so many SCVs this game, but Royal still has like pretty good infrastructure. The fact that he has 2 armories going with that science facility, he still has a few Wraiths. He has 4 command centers, so he can replace his SCVs pretty quickly. You can see 2 add-ons. He just scanned there 2 add-ons, so it could switch into dropships. I don't think dropships are that good on this map. Honestly, if this goes much longer in this state,
Silence
someone
total like in
might
horror
want to go
movie.
battlecruiser like I was talking about before.
Yeah.
I think you're a little
it
paranoid
does
there,
feel like
Valiant
there's no
Boy.
soft spot to push on where you can get much damage done. Especially at TVT, you're basically reduced down to the 3 lanes through the middle up to the top. As
They
well
probably
as,
just
I
went
guess, the extra one at the
AFK.
bottom, right? But yeah, there's just
We've been
not a whole
talking
lot
for
of
like an
free running,
hour, dude. They don't.
area
No
here.
one
So
sticks
once you see
around
something
for the
coming, you
entire
kind of run up and
stream,
block it
man.
off and force them down another avenue.
Don't get so weirded
You
out
know,
when
this
they
is a
don't
map where
talk
if
or
you
respond
cut it
in
half
chat.
diagonally opposite of the spawn,
Just pretend that they're
so
still
you
there
have
because
each
they might
person's
still be
territory.
there.
It's impossible to have even bases. That base at the top left has to go to somebody. So even if they both manage to share the bottom right, which is actually pretty hard to do TBT, usually whoever gets the first one can take the other one. A lot of times
I'm
they'll expand
joking
onto the
with
other
you,
side,
second degree.
you know, just so that they can secure the one that's behind that. But,
Me too, bro.
Yeah, that's another way that this game can be propelled to an end. And dude, Speed with these vultures. I mean, I think Royal might be able to break
I
this
go
position,
try
but there's
hard.
going to be a lot of dead workers over here. Royal's at 128 supply to Speed at 166.
Yeah, but Royal is putting on a decent attack over here. Unfortunately for him, a couple Wraiths come up, and doesn't seem like he has any anti-air in the area. There are a couple Wraiths back over across
Levi
the map.
Muffin Eggy
Speed
just
needs to hold
depopped.
this base. If he can regain this base, he's going to be in,
fast.
still very decent shape in the game.
I'm pretty sure
But if
Muffin
you
hasn't
end up
been
losing
here
the
for
base,
like
if Royal can
45
hold that
minutes.
high ground there,
He went to say hi to
this
other
game
streamers.
will get out of control for Speed super quickly.
Okay, so I think Speed might have enough to crush these
I
tanks.
think
There's
so.
not a whole lot that's in front. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, there's not
you
enough
see some
tanks.
kind of tripping over each other, but
I'm here, I'm just doing
the
Duolingo.
amount is
See?
just overwhelming. Is
See,
there a
Valiant
counterpunch
Boy, stop
available
freaking
here? I don't
out
know
so
if there's
much.
tanks. I know there's, oh, no,
They're
there
just
might
doing
be
other
some
shit
tanks.
because you're not
Although I
always
feel like Royal's kinda
100%.
running past the area you
Yeah,
might wanna
not
try to defend
100%
up here.
caring about the
Maybe
stream
they're
because the
scrambling to try to
content
control
that
the top left.
is
If
on
they're
right now
letting
isn't
these
that
vultures fill it,
interesting for some people.
Well, I
It
think
is for
Royal
me
has
because
enough
this
to
is a
hold on as well.
huge fucking thing
You
for
know,
me,
they've
but
dealt
that's just
a
me,
lot of
right?
damage back and forth to each other, especially the
So I
SCVs
appreciate that
Royal
you're
taking
even here,
real big
Levi.
beating in this game. And you know, the thing is, they're like getting to this.
Me too,
this
for real,
state where they
StarCraft,
should
yeah.
be stabilizing
But this is
pretty
like
well.
my thing,
By the way,
right?
a little bit
So
of a
it's
shout
like
out here
I'm
to
just
Speed
doing
spending,
my
like,
thing right
every
now
ounce of gas. This
because
shows you just how
I
strong
feel
he is
sick
right now. Terran versus Terran,
and my
when you have
throat
four
hurts and I didn't
gases,
want to talk
you
the
would
entire
be
stream.
Shocked, Tasteless, how hard
So
it
I
can
thought
be
this
to
would be
spend
the
all
best
gas.
way.
Like,
Instead of
Royal's
not
over 60,
streaming,
700,
I just
800
do a
gas
shit
most of the game, and you can
stream.
see he's kind
And
of
then at least
transitioning
I'm
to more of a
here,
Goliath siege
right?
tank. He probably has his
But we're
starports
just
going
not
now,
doing
you know, maybe he's making some
a short
dropships.
story or
But
reacts.
yeah, like
We're
if
just
you can hit
watching
that transition
StarCraft like a
from
good old time.
Mr. Vulture spam, I'm doing damage everywhere, to oh my god, I spent
So
all my
I go
gas,
play.
I have so many
Sounds
tanks, I'll
good,
never
Valiant
die,
Boy. Have a good
then
one.
You're going to be in good shape.
He's going to slip it again. 3 more vultures here. You can see that the SCV numbers are thinner at all of these bases. It's been tough for Royal to kind of keep up. Like, Speed just has a lot more muscle out on the map. We're finally
I feel like
seeing
I confused a little bit, but I know I'm paranoid, bro.
Speed is going to get both the bottom right
if you
expansion
know
on his
how
side,
much.
and he currently has infrastructure being developed here in the top left. A big surround over here on the main platform for Speed's side of the map.
Weed gets me
I gotta say,
paranoid
it
as
just
fuck.
feels like Speed is everywhere.
Well, that's
right
not good,
now.
Valiant boy.
He's just able to be so on top of everything he
I
needs
didn't
to do.
smoke.
The only thing I
Well,
wish
that's
he would do
not
is
good.
that refinery that burned down we saw earlier.
I think he doesn't even realize that occurred. You know, sometimes you miss something like that because it burns down. You think it's fine, but it's just barely in the burning. And, you know, he'll probably eventually, yeah, he just started it again. He was probably looking at it and be like, wait a minute, I can't afford what I want or something. But both of them are taking bases here on the bottom side. The thing is, Speed
I'm
has
on
so
L
much
position
macro going
since
on.
2 hours on my
And
chair.
Royal, despite losing that many
Can't
SCVs,
feel my
like, he was
legs.
trying to get counter damage
Well, that's
by
not
attacking,
good, Valiant boy.
whereas Speed has gotten all his damage by harassing. So it's a big difference.
Okay.
Oh my God.
This is big. This is really big, and it was scanned. He's going
Yeah.
to try to pick up. This will change the course of this game. Is he going to go for the main? That would be the most logical place, but there's already stuff there. Can he try to drop in the third, maybe?
Third base is the place to go right now. When you get scanned, you can't any longer go to the main base because that's where everyone goes to defend. See, yeah, this is not going to work for Royal, I don't think.
Yeah, that was something I learned a lot of from hearing Flash say on the stream. Is that
Yeah, I know.
you got it.
I love you, Valiant. Why you can't feel your legs? Because he's been sitting in his chair for 2 hours without moving. Because as soon as my stream, he woke up and sat down in his PC or his laptop with my stream on. He couldn't leave because I have a magical hold on people that once they enter the stream, they can't leave. That's why our viewer number only goes up. It never goes down. Did you ever notice that?
It's not under anybody's explicit control.
I watch you on the phone so I can poop and view.
Map, but it looks like Speed
Eggy Mayo, you are super smart.
Tasteless, I'm inspired by this game. Like, I already knew that Speed was unbelievably strong. But like this is also the difference between
on
pro gamer
death,
TVT
not
and top
you
ladder player TVT.
are
And obviously
the ref
Speed is both. And
have?
Royal, when he plays ladder, can get to the top. That's not what I'm saying, but like you can tell that Speed plays a lot of Terran versus Terran.
Second
he's
monitor
played, like,
content.
such a stable, intelligent game.
Pretty much.
Whereas like what Royal has
you
gone
are
for in this
the
game
ref instead
is like
of
pro gamer moves,
you have.
where he's like, I'm better than
Ref
you, and then he
what?
wins. Whereas Speed is like,
I'm a trash
because
bin.
I totally get what's going
Okay,
on.
Valiant boy.
Yeah, a lot of patient, calculated
Of
moves
L.
that have let Speed take the lead
L.
here.
His harass is unbelievable. The amount of times he's gotten vultures in, I've
Death
never
Note?
seen this much harassment in a long TBT.
We saw +3 attack finish on Royal's tanks when he tried to push down
Okay.
here, but I think that the
Swear
underlying
Valiant
numbers
is just
are gonna be
some
the issue. Speed is basically maxed
avant-garde
out.
art performance. You didn't read
Nashville.
Death Note? He can't be real.
keep in
No,
mind,
bro.
even when
How?
a gas is
No, Valiant boy. Yes, I know Death Note. I didn't know you meant L from Death Note.
SCVs and a TVT from a depleted geyser, long term is really bad.
100%. Like that gas, you know, the maps. This
Of course,
is the one matchup where
I've
maps
watched
actually
and
get
read
mined out
Death
sometimes.
Note. That was when I was in
You know,
high school.
Those depleted geysers are important as hell. Now, look.
Go
Royal
get an
again is
apple,
trying to
Valiant
attack.
boy.
He's down 50 supply. I can't see anything working here for him. There's so many mines everywhere. Speed just bombing out, and actually everything explodes there really badly. Oh my God, Royal's taking a great engagement here. Dude,
But it's
everything
still
that
not
came out
enough.
of those drop ships just exploded as it hit the ground. But the thing is, Speed's macro is so on fire here. He's mining so much. He can trade a bit inefficiently and still be completely fine.
TVT is so brutal.
The only thing you have to watch out for is like tempo-oriented wins, where like they clear your army and then they keep going, and then suddenly you just barely
I
don't
want
get a
to
big enough
meet
army to
all
stop it,
of
but I
us.
can't foresee that
Levi,
happening in this
Muffin,
game.
you, and Eggy.
Yeah. And this is one of those
I'm
moments
sure
where
one
you've
day
got
it will
drop ships
happen,
and you're just
Valiant
fighting
boy.
wherever they're attacking
Like I
and
said,
on it.
if I was gonna go to
Because they have to
TwitchCon,
attack
I'd
out,
go
but
to
you
the
have
North
enough to
American
always win the
TwitchCon in
In
2027 or
positions where the stage is
2028.
like this, it's impossible for Royal to
Swear
win.
we wears
the last new
the
expansion
best,
that Royal can
bro,
take is going
for
to be
sure.
denied. The third base is going
I mean,
to be
I think it
drying
would be
up pretty
cool.
quickly. here.
but
as is the
I'm
fourth.
not interested in
And
it
from
yet.
there, it's like a choose your own
That's like a
adventure for Speed for how he
2-3
would
year
win.
down the road thing,
There you have
right?
it. GG. That was
I'm
completely
fine not
masterful
meeting up,
Terran versus
at least
Terran.
for a good
And,
while.
Again, I actually really did like a lot of the ideas Royal had. You can tell he's a
You
great
know I'm
prep
really
player.
funny.
But Speed has
It'd be
seen
weird unless I
everything
was
so many times in the last
remotely
year.
successful.
The guy literally plays more games than anybody. There's like one Protoss
Yeah, that's why
player that plays as many
I'd
games
give
as
it 2
Speed,
or 3
known as
years,
Rich.
Levi.
He didn't
I think
try
2 or
for
3
ASL for
years
some
is
reason,
like,
but, like,
if you've been streaming for like
Speed just
2,
plays
3,
more than
4
everybody,
years,
and he's on the ladder all
I
the
think
time,
then's
he plays
maybe is a
PvP
good
all the
time. Like, going to
he's seen
TwitchCon
all of
might
this, he
actually
knows how to
be
block
a
it,
good thing
he
for your
knows how to
stream,
get
because
in
then you
and
could
get
meet
damage.
other creators,
like,
you know,
if he
and
keeps
like
this
by
up,
that
he's
time you
gonna
have a
get an ASL
community,
victory in
so
the
you've
next couple
probably
years.
got
Like,
at least
he is
20 or
unbelievable.
30 people that might want to meet up with you, and then a bunch of other streamers as well that you can hang out with. So it's like, you know, if we could get like
You gotta respect a guy who
success
can
or
grow and develop,
boobies, that's
right?
the only
I mean,
way.
This was kind of a.
Why not
If
both?
this was a big dance. He was
Levi
one of the
don't like
background
me?
dancers Before. He's kind of moving to the front.
No, I just think
becoming a main
I
character,
rarely
he was,
went
you
above
know,
one
an
viewer
NPC
myself for
before. He's
today's
looking
stream.
better and better
Yeah,
and
like
better.
if you
Guys,
look,
short
Levi,
break,
my
rush for
my
speed.
last
Another
2 streams
TDT
have been
is coming up
pretty
next.
absolute shit. I had 1.5 average and a 2.3 with a 2.2. Like, you know, it is what it is. That's why I don't give a shit about that kind of stuff. It's more about just having fun with people and interacting with people, right? And promoting other people as well, right? Like, I'm really kind of pushing Muffin because I think he's gonna actually go somewhere. I think he has the potential to, like, in 2 years from now, be like a 100-view streamer if he keeps getting records in Trackmania like that. I always have solidly 1 viewer, me. But then if I'm watching multiple streams while I'm streaming, then I don't count as my own viewer.
I didn't really.
Yeah, Muffin could do numbers. Yeah, I believe it. He's got the potential, man. I think it's fucking dope.
TVT and less of a.
Writing is just such a niche thing that it's like,
compared to what Joseph's pay as much attention to it.
it's
but,
more of a YouTube thing than it
thought
is a
if we
Twitch
had a
thing,
Rush
right?
Match,
That's what I
it would
think,
just be such
at
an
least.
obvious choice to
But like I
pick
said,
Rush,
it's
but
more of holding
Speed
myself
looked
accountable
really good.
and just learning the tricks of the
Really
trade
strong.
and, like,
Yeah.
you know,
So this should be close and exciting.
getting
The thing is,
involved
if
with the
you play
community.
ladder
I had
all
2
the
other
time at the
viewers on
very
my
top,
first 2
okay,
streams.
you're not playing against players quite the
But it
level
was
of
great
Rush
fun
and
interacting
Royal,
with them.
but
Yeah,
you're playing
exactly.
against players that have similar
I'm not even
mechanics
really
and a
writing. I'm
vast
reading
amount of
extremist
ideas, right?
literature.
So
Well, I
he just
mean, if you
plays
look
so
at
much more
like
Terran
one
versus
of
Terran
the
than these
biggest,
guys. He knows
I don't know
what
if you
to
know this,
expect in
but
these
the
different
biggest
situations.
writing
I'm
and
favoring him here,
reading
man. I think that
channel
game was
on Twitch
unbelievable against Rush, and now we're going to go into
is,
Metropolis, a very different type of map here against Rush.
All right, guys, this is the winners match. Let's get into
What's
this.
her name?
Again, another best of 1 here to decide, excuse me, who moves on into the round of 16.
somewhere on my frickin' follow list. Ah, here we are.
Rush here in the
This
top
chick.
right. And Speed here in the bottom right. Both players sharing this side of the map. Before we go any further
Failcore,
into
the
this
book
game,
dragon.
guys, we need to ask you for support. If
She
you haven't already,
does
we hope you can
ASMR
go over
and
get you to
reading,
sign
and she
up for
doesn't
our
write.
Patreon
She just
at
does reading and stuff like that.
patreon.com/ASL
But
English.
she usually gets around
You guys are
150
the whole
viewers
reason why we're able
average.
to do this. It
So
has
it's
been
like,
an honor
just
and
because
so
like
much
writing
fun
your own
to be
stuff doesn't
sharing the
necessarily,
history
like,
of
you know,
the greatest esport of all time
need
with
to
you.
be what you do
Please
in the
consider
writing and
signing
reading
up
section,
at
right?
patreon.com/ASL.
I saw bro want to see
I love all the
what's
the
your
memes in the
content.
audience
We'll
here.
see your future streams. Appreciate you.
But
I have
guys, yeah, thank you
OBS.
again to
I want
everyone
so
who
much to
has
start
signed
streaming,
up
but I
over the
don't have the
years.
stuff,
We really, really do
the
appreciate
time.
it, and you guys.
So enjoy. Don't worry,
helping to
bro. I
keep this
didn't.
all alive,
Now
man.
you streaming.
StarCraft 1, like.
I
you
mean,
know,
I don't really have the
we're
time. I
seeing-
just
we're
make the
seeing
time
what
now.
must occur, which is a return to people
Right?
loving great
But it's like you
games
really have to
instead of
enjoy
just
it
whatever
as a
garbage
hobby,
is
as
being
something
fed
to
you.
do.
And,
if you want to
this
push
is
yourself for
the
having
greatest
like
game ever
18
made.
to 20-hour
You
days,
could
like
not
every
convince me
day,
otherwise.
basically.
Like this
It's like
game
even
is-
on my
is
days
so
off, I'm
old
always
and
working on the
still
stream,
plays
working
so
on
well,
content,
and, like, the
thinking about
metagame
what I
evolves
should do for the
at
next
an
thing.
unbelievable
You know,
rate.
Doing
It hasn't had a
research.
patch in
I'm
20,
speechless by what I
26
write.
years? No problem.
I have
Yeah,
found
I mean,
myself with an
equal
endless
rights is an
well of
ASL.
essays I
Insane.
could read, since there are so many citations
It's
on these
crazy.
things. Hell yeah,
and,
Levi.
You know, a lot of times,
It's like me when I
say, like,
found
hey,
when I
this is the
realized
year
the
that Nintendo
on
came
writing
out, or
section
the
of
PlayStation 1, and you go, oh my God,
Hello
I feel
Future
so
Me.
old.
Like in
But
video
there's something
watching
different about
hours, it's 121
StarCraft
hours.
competitive play,
Multiply
where you can
that
say
by
this game's
3.
been
That's
out for now, I think,
that's
over 25
360
years.
hours of
But
content.
It's still as good.
That's
it still
like
fills up
4
stadiums, it
months
still
worth of
fills up
content
huge
just
theaters.
from his videos.
It's the most watched game on a
That's
TV, and
insane.
in some senses, therefore, the most watched, game in
And it's all
Korea,
practical
the most,
research information for my writing as well.
plugged-in country in the world. It makes me happy.
Stay frosty,
You know, it really does.
Valium.
And it's,
Hell
thank
yeah,
God
bro.
the game has
And
just
got you.
been so
And see ya,
perfectly
brother.
designed that
See
it's
ya,
stayed
Valium
fresh.
boy.
That is the crazy thing about it. It's just the game takes so much more skill than any other game. That, like, that's why it's always fresh. It's not that the game is perfectly balanced. It's not. But, like, the skill is so unbelievably infinite. Like, look at that last game we just looked at. Oh, my God. They played completely different ways of the same race and had such a crazy back-and-forth game. Amazing stuff. Now, looking at these openers, it's like just a slightly quicker factory for speed, but not anything really noticeable. Forward 11 barracks here from Rush. He was just prepping just in case there was like a command center first or something. You can put a little bit of pressure on with that, but it doesn't like counter anything. And Speed is going for a 1-base build. Okay. Wasn't expecting this. So he's made, I believe, 3 Marines. So I'm guessing he'll go for a starport very quickly here. And yeah, maybe like Vulture into tank, or possibly just tank if he wants to pull the Marines back. But no, he does go Vulture first. He's blocked the scouting, and Rush has no idea. So if
Had a
Rush
wonderful
plays,
day
like,
for
normal, like,
everyone. Stay
just
safe,
like
blessed,
kind of a
care of
normal
yourself.
TBT
The
idea
key
here. You look
of
at this,
the
you say,
eternal
okay, this looks like
happiness.
factory
Love you,
expand.
homies.
You know, I guess maybe I'll go for a 3.
Love you,
factory
Valium.
Vulture.
Same
That's
here.
what
Fuck
Speed
you,
is looking
Valium
for
boy.
right now. Because Rush just hasn't gotten good intel, and he's making a Wraith. So, like, and Speed is banking a lot of gas here, man. I think he'll go, like, Wraith add-on Cloak Wraith.
Anytime, bro.
Yeah, I think you're right. So he's going to be coming out swinging.
Love you, no homo.
Now,
No
we don't
homo,
see
bro.
anybody that goes on a
Unless you
one-base,
want it to be
play
homo.
and not some kind of steady.
Thank you for being
expand
here.
build.
No worries, Valium
One-base
boy.
play has to work.
I got nowhere else to
Like,
be,
Rush is
bro.
investing in the future. Speed is investing.
Come on in and
right now.
enjoy the
But sometimes these
rambunctiousness
one-base
with
plays
us.
pack a big punch.
Now,
And
Juice
depending
Homo
on where these
sapien.
vultures can target, he targets the 1 Marine and backs up. Now he's got 3 Marines. He can target
Ooh!
the next one. He can use the Marines in the front now.
Yeah, I think
to
this is
kind of move
over.
in here and damage
I think
these
this might
vultures.
just
The
be
vultures
over.
Can tank for the other vulture. He backs up gracefully. The SCVs really don't do anything. They're not quite in
Ooh,
range.
he needs to keep that one vulture alive. He needs to bring it to the
Barely
back.
Scratch the surface of this. The SCVs are now going to surround.
Oh, but
the
he's
vulture
killed
to
so
repair
many
it. The vultures can just target this
SCVs.
down. And this is a huge amount of damage. This is
Huge
insane.
amount.
And he's got a
he
Wraith
has
on the
a
way.
third factory, like, he
Oh
was gunning
my
at the third factory, and now
God.
he throws the armory down because he's looking at this. He's like, okay, what's the follow-up? Uh-oh. Because
Uh-oh.
his barracks flies
the
into
barracks
the
is
natural.
floating over here.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
doesn't.
so-
He can't even make a Marine.
Like, Speed is so far ahead. You know, that attack he did, obviously he wants
Oh my God! And then he lands the barracks. Oh my God!
Blocks in.
Oh my
one of the
fucking
SCVs.
God!
He's
This
doing
is
damage with the
amazing.
vulture on the outside. He's gonna come
This
in and
is
pin the
so
isolated SCV
amazing.
kill.
And he's gonna
Dude.
drop the Marine.
Walked in here, so
Oh my
the SCV
fucking God! This is
Oh
so
my
good.
God.
It's absurd how far ahead Speed is getting right now. You know, he's making some siege tanks at home.
Bye-bye,
He's getting that
Valium.
after 2 Wraiths now.
You're how
That was a
many
very
year
good
old?
adjustment.
Why do you ask
And
everyone their
speaking of
age,
making command center,
Valium
yeah,
boy?
He started his command center as main base.
To some people, that's a little weird.
That's the only thing that Rush has going for him is he has a second command center, so he can recover.
I don't think it matters how old people are.
I don't
too
think you
hyped
can
by a
ever
2D game.
catch up in a game.
No,
like
dude,
this.
this shit is insane. He dropped
No, I don't
his
think so.
barracks and made a
I mean,
fucking
this is
Marine.
piling up.
Like,
Rush
what?
Is extremely demoralized
'Kay.
right now.
Okay,
See, Speed was
okay,
attacking.
I'm pausing this and I'm bringing up the greatest moment in StarCraft ever. Okay? I can't find it. I can't find it. But anyways, so like there's a building called a Nidus Network that's Zerg can put their units in, and then they pop out another area that's connected to the Nidus Network. And in one game, a guy, because Terran can lift their buildings off of the ground, he lifted his barracks, or no, it was his engineering bay and science facility, and he put them over top of the Niduses. And normally in order to defend, Zerg would just pop a Defiler into the Nidus Network, drop down a bunch of Dark Swarms, and then go back through the Nidus Network. And that way, the science vessels couldn't irradiate the Defiler. But no one had ever, in a professional game, tried to put a building over top of a Nidus Network so that you literally couldn't attack the Nidus Network. And if you're on end game, like Ultra Ling, you basically have like no anti-air. So it'd take forever for you to get these buildings off of your Nidus in order to get your Defiler over there to drop down Darkswarm. And he literally lost the game in a tournament because of this. It's like, that's how amazing StarCraft is. And that's like this moment here, where it's like, he literally drops his barracks and makes a Marine to continue the harassment. It's like, holy fuck, 5-head move. Jesus Christ.
He has like
it's so many layers of complexity. I love it.
And now
that's why I love StarCraft so much. Even after 30 years almost, it's still getting, like, people are doing things that have never been done before.
The body block, he fails to do that. Right now the tank is kiting. The tank is going to go down, but one more comes up here to meet it in its place. And keep in mind,
GG!
Attack with the race there at the same time, and look at the smile on his face.
Woo!
He has been outworking the entire world.
The
Artosis wristbands. I'm an athlete.
And speeds are black.
I'm an athlete.
Here, truly at the ASL, a big win.
Fucking insane.
Yeah.
I can't believe Speed beat Rush.
So well deserved. This is what we call justice. Okay. Rush may sit there and get all the fame and all the money, but Speed is grinding literally harder than every other player in ASL.
That striped shirt looks just like my work uniform.
You see that reflected in his level. This guy knows.
Yeah,
exactly
they're professional video game players. They don't have any fashion, but they probably wouldn't be professional. Give me a speedy win. Nice. I need to get some signs so I can hold up some signs.
A new Terran on top here today in a group where we had some of the strongest modern Terrans there are.
The Eagle.
Speed comes out ahead of both Rush and Royal.
Yeah. This attack, of course, that he did, one of the main things is getting rid of those Marines right away. And, you know, just putting some pressure onto your opponent is always going to be good.
That was,
follow-up coming.
oh my god, this was so
really
good.
Well
this attack was, like, literally perfect.
Yeah.
All three vultures.
If he had lost that vulture there, this wouldn't have worked.
And then he let the two
That's how close it was.
The Marines do a little bit of extra damage.
Boom.
He knew to target down the SCVs here. And look, when the fight's done, okay, there's two vultures. He drives it away. But so many workers have been killed, and now the raid goes to town on the SCVs. The damage just continues to accumulate. It's just a series of proper moves for Speed to come through.
And then the fucking barracks 5 head.
Is this banner barracks. Somehow this was perfectly timed out.
Perfectly timed out to block the
When you're already that
SCVs.
down on workers, to have one isolated SCV, and the rest of these SCVs can't even mine efficiently, it was a beautiful takedown.
Everything about this game was planned so well by Speed. The funny thing is, even just the initial 2 Vulture, 3 Marine attack did so much. Like, it's very impressive. He could have just followed up with the command center instead of a Wraith and been ahead still. But yeah, he just absolutely dominates in these games.
All right, I think we're going to have an interview now. There we go.
He's moving on to the round of
You're watching
16.
Group B of the round of 24 of ASL Season 19. A first place finish last season, and indeed once again a first place finish today. Let's have a word with Speed. Congratulations. Thank you. What do you think? Was that a good intro? First place finisher Speed for 2 seasons in a row, making it into the round of 16. The force you're showing is truly chilling. The showing you had today, many people were surprised by how smoothly, how delicately things went down. Let's first hear how you're feeling making the round of 16 for 2 seasons in a row with this performance of yours. I'm in really good spirits, first of all. I got through a bottleneck at one point, and from then, the games have been going well. To be honest, I did not expect I would take first place today. I kept thinking, I can advance, I can advance. Things went better than during practice, and I ended up winning. 2 heavyweight Terrans who both have made it into the finals of the league, and you took them down to move on. This phrase you used, you pushed through a bottleneck and now it's all clear, really hits home. Was it the Vulture that helped you overcome this obstacle? Your Vulture usage shined through in today's games, like in the game against Royal where he went for a 2-port opening, the builds diverted as you went for a 3-fact. It was very apparent how you used Vultures from the early game through to the late game. It was inspiring to see you endlessly pressure and kill SCVs. How good do you think this reliance on Vultures is in TVT? I think that once you get your factories up and going, it's good to include that. I've played like that a lot, but it can have its drawbacks. There's strengths and weaknesses. Today, it was a strong point. Conversely, in the game against Rush, you went for a quick star port. You were drawing benefits from both Vultures and Wraiths to get the victory. Taking both of those games into account, the feeling I got was you prepared perfectly for this. Am I right? Maybe about 90%?
Are you in a
Did you
chain
think
gang,
the games went the way you
Levi?
had practiced? They went better than what I had practiced. Oh, so perfectly acclimated to the stage environment and sort of punching through a barrier. You must feel yourself that ending in the round of 16 would be a shame. Are you prepared with a higher placement in mind? This time, not the round of 16, but the round of 8. I want
That's
to play a
not
best of
a
5.
no.
I will have to practice a lot. A lot of people will be cheering and watching your games, curious as to what personality you'll show this season. Any words for the fans and your colleagues? I want to thank my wife for helping me to play well, for helping me practice Light, Lita, Ample and the Beast. Thank you. And thank you to the fans for your support. Once again, congratulations on making the round of 16. Thank you for the interview.
Sorry I'm being sassy
Thank
today
you.
because work is peeing me off.
And
No
there
worries,
you have
Eggy Mail.
Speed, making it through to the round of 16 2 seasons in a row.
If you need to let
Fourth
off
round,
steam,
remaining round of 16
feel free.
spot.
I think
We will take
everyone
a short
here has a
break and
thick
return
enough
for the
spine
news
to be able to take the banter. No, I work in a hotel. I don't know why we have striped shirts. Because they want you to feel like it's a prison. He's like, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm going home now.
Hey everybody, we're back, and we're going to go to a TVZ again here. No more TVTs, at least for now. We got to see
Working
what's
conditions
gonna
are pretty
happen
alright.
between
We
Hyun
get free
versus
food, sometimes
Royal.
restaurant quality.
This should be a good one.
Nice.
You know, Royal.
I get
in the
10%
past,
off,
very
like,
dominant.
anything
I
at
don't know
Walmart.
exactly how he's going to fare here now.
So,
I also don't really know
you
where
know,
Hyun's
10% off doesn't
based off
sound,
the game we
and
saw.
like
I mean,
once a
Rush
month
kinda
we get
came in
20% off.
with
So
the
if you
right
like
hook,
can
rocked
save
it,
up
and then
and
played
like
the game
buy
Royal
everything in that
and
one
close it out.
period,
But if Hyun can
it's
have a solid
actually like
opening,
you
I
could
think
save like
he's gonna
hundreds
drop
of
it.
dollars.
I hope he does. I really do. But
It's restaurant
I'm fearful
leftovers and
because,
foods make good
Royal
leftovers. Some
has
foods make good
maybe the
leftovers.
best
Yeah,
overall
true.
Terran vs. Zerg record in ASL. Like the ASL victory he had, if I recall correctly, like almost every one of his matches was against Zerg, and he took down like all the best Zergs with completely different, like teched out builds. And I think he actually didn't play any Protosses that season, maybe one game or something. But yeah, like it just, he's so strong in the matchup, and he plays kind of an off style. You're not likely to see, or as likely to see SK Terran from him as someone else. So I worry for Hyun on that. It's hard to prep for Royal.
Yeah, Royal is almost like his own race with how he approaches a lot of the game and the matchups. Guys, we're going to go into this match right now. The loser
Sometimes
is
it's
out
like
of the
leftover
season of
roast
the
potatoes
ASL.
or seafood
Winner
chowder,
is going
and it's
on.
not all that
Now
good.
we need to take on
Oh,
Rush.
potatoes
It's gonna be a
do
tough
not
battle.
stay, man. Potatoes are the worst for leftovers. It's the moisture, because it loses all of its moisture.
Okay, we've got Royal
Roast
here.
potatoes are, are
top,
elite when fresh.
and
Y'all,
Hyun here in the bottom left.
steak and potatoes are like my two,
Yeah,
and beef
what is your
jerky are
take
like the
on
three
this
biggest
map
things that I
Artosis
eat.
for TVZ.
Yeah, Polestar, I don't have a strong opinion for
Like I love
Terran
twice
vs.
baked
Zerg
potato,
here
and then
yet,
you
but
take out
there-
the
I
inside,
guess the interesting thing is
mash it,
has,
stick
is
it
a
back
four-player
in,
map, so you could do
mash the
regular,
entire
I take
thing,
another main, or I take
and then
another
spread it
natural
over
into
your
a fork-based
steak.
approach. But also, if you wanted to play a more
Leftover roast is also not ideal,
Show
but
me your
it's
face.
still good
Crazy.
because
Okay.
roast meat is
Show 'em
good.
Artosis.
Yeah,
You made it up.
Yeah, I
You're
made
the
that up.
author.
Yeah.
so
I
it's a
call that
worse
name and
version of a
everything.
good, great food. Yeah.
So,
So it's like a 6 out of
the,
10, but it's still a 6.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, about
Leftover
TVZ
potatoes
here.
are like a
Zerg
1.
does have the
I don't
option
know
to take a
what
ramp to
food
third
is
base,
worse
like
than
just
leftover potatoes.
like a central one, 12, 6.
I honestly
3, and
think
9
leftover
all
potatoes are
just,
probably
like,
the worst
single
leftover
ramp
food.
going up to
Talks
a
as the
regular
diet of
gas
an
expansion, so
1880s
those are
cowboy.
possibilities for them as well. There's a lot of base
Potatoes, steak, and beef
which
jerky,
can be
boys.
used in late game to try to overwhelm by just kind of throwing hatches.
It's
all
all you
over,
need
but
to survive.
nothing about it sticks out to me as favored one way or the other, really.
Pioneer type nutrition. True.
Yeah, this has been a good addition.
I am
though,
a
I think, to our map
pioneer.
pool.
You know?
And I'm super excited about this season.
In the way of
with the maps that we've
intoxication.
got. I
It's
think in
insane
years
seeing
past,
my
we had a couple
coworkers
that were
complain
we're
about
like,
the free
well,
lunches
these
we
games are gonna
get.
be fun, but I don't know.
Yeah,
what
some
we
people
learn
are
from
pretty
this.
entitled for
The
stuff.
maps are this crazy,
You know?
so,
For sure.
It's
I
like
think this one is a
tips,
good
right?
addition.
I used to work in
Royal's gonna
restaurants,
send
and
his first
all
scouting
waiters
SCV
and
out here,
people like that always
with Hyun
bitch
taking
about
a
their
quick
tips, and I'm like,
expand
I don't get
over
no
here.
tips. Fuck you,
It
bitch.
looks like Royal's going to be first to find him. And the same is going to be true for Hyun. His scouting overlord is just now positioned over where the depot wall is to see if this is an expand build or not. So there's no way for Royal to do anything sneaky, like make this look like an expand player and go gas behind it or anything like that.
I think he'll just open pretty
I
normally
love
here
giving
then.
my tip to young waitresses.
You know, it looks like
Nice
he's gonna make the
email.
Singing Depot. Yeah, he does.
Nice.
He does start the Singing Depot, but he'll get a very fast command center here as well. So
You
I
should
guess
watch
that's a standard
waiting.
Opener. You know, you can't really against 2-hatch play bring Rack's command center into any tech. Like, there's some real fringe stuff, but it's just so tight against the Mutalisk timing that generally anytime you see no gas taken by like a minute and 40 seconds or so, then it's just like, okay, we're going to play SK Terran here most likely. And obviously there are a few different types of that. You could go like quick +1, 2 Racks Academy Rush, you know, there's all that different stuff. But it looks like probably just a standard game out of Royal. And maybe he's doing that just because you were talking about before he has to prepare, you know, multiple matchups. Maybe he's like, yeah, I'll just play a standard TVZ. I think I'm just better than Hyun.
I think Royal views himself as you know, a top 8 player here. He's really come in and asserted himself in the last 2 years as a real threat to anybody, and I think he probably with all due respect to Hyun, is approaching this as like a player he should be able to just kind of strong arm and beat, and doesn't need to have any kind of deceptive openings or trickery here to start things off. He is putting a little bit of pressure. There's no creep colony here yet.
This little
catch that overlord,
that would be huge, man.
Oh,
you just missed it. Oh, I think he.
Oh, he's going back. He's going back. I think that he can't. He's not going to
get in time.
He's going by.
That's funny because that would have been.
That would have been
that
so
huge.
huge.
His last game here.
He's like, fuck my overlords. Yeah, he really had really bad luck. And so did Scan.
Like,
Scan had really bad luck, and he made it through.
It's really, really common at high levels to just kind of walk around. You're just trying to make sure your opponent doesn't overmake drones. And he forced 6 slings, so that's good.
This is one of the things I think even people that play a lot, you don't get an appreciation for. I'm sorry, even people that watch a lot. Actually, even if you're at a lower level, you might not appreciate this either until you look at the replay and really sit down and examine how many drones are lost when you force either sunken colonies to be made or lings to be made over drones. Because it can look like nothing's really going on, right? Okay, he moved out and moved back, but nothing happened. But the reality is Zerg had to make a certain number of defenses or stall and expand or morph, or not morph lings, basically. Or sorry, not morph drones. So it could be really, really strong. And it's a good way to control the game. And if they don't respect you, you can just call their bluff and punish them.
Exactly. That's like the hardest thing for newer players to really conceptualize, I think, is how important consistent pressure is against Zerg. And it's, a lot of the losses that we see is just like, yeah, you didn't pressure here, or you played fearful when you shouldn't. And of course that sets up plays for Zerg as well. We've seen plenty of games where Terran was going to move out and then mass Speedling comes in and gets him or something like that. So things like that absolutely occur. And in fact, Hyun,
do you think it's just a coincidence that the word base
that works? No.
Is only 4 letters away from being the word Scotty?
Well, I do because I saw the Marine number before we started that, but that was
that was bad.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
That was just
really bad,
waste.
actually.
There's no reason to give
When I saw him come in, like,
what 4 letters?
All the TVs.
I gotta know he's 4 letters.
He knows something. This doesn't look right, but yeah, he comes in there and he loses the lings. And therefore, his mutas in some ways are weaker too later on here. A lot of times you want to have the lings maybe run by the Marines up into the main or target down a turret and then let your mutas come in. So he's kind of tripping over himself here.
It wasn't great, but he's not.
You're great,
he's not in a
Mayo.
terrible spot. He has a pretty quick third base. He already made the geyser there, so he's definitely going to go heavy muta. That can be a very strong play when you have your opponent's minerals facing your main base. It's very easy to rally mutas up and consistently harass there. That is something that Royal should take into consideration and maybe add a couple more turrets here. I tell you, I really appreciate the Terrans that go 5 turrets in this position really, really quickly to prevent this from occurring. But he's putting on counter pressure right now, and Hyun is not in position. Okay, he's flying back with his mutas now, but he's not giving himself much time to whittle this down.
Yeah, normally it would be like attacking before they even hit the halfway mark on the map. To make sure you get at least like 5 Marines out of the group.
Are lined up where they can kind of mirror the position of the Zerg, it's a little bit harder to target them.
Because you want them in a line like this and then coming down. You don't want them like this because then all of them are going to hit at the same time.
There's a lot of
so you want them as they're coming down in a line.
He's going to just see if he can let it distribute.
I think he's... Oh, no!
Oh, man.
This is bad. Yeah, no, I think he... I think he fucked up.
It's really not a lot.
There's 5 now.
He's attacking his own hatchery a little bit there, just get a few extra glaives. But yeah, this is some true desperation that we're looking at. The thing is, also
I think
that
he
Royal
can get
at
it.
home is just teching, macroing. Everything's going really well for him.
Yeah.
But
so let's
that did. I think that did enough damage.
People might have missed that. You can attack your own hatchery with the Mutalisks
and have the glaives hit the Marines,
and the glaives will still bounce into the Marines.
Because of how Mutalisks work.
If you attack yourself, it's not like your Mutaglaves then bounce onto your units. They will still bounce onto the enemy units. So that was a little technique to do a little bit more damage to shut that down. But to what Artosis was saying a second ago, yeah, I mean, behind this, Royal has just an incredible tech. And you know, not that Hyun has really bad tech, but he got beat up pretty badly. They're losing some drones, and having to move his workers away.
It's certainly a very bad position, but you know, if he's just going to go like 3 base Mutalisk all in, he can still do it. There's still real possibilities here. There is
Muta
an army
harass
that
is
just finished, so we're going to have
insane.
Valkyries coming pretty quickly, but
You
he's
can
doing
get it
some
right.
damage up here. He's being very
It
annoying
really
with those
shows.
Mutalisks.
Like, Mutalisk really
Hydralisk
showed
then there as
micro
well.
in this game.
You know what?
How
When
crazy
you
it can
see
get.
The armory there, I don't think he has a factory add-on. He does have a factory add-on.
Oh,
okay.
he does.
Okay, so that's actually really good for Royal, because I was going to say, like, if you keep this pressure on and then just run up a bunch of lurkers and burrow them in front of your opponent's base, that's like a super winning move a lot of the time that you can do in these weird games.
Yeah, that's smart. You know, if you don't have any tanks or anything to fight that, you know, the bunker looks good until there's 8 lurkers there and it gets blown up and the Marines really can't do anything. You're already
or just setting up a contain. You know, like not even attacking, but just being in a bit of an arc there and saying, hey, kill 8 lurkers with Marine Medic, I dare you.
The first Valkyrie's out. It's really important he doesn't let this get sniped. I think over the years, people have gotten better at Valkyrie control. I think this was the only unit that got a slight patch in Remastered.
Well, what they did is they changed the sprite limit that existed, because Valkyries, if you had like more than 1 or 2, they wouldn't fire. So
because there were too many
garbage.
sprites on the screen.
And they basically didn't work in original Brood War. Like they worked just a tiny bit, but they were mostly garbage. Now you can make like 50 Valkyries if you want, and they'll all shoot.
Which I think is a welcome addition. It just wasn't used really before, but now we see it in TVT and we see it in TVZ a decent amount.
It fixed TVT.
I remember being super excited when I saw. Yeah, it really did. So you know that's a welcome thing where you know okay if it literally can't even attack. I don't see why we wouldn't try to sort that. It wasn't like the stats were changed or the damage was buffed or reduced or anything like that. So lurkers are just
hold position lurkers
out there enough to where this could be a lurker trap that ends the game.
Oh man, the Marine already scouted
that's
it.
a real possibility. Like I'm actually holding my breath right now.
Oh shit!
If he walks over that whole army will just explode in a matter of seconds. You're not going to be able to save hardly anything.
Yeah, and when you go for the Valkyrie, you're not making a science vessel. Can't make both of them. You got to make one or the other if you're on the star board. So he is going to let this trap just sit here. Now Royal knows it's possible there's a lurker trap out here. The question is he going to walk into one? The Defiler Mound is almost done, by the way. Terran seems to be ready to go. 2 tanks are out. I think sometimes it's 3 tanks where we see the push start, but he might start moving earlier.
Dude,
now he could also set up a lurker trap somewhere else.
That would be the most insane thing, because when he started moving to the right there, I'm like, if he moves around where the lurkers are, that's a big brain move right there.
Oh.
Okay, so...
Oh, man.
Hyun actually runs out and tries to snipe, and he gets 2 of the tanks. Not bad, actually.
That's
Not
important.
Bad. This should buy him enough time to get Defilers out.
Oh my God! It's just hanging out there.
And it's gone.
Oh, man.
Oh my God! Royal fucked up
say,
bad.
like,
He didn't even need the lurker trap.
He should not push. Like, I feel like if he sits back somewhat defensively with these lurkers and just goes into Dark Swarm, you're going to be a little bit overwhelmed as Royal because you just don't have a lot of irradiate. This was 1 starport Valkyrie into Science Vessel, so you're just really low on that. There is a real possibility here that he can just push with Dark Swarm into the natural eventually and win.
Okay, he's going to go for the 3rd. I don't think there are lurkers up here other than the one that's not burrowed. Yeah. So he can just Dark Swarm the natural and win the game.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah. We talk about this happening.
Where are
Not
the
too often it actually
Defilers?
goes down, but yeah, if you just get the Dark Swarm into the natural, that's usually death for the Terran. Here we go.
Very sloppy execution here from Hyun. He's losing like a ton of lurkers for no reason in the front before he goes in, but he does get that Dark Storm down. He's going to get another one down. He loses his 3rd, so this is pretty strongly all in right now.
Yeah, kind of a base trade situation. The lurkers are going to run right underneath the tanks. He's going to get another Dark Swarm here. He needs to burrow this.
Why is he not burrowing?
He goes all the way in. When you get on top of production, the game's over.
Generally, you're completely right about that. In fact, he even burrows at the natural as well to get rid of the SCVs. He's pretty invincible right there. Wow.
This is crazy, dude.
This
Royal's going to get knocked out?
Maybe. There's still a little chance. If what you do here is you have your Marines behind the army, and they stop Defiler food from coming up, and you might be able to outweight the Dark Swarms, and then it's 2 base versus 2 base, and it's actually is a winnable game then.
Well,
it does look to me like Hyun should win this, though.
He's got a couple Defiler granola bars coming in Artosis. There's a few lings down here. Oh, he gets a Radiate.
Very
He's
important.
going to eat 2.
Where does he put
High
it?
protein.
Oh.
Dark Swarm, the same spot as before, because why not?
That's
the barracks
smart,
are eating
actually.
damage. Yeah,
I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, does he push to the mineral line? But it's like, well, if you stop all production, your opponent isn't going to win without units, right? So that makes sense.
Oh my God, who burrows and then consumes and then, oh wow, because of plague, I guess.
Yeah, he did that in the worst possible order.
He's almost got lurkers to the worker line. In fact, I think the one patch at the top left isn't safe. Maybe it is after that lurker got killed, but now eventually the Dark Swarms are going to go away, but the reinforcements are coming up. These lurkers and lings can escort another Defiler up here. The few remaining units, which I think are literally 2 tanks and a Marine, along with a couple of vessels,
he needs to
are going to have to fight back down the ramp.
He needs to make fire bats right now. That's the only thing that... Notice how he irradiated a Mutalisk? I bet you he's making nothing but fire bats at the moment. Because you just need to stop the lings.
Yeah.
The tanks can actually deal with all the lurkers eventually. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is crazy.
Yeah, you might as well consume a Mutalisk at this point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to lose so many workers. This is crazy, dude. Hyun's going to win this game. This is just almost to the tipping point. Another Dark Swarm. Remember, siege tanks do some damage in siege mode, but the lurkers, when they're underground, nothing can hurt them with Dark Swarm there.
Yeah, only fire bats have any real chance.
In a modern RTS where they let this happen. It's so crazy. Somehow it worked out perfectly in this game.
Look at all the Defilers!
But
dude, there's 4 Defilers up here. We may have the infamous Defiler consuming Defiler moment that I think everybody's seen in their own game. You're like, I just need anything to Dark Swarm. I'll eat an Overlord or another one of my Defilers just to get this Dark Swarm down.
I've seen an
Ultralisk. The most expensive consume.
I've seen an Ultralisk consume before. It's like sometimes that spell is worth anything.
It's like I'll take a Guardian, whatever it is. I just need a Dark Swarm.
That one I haven't seen. Okay, another plague goes down. He's
Defilers are so tanky.
At this point. Still has a Mutalisk to try to pick off these vessels. Now, it looks okay. He's actually made more mutas now because he wants to just kill the vessels. It's a good move. It's a good move. He's down to 1 vessel.
It's just so rough for Royal. I gotta say, I'm really rooting that he comes back. I mean, keep in mind, it's not like things are peachy keen back here for Hyun. He has maybe barely enough drones. He's on 2 bases.
Oh, does he see it?
If Terran can fight back hard enough, where's that dropship? Oh,
dude.
My God.
This is such a catch. This was like the one thing that was going to get him back into this game.
Damn, son. He tried. He
tried
so hard.
17 minutes almost. Love to see it. It is a tough position for Royal, but he actually still has a shot here. You know, it's hard for Zerg with, like, this little gas to continually push and get in there.
I would whoop you at
The plagues are
this.
actually going to be really, really important. Because, like,
Eggy Man, was that a challenge?
That's a very good move. Because, like, this
I
army
dropped my
you're looking at,
Marines right in your
basically
base.
5-6 fire bats spread out.
Do you want to
attacking
play?
units to kill it. But not when they're plagued, obviously.
Yeah. Another drop comes in here. I mean, the lurkers are getting so close.
You've never played?
In the main.
Oh, come on, man.
Here. Hyun may be tunnel visioning right now.
Probably like $30.
This Marine drop is a pretty big deal. That's dealing a lot of damage.
For the remastered?
Oh my God, do something to the lurkers.
Well, he's busy microing elsewhere.
He takes out the scanner. I think now Royal's a little bit too busy to react to this. He's going to even take the refinery out. Just, anything you can get right now. I don't think there's that many minerals left in the main for Royal, by the way.
You're probably right on that. He really needs that natural mining.
Yeah, Zerg is going to have a decent amount of minerals back at home. Second dropship is going to go down. Terran always has more SCVs than Zerg has drones in games like this. So, yeah, that's almost dried up.
Wow. He needs a tank badly, and he's not even making one right now.
Yeah, and the number of vessels that have been killed, I mean, he just doesn't have enough irradiates to kind of
I'm pretty sure this is
figure out some kind of
GG.
long-term solution. 4 more Defilers coming up. The 4 horsemen of Defilers Artosis. 2 Dark Swarms and 2 Plagues. This game's over. He's going to burrow the Lurkers here. This is yet again another lurker.
I'd warp in with a Baneling
God,
bust
he
after a
pulled away
creep
in time.
spread
I
and
can't
absolutely
believe
gank
this.
you.
I can't believe this. I thought this was gonna
That's
be such a hard
StarCraft
matchup
2,
for Hyun.
not StarCraft
And actually
1.
It was. Like, the game was kind of crazy, but Hyun just with these.
There's
the
no
Lurker
Banelings
Defiler
in
doing such a good
StarCraft
job.
1.
Oh, see, he sees the Defilers up here, so he tries to break through. This game is over.
Damn, bro,
This is
exposed
insane.
me.
Royals knocked out. I
Yeah.
can't believe it. GG. That's going to be it.
He refuses.
He hasn't put it in yet, but
Kill
he's sitting
my
there.
buildings, all of them.
It's time to lift him off and go to
G-
the map.
GG.
GG. Hyun with a huge game today. I mean, he really had to fight for that one, but
That was insane.
crazy moment there. You know, he got in with the Lurkers. He was doing damage. He made the right calls with the Dark Swarms. Royal has been putting so much work in.
This is an
the last
upset,
couple of
guys.
years.
This is an
He
upset.
has made it all the way to the top of the mountain before, becoming an ASL champion. But this season, he's one of the very first players out in the round of 24.
So sad.
A little bit sad to see, but
Yeah.
you know what? Like Hyun, he made the right moves there. He played really
Zerg,
aggressively.
zerg,
and
zerg,
got that
zerg,
counterattack
zerg,
going. He
zerg,
set up,
zerg.
like, intelligent traps and everything. I really like it. And now he has a real chance to go to that next round. A best of 1 here against Rush. Who knows, man? Like,
Look at all
you
the
can do some sick
look at
gameplay.
all the hot Asian chicks you
I
can get
don't
if
know
you
what map
play
they're gonna
frickin'
if they're gonna do the
StarCraft,
Ritos, but, like,
man.
for instance,
They fucking
hell,
love
what if you're
StarCraft
Corporal and they're
over
rolling
there.
in? Let's go. Round of 16. Let's do it.
Yeah, whatever, man. Just get to the next game, right? The final game of the day is coming up here, guys. What a great surprise here. Hyun playing so well. But he's got to go up against Rush, who may be the
Asian
scariest
chicks
Terran
don't
here,
do it for me,
for the
sadly.
season. You know, he's been so incredibly consistent.
That sucks, Eggy Mayo.
All right, guys,
Asians
we're gonna go
are
to that game after this break.
Asians
We'll
are
be right
great.
back.
I'm gonna go throw in some food. I'll be right back, guys. Cause rampage while I am gone. Thank you, Eggy Mayo. Thank you for following my instructions so very clearly and prominently. Oh, when the toxins away, the Eggy doth play. Oh my god. Clip that shit.
Yo, welcome back, everybody. This is the Hyun Show. It's
Hyun
versus the Terrans.
Oh wow, we're going to Radeon. So that's like a very, very standard map to be going to here. I don't know what type of plans you go. If I'm Rush, I just play the most careful game ever. Hyun does lean towards cheesy, aggressive plays. I think you can basically shut everything down if you just go for barracks expand with your barracks in your main base. There's no actual counter to that. It's just solid and steady. And, you know, Royal got a little fancy there going like Valkyrie. You know, obviously he made the tanks, which were nice, but Hyun just kind of out-microed him there. But I don't think Rush will make some of those mistakes, maybe, that we saw from Royal.
Well, I think Rush is just a cleaner player. You know, the truth is, I didn't think Royal was going to have a hard time. I think it's a testament to how good Hyun is, just as a fighter in the early game. I think Rush is overall a bigger challenge. Rush, again, with the Dark Chocolate. A lot of these Terrans like the Dark Chocolate right before a match. A little sugar boost, not too much of a crash either.
Yeah, we're a very middle-of-the-road people.
Sure, Artosis, sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking, who else uses Dark Chocolate? Rush, TY, I don't know, a couple other guys I've noticed doing it.
Mong eats corn dogs.
Corn
Mong
dogs.
eats corn dogs. Everyone's got their thing. Guys, this is the final match of the day. Is Rush going to survive?
182838485A. 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 182838485A.
Okay. Rush in the top right in a cross spawn game. Hyun in the bottom left. Okay.
Four-pull. Did I not say that you could four-pull and just hope to get a
1,
wall?
2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He has to get really lucky here.
Okay, this is, we're going back to the classics, guys. We're going back to our roots.
We're
We're going back to what made you almost stop playing StarCraft the first week you got internet. Remember being four-pulled? You went, what? I'm just trying to, like, make my stuff.
When the spawning pool costs 150? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So painful.
And then, of course, after you were four-pulled a couple times, you then started four-pulling other people, right? It was kind of like a mind virus spreading online. You went, well, wait a minute, I'll just do that. Okay. And then eventually, you started finding people that stopped it. But we all had to go through it. It was a rite of passage.
Rite of passage.
We don't have a lot of time in this game, guys. I'm just going to keep this really, really short. Please check out our Patreon, patreon.com/AS. We are here because of you. Please.
Of course, that's when the mic freaks out on him. Poor Tasteless.
So, like I said, if you just don't wall, you're basically invincible. The odds of Hyun winning this are incredibly low. For him to win this, basically he has to catch the first Marine for free.
Yeah, which can happen.
It can happen.
You know,
even if you catch that for free, it doesn't mean you auto win it. But yeah, this is tough.
When you're in the first few, like, you know, maybe 2.5 minutes of the game, it's kind of a crazy concept, but it is true. You're basically playing against all the possible builds that could be had in all the positions. You kind of have to have that in your mind. That includes, okay, like, is he going to make a normal hatchery and then a pool?
Gotta lurk for a moment. No worries, bro. You're gonna miss the greatest 4 pool of all time.
Because there's not that many things that can happen. This is the one thing that can happen faster than anything else. This SCV is going to see it.
Yeah.
Rush knows immediately. He has to just keep it together for the next minute here. He's going to pull SCVs and try to block this. No, sorry, he's going to make a bunker. I stand corrected. He is going to go block the ramp.
Yeah,
Okay.
so what you have to do is you have to pull a bunch of SCVs
and
to
the Marine
just
got out.
escort the Marine. As soon as you have a Marine in a bunker, you're in good shape here.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
And he lost the Marine. And he's gonna lose the second Marine! Oh my god, no! What?
Well, he has
The SCVs are very strong.
Yeah, the
he has to
SCVs...
just, like, make non-stop lings here, I think. Now, this is actually what he was supposed to do at the beginning. You actually go and try to push the Zerglings back.
Then he still makes it into the bunker.
But you attack the Lings. It doesn't even matter. You could lose half those SCVs and you're still going to win the game if you get Marines in the bunker.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty
the
much
SCVs
GG.
obviously having HP at 60 are a little bit more durable than like SC2 SCVs as an example. The Lings will heal, but not that quickly. The SCVs can repair, but that's not really something you're doing a whole lot of. It'd be very circumstantial if you were to do it anywhere here.
Yeah, it's GG.
This is basically done. He should tap out.
GG.
Okay.
Worst way to go
Justice is
out.
served. This is like the end of a Disney movie, one of the classics where the 4-pulling witch is beaten by the
Fucking cheesers. I'll be right back.
Macro player.
Yeah.
How's that, Artosis?
That's
fucking
exactly. I was
cheesers.
going to say almost that word for word.
Yeah, word for word. This is a moment. It really goes to show you how Hyun perceives Royal versus Rush. Rush is kind of this unstoppable force where he might as well just try to rug the game. Doesn't end up working out.
A
little embarrassed there.
If he happens to be like a close spawn, doesn't scout you first, and he's walling in, there's a really reasonable chance that you win that. Already just going cross spawn, as soon as he pulled the second SCV to go scout, like that is how you're supposed to do it. Like I get 4-pulled a lot, Tasteless. You just put a SCV in the front.
Pin that right up on my fridge next to the drawings Artosis' kids have made for me.
But yeah, bringing this SCV out, and then you just, what you're supposed to do here is you just grab a bunch of SCVs, and you bring up and you just attack the Lings. Like, the way he did it here, this is actually, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm 100% sure this is incorrect. There's no reason for you to do it like this. Like, if you attack into the Lings and you're pushing them, then you just, like, if they're trying to get by you, you click back and attack more, and you're putting some damage on the Lings, so you kind of get them to fight you, and then you put one Marine in the bunker, and you base everything off the defense of the bunker, and there's really nothing they can do because they, oh god.
Oh, I love this, by the way.
Did he
this
get a
is
kill
a
on
subtle
that?
thing. So one thing you can do when you're getting 4-pulled here is, and you can do this as Protoss too, you just, as the fight's happening, you send your worker into their worker line, and it'll just start to attack theirs. And sometimes they're not paying attention, and maybe they micrograde here, and they go back and they lost 3 workers, and they leave the game too. That's a little tactic that could be employed. You'd be surprised how often it works. It almost killed 1 drone. That would have been 33% of the workers that he had back there. Also, that's how you hold it. You get the bunker up, get the Marine in, and simplify the game. They can't do anything because they don't have enough workers. You're already too far ahead of momentum.
That's right.
We're going to go to that interview now, I think, with Rush and see how he's feeling.
And that does it for Group B of the round of 24 of ASL Season 19. Let's have a word with our second player advancing to the round of 16 for 10 seasons in a row now. It's Rush. Congratulations.
Rush!
Thank you. A sigh of relief, and another sigh of relief. Rush, would you have thought that today would be as difficult as it was? From your perspective, there were some shaky moments, some dizzy moments there for sure. But regardless, you survive and move on to the round of 16 yet again. How do you feel? It doesn't do for me with that one defeat. I was cross. But I composed myself, and then playing against Hyun, as soon as the map was decided, I knew what to expect. Playing on that map was good, and as soon as we picked, I thought again. I changed my build to a basic fundamental one, and it worked. Indeed, a seasoned veteran like you doesn't let his guard down. You advanced to the round of 16 off the back of 2 victories against Hyun today. In the first game, you sent SCVs in 2 directions and kept checking as if in doubt as to what Hyun was playing. In any case, Hyun is a stylish player, a player that is difficult to predict, and you must have kept that in mind. So on Eclipse, when they take a natural and then build a 3rd hatchery, it's uncomfortable to play against, so I wanted to keep the second SCV hidden. But he scouted that with a drone and thought I was playing 8 racks, so he cancelled his gas, and I ended up winning a mind game that I wasn't even playing. Things went well. Hyun went for a gambit on Radion in the decider match, which you ended up stopping, but the first Marine, he didn't make it into the bunker. Did your heart sink at that moment? I told him to go in, but he just wouldn't. I was stressing out. It was a scary moment, but holding it meant a win.
True.
You managed to keep the anger from the winners match against Speed from bubbling to the surface and remaining calm. You got a good result in the end. But if we were to go back to that game against Speed, you must be a little upset at getting shaken by the Vulture Wraith. I fumbled my control whenever the Vultures first came in. I got agitated and just gave the game away easily. I wanted to win though. You have a chance of meeting Speed again. Correct, that's right. If we meet, I gotta win. Another notch on the belt as Rush makes it into the round of 16 with a desire for revenge burning inside you. I'm curious what to expect from you in the round of 16. How determined are you to go far this season? This result in the round of 24 is making me uneasy. What do I need to do to stay alive? What do I have to resort to? It seems I have things that need fixing. Preparation is one thing, but support is another. Any words for the fans or your colleagues to be with you this season?
Thank you to
thankful
all
to
of
the fans
my
for always showing
viewers
their support,
for always
for
being
helping me
there and
practice.
supporting me. And
Shine,
you guys are amazing.
Sark,
And you're the reason
Shaw,
I'm here. Thank you for sticking around, guys. You're all great.
and Barracks. Thank you guys.
I really appreciate it.
And I want to thank the higher-ups from my academy team.
Thank all those
'cause I haven't thanked them
beautiful ladies
until
out
now,
there.
and our members here, and my wife and daughters cheering for me at home. I love you. Thank
Oh,
you.
he's married. That's why he
Once
didn't
again,
shout out the
congratulations on making the round of
hose.
16. Thanks for the interview. Thank you. And there you have it. Rush, your second survivor of Group B advancing to the round of 16.
Hell yeah.
You know, this makes me wonder, Artosis, how many ASL seasons have we had with 4 pools in them? Because it's not been all of them, but there's been a couple, right?
Larva.
We've had an okay
Oh my
amount of
god,
four pools.
larva.
The 4 pools get mixed in here and there. I think oftentimes it is 815 or Shine trying them. So probably just go back in any season that Shine or 815 is in has a reasonably high chance of a 4 pool.
True.
Here, not as good, obviously, but hey, sometimes when the opening is a little bit too technical on the Terran's end, maybe a little bit too greedy, that'll happen. And it is always a matchup where the Zerg is so unlikely to beat the Terran, that's what they go for. It's part of the whole game of StarCraft is knowing when to dial it back a little bit, not be so greedy, not be so brainy, and just play it safe.
That's right. If Mini was a Terran player, he probably would have lost that because he'd be going like command center first or something.
I was just thinking that. I was like, nah, I'm not going to say it. No, because Mini, he does exactly that kind of stuff.
He's
Go,
so
"Damn, man, I mean, if
dumb."
you get 4 pulled or 9 pulled or 7 pulled, you're dead.
It's really
Sorry,
important to
Artosis,
know
you were saying?
it's really important to know your level compared to your opponents. Now our next group, Best, BTS, aka True, Mind, and Barracks. This is a really, really fun group. True is in great shape. Won the ACS tournament. Obviously, Best is best. Barracks is really coming up right now. He is really coming up strong.
Yeah, he's been looking very good. This is going to be a fun group. Best, you know, one of the few players we've been saying forever should win an ASL. We're on 19 ASLs now.
Hell
will this be
yeah.
the one? We'll find out. He's been in great shape for a long time, but doesn't seem to flourish in tournaments with formats like the ones we've had.
Yeah. Well, I think that just about does it, guys. Thank you once again for subscribing on the Patreon. That's patreon.com/ASL English. We really do appreciate you.
We love you guys. We will be recording the next match in 24 hours, so you should be seeing that tomorrow. Take care. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you soon.
Well, when exactly? So 4 hours ago. So the next one will come up tomorrow, so we can watch another one tomorrow. But I wasn't expecting them to come out this fast, so I would have watched one yesterday. But that's the way that it goes. But I want to keep it nice and short. I need to recover. Tomorrow we should be good, you know? Like, I'm feeling better. I'm feeling good. So hopefully, you know, I just didn't want to talk that much because my throat was really hurting from yesterday. So I figured doing something like this would just be an easy, nice, chill day instead of deciding not to stream. We'd just do ASL. But, you know, we have 4 hours and 45 minutes out of it. It is what it is, right? But remember, as always, thanks for watching, guys. I really appreciate you all. You're all fucking amazing. Thank you so much for sticking around. And remember, can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, let's find someone to raid, guys. What we at, where we going, what we got, what we on. We know we got what, where, huh? That's not what I want. This is what I want. We gotta give some hellish
You move,
miss.
your character will move. So when you're interacting with people, you can actually interact with